drop me today. I'll be fine with it cause the heart that my page. I want a ceasefire, fuck a response from Drake. What you willing to risk? What you willing to give? What if you were in Gaza? What if those were your kids? If the West was pretending that you didn't exist, you want the world to stand up, and the students finally did. Let's get it.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon. No matter where you are in the world, I'm Hassan Piker. This is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from gloomy, Juney, gloomy California, Los Angeles, West Hollywood, California, Los Angeles, the heartland of America, the real heartland of America. Okay? We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is, well, technically it's hump day, but today is Wednesday, May 29th, 2024. And I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. It's 63 degrees and cloudy here in California, Los Angeles, which is pretty terrible. But hey, what are you going to do? I was outside, I touched grass. I feel kind of good right now. I'm feeling kind of good. I'm feeling kind of nice with it. So honestly, hopefully we just keep the good vibes going. Okay. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. And not much has happened in the world of HasanAbi Piker beyond the fact that I think a lot of people are beginning to recognize that maybe what Israel's doing is not so good. And I'm seeing that. I'm seeing that in my real life. I'm seeing that all around. I'm seeing that on Instagram. I will give you a poopy update in a second for those of you who are wondering about my bowel movements, because that's the level of parasocialism we're operating on out here. Wait, what? Jewish Insider wrote an article about me and AOC? Let's go. I'm honored. All of a sudden, all these celebrities and athletes are posting about Palestine on IG. Yeah. Unc, isn't it your fault that you ate noodles that don't noodle? Yeah, we'll talk about that. Russian hat? No, dude. What? Motherfuckers see the letter Z and go Russian hat. No, dude. This is the Zapata Offshore Co., Houston, Texas. This is, well, I guess technically it could be Russian as well. I don't know. I don't know if the Bush family actually dealt with the Russians in their oil industry. But no, this is actually, my hair is kind of looking good right now, so I'm gonna take the hat off regardless. But it's the Bush family. Anyway, what was I gonna say? What was I saying? So, what does the Z stand for? Zapata Oil, Bush's Oil Company. Oh, thank you, Chatter. I was thinking Hassan is a Russian army fan. What the fuck's wrong with all of you, bro? Hassan, I need my wrist drop. We'll do that. Anyway, folks, personal news wise, what's going on in the world? Are you okay today? White hat usually means you did not wake up right. Did you eat right yesterday? That's crazy. It does not mean that. What the fuck? Anyway, what was I saying? The hell was I saying? We need to reset on this damn chat. We really do, bro. We really do. I can't believe it's Megaphonic saying that too. And he's right. There are no One Piece updates. I haven't really had time to watch a lot of stuff. I just like browse through TikTok for like a little bit and then pass the fuck out, honestly. But yeah, no, I think I pooped out the remainder of the konjac noodle that I had, the miracle noodles. So that's the bowel update. The much awaited bowel update from those who were like, yo, Hassan, how's your poopy looking? How's your belly looking? Well, let me tell you, okay? I did it. I pooped it out. So we're good. I think the fake noodles are gone. They've evacuated my system. Yeah. Will I be eating miracle noodles? Yes. I will continue to eat miracle noodles, for the record. Just, I'm going to lower the amount to 1 bag this time instead of 2 and see how that goes. I got a couple more. I don't want to waste it. Okay. There's the tide finally. Did you get into the poop stop after the dog farting vid? No. You're rich. Don't be cheap. Don't eat them, fam. Brother, I could be richer than Jeff Bezos, and that doesn't mean I'm fucking tossing food out. Okay. That is not how I was raised. It's actually unironically an issue of mine. Like, I probably should throw more food out. Also, I mean, that's probably part of the reason why I'm fat, but I mean, not anymore, but was fat. It is pretty funny that someone said, well, why don't you donate it? It's like, bro, you think I want like, you think I want some like homeless person to die from indigestion? Like, what do you mean? Bro, one of the reasons I was fat is because I wouldn't throw it out. Yeah, I think that's definitely a problem. Have you ever thought about gaming first and doing normal politics broadcast later? No, I have not. And I actually think it's awful. I think the kids are actually listening to your takes. What's going on? Maybe. I hope so. Aynen. Where was I? What was I talking about? Yeah, personal news. Not really much going on. Worked out this morning. I will tell you guys this much. Today's broadcast is going to be relatively cheery in spite of all the fucking death and destruction that we are experiencing. In spite of all the death and destruction that we look at. And I will tell you why. Because here in the Western world, I do think that the tide is shifting a little bit. The tide is turning. We'll talk about the RAFAH AI image and why it's like controversial, why people are mad, but what it actually means and why it might not be as bad as people think it is. Okay. This is very important. And the reason why I think that is because I'm also in my personal life noticing, let's just say, professional executives in mainstream media outlets doing outreach to my team. They do that during election coverage. They do that during election year regardless, where they're like, how the fuck's this guy maintaining this audience online? Like, what's happening? What is he doing? Like, let's learn a little bit. Let's have a little bit of a open line of communication. But since October 7th, I stand with Israel and not the terrorists. Aw, dude, you don't have to ban that guy that quickly. No, I'm not talking about Piers Morgan, by the way. No, I'm talking about mainstream media. Okay, just chill. My point is, people are basically fucking turning around and being like, maybe. And we're gonna talk about that. I'm not gonna give you any additional details on that, but like, just going back 2 years when people, myself included, were entirely unaware of the daily horrors of the Palestinians were subjected to, the tides are definitely shifting. Yes, but beyond that, I'm saying, like, even within the context of even in the confines of like post October 7, the attitude has shifted dramatically in one direction. You got people who would have literally never given me a second look and called me a fucking terrorist, turning around and being like, okay, maybe you weren't super wrong. My fault always is not that I'm wrong, it's that I'm right. It's just I'm right too soon. That's it. And you know, you're noticing that people don't have as much fear, celebrities and whatnot don't have as much fear posting about Palestine, because it's not like they didn't know what the fuck was going on. It's like impossible to avoid. However, I think that for the longest time they just like kind of shied away from posting too much about it. Some celebrities got punished severely for posting, as you know. Anyway, but yeah, some to talk about, some to think about. Hasan, have you ever gone to Gaza or Israel before? I have not. I would love to one day. I hope to one day. Not to Israel, of course. I'm talking about Gaza. But of course, for me to personally be able to go to Gaza, Gaza must be free. Anyway, Robert De Niro was a weird one in politics this week. Yeah, we'll talk about that too. Dude, I prepared the talking points you gave me a couple days ago about Hamas and my friend didn't show up to uni. I was so excited, Lamau. Damn, bro, you fucking destroyed him. He couldn't even come to battle, bro. You fucking thoroughly dismantled him. You know what I mean? I love antioxidant sunscreen. What? Okay. Sick, man. I'm happy for you, I think. I saw the, sometimes I like to tune into Majority Report before I start my stream. See what the fuck the Majority Report is talking about. See what they're up to. See what they're listening to. See what they're talking to. Oftentimes never the interview segment. But on the fun half, they were talking about a Tim Pool clip that I definitely need to see. I definitely need to see that shit. I gotta look at that Tim Pool clip. That it is so funny. He's complaining about women again. Anytime Tim Pool tries to do this like red pill masculine alpha dog bullshit, I love it. Anyway, all eyes on RAFAH AI image sparks controversy, the good, the bad, and everything else. Is the tide finally turning against Israel? Tim Pool red pillar arc continues. There are no red lines on. So yeah, Emma obliterated him. It was hilarious. Yeah, I saw bits and pieces of it. It was pretty good coverage. They're phenomenal as always. I love those guys. They're the best. I'm a registered Republican that leans libertarian, socially liberal, and fiscally conservative. Israel and our military funding is one of the few things we agree heavily on. Hell yeah, brother. That's what I'm talking about. If you're a libertarian, we probably agree on a lot. You must be in support of free travel, right? Unrestricted freedom of travel. I agree on that. Sam is still kind of doing the lib-leaning vote for Biden to protect against Trump stuff, but yeah, they're good otherwise. I don't care. You guys are ridiculous. Listen, bro. Listen. If you don't want to fucking vote for Biden, who gives a shit? Okay? What do you want? You want people to also advocate not to vote for Biden? I don't care. Do you understand? I don't care. I just like, I'm done. I'm done with that. Okay? I'm spamming my link. Let the people know. We already blasted off. We're going fast today. I'm going fast. What is this? They covered one of the worst Daily Wire clips I've ever seen. Okay, we'll look at it later. Sam's entire point is just, who are you helping? Does it actually matter if you voted all at that point? Is way less lived in that chatter saying, still Libby. Sam is the GOAT, okay? Sam is one of the... Sam Cedar is one of the best boomers you're going to get on this issue and on almost every issue. If you have gripes with a man who... on his off days goes to the fucking tort conference and debates lawyers, on his off days is checking what's going on with the Social Security funding mechanism, you are insane. Okay? This is a man who genuinely enjoys tort law, or just not tort law, just the nitty gritty tort reform. Yeah. The nitty gritty of tort reform. And also enjoys, and I mean this like sincerely, a man who enjoys looking at what's happening with Social Security on, like he'll be like, new Social Security numbers came out, and am I excited. And it's like, bro, what are you saying? Those words have never come out of my mouth. Those thoughts have never been a thought that I've thought. Okay? That's an insane thing to be excited about. It's like, be excited about some other shit, dude. What the fuck? I mean, I have, like I said, endless respect for him. He's just the guy who is a little quirked up about politics. Maybe a little bit more quirked up than myself. Yeah. Oh, I saw this. PAL action cut Leonardo's Edinburgh factory internet cables, disrupting the producers of targeting systems for Israel's F-35 fighter jets. Dude, Palestine action is so nutty. They are pretty fucking crazy with it.
This one is dedicated to the suit-wearing arms dealers, to the champagne-sipping, depleted uranium droppers.
Keep your hand on your gun.
F-35 doesn't even need help. Worst planes ever. Listen, when it flies, it's pretty fucking good. But yeah, Palestine action is like pretty nutty. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, bro, I follow them and I automatically unfollow them on a regular basis, by the way. I think this might be the 8th time that I followed Palestine action. Either they keep getting banned and they keep popping up new accounts, or Twitter literally is still causing you to fucking unfollow them. That's so weird, dude. It is. No, this was a real thing that was happening on Twitter where people that were following Palestine action would keep like refreshing and then it would automatically unfollow it. Why not? Social Security means fun or hungry for me. Month to month, I think Sam's interest field is real man shit. Okay, obviously, Social Security is very important. What is wrong with people, man? I'm just starting. I'm starting with the motherfucking, I am starting with the motherfucking news. We're not doing this, okay? We're not doing what you guys want me to. I'm not going to 30 minutes in start arguing with people about shit that I didn't say that they personally misconstrued, man. Why are we doing this, man? Ay. Caroline made the white Redditors mad. That's another thing that I'm not touching. I don't want to, it's just so cringe. I don't want to hear, like, love Caroline, as you guys know, obviously. And white Redditors are so fucking lame and so annoying and cry all the time. I don't care. It's not relevant. It really isn't. It's messed up that I covered it for so much, not only because it wasn't just about Reddit, but it was like about a lot of other Twitch content creators, a lot of Twitch streamers advocating for the positions of white Redditors, like advocating for white rights, that sort of thing. But it's just like their fragility is endless. And ultimately it doesn't really matter. The reason why it doesn't really matter is because, like, as soon as a Redditor is out in the wild and tries to do that shit in broad daylight in public, everybody goes, "What are you saying? Shut the fuck up. You are weird." Yeah, it's just entirely astroturfed. Anyway, what's your take on the Caitlin Clark discourse? I have no opinions on what's the Caitlin Clark discourse. They always do hundreds of posts until one finally hits. Yeah, but like, what is it hitting? It's not hitting shit. You know what I mean? Like, that's the point. It's not hitting anything. Like, what did you do? Did you advance a cause? Is the cause that you're advancing like defending white people? Like, what the fuck? And also, do you think that personally, like, you're gonna be able to change people's minds about this? Like, do you think that people are going to start thinking unironically, like legitimately, that white people are under attack? Do you want people to feel that way? You know what I mean? It just doesn't matter. Clark's having a solid rookie year, but her team is bad in the standings. That's it, honestly. She yelled at a black referee she's racist. Okay. Yeah, well, this is a pro Luka, pro Jokic space. So, as you guys know, white supremacy is very much alive and well at the HasanAbi broadcast. So, let me tell you, okay? Yelling at black referees as a white basketball player, defensible actions. Larry Bird is your favorite? Okay, I wouldn't go that far. Now, okay, I wouldn't go that far, okay? You guys know who my favorite player is. And it certainly ain't Larry Bird. It's not even Michael Jordan. It's not Magic Johnson. There's one man that gets the top billing for me, okay? His name is LeBron James. I thought this was a Kyrie Legoat safe space. No, it is. This is also a safe space for Kyrie Irving as well. I have seen far too many Kyrie Irving clips. I now have a parasocial relationship with him. I would like to have Kyrie Irving on the broadcast. I know his ass watches Twitch sometimes. I promise, dude, we are going to agree on so much, okay? Whatever you want to say, you can say your truth, King. It seems like you're so much happier now. You know, we can say fuck the Celtics. I don't even care. I'm a big fan of saying that anyway. In general, I got all the smoke for Boston. Trust me. Just come on. LeBron is racist as fuck. Wait, what? The NBA Finals going to be racism versus anti-vax? I feel like, I mean, you don't even watch the games? I don't. I just watch the drama, which is fun. You're not even watching the NBA games? Yeah, because I'm streaming while they're playing half the fucking time. I get the recap. What do you want? The fuck do you want from me? It's more sports that I've consumed in the past 25 years, okay? I have consumed over the course, because of TikTok constantly serving me basketball clips, I have consumed more sports content in the past 2 months than I have throughout the entirety of the past 25 fucking years. Okay? I'm watching highlights. I'm watching commentary. I'm watching recaps. I love LeBron, but as a Mexican, the way he says Taco Tuesday, it's kind of sus, and it does seem a little bit racist. That's crazy. LeBron James is an honorary Mexican, Flexican. That's crazy that you said that. He does have a lot of like white girl moves that he does. He does, like, if you look at old LeBron posting, okay, this is the last thing I'm going to say about sports. If you look at a lot of the old posts, from LeBron James, like, he does post so much like a white woman. He really does. Like I'm feeling, like life is so good. Like the classic, like, I'm losing my mind. Life is a big sleigh, that type of shit. Like, he does do a lot of wine mom posting. Dude, you're a LeBron Glazer and you're calling him a white woman. Wow. I'm just saying, like, I mean, when he does it, it's cool. When he does it, it's cool. Okay. I think we all should live, laugh, and love a little bit. Okay. Maybe a lot of you would be happier with your lives if you stopped hating LeBron and started living for LeBron, laughing with LeBron, and also loving LeBron. You would probably have a much happier life in general. He has a blessed life. Everyone's just jealous. No, my friend. He has a blessed life, and everyone is racist. That's right. in the United States of America, I'm willing to recognize that maybe systematic racism isn't so real, but there's one kind of racism and one racism only, one demonstration of white supremacy, which is denying LeBron GOAT status. That's it. That's it. And there's far too many people. And yes, this includes black people as well. It's called internalized white supremacy. Okay? Yeah, it's really fucked up. Messed up, dude. Ibram Kendi writing all these fucking books. How many words has he spent on LeBron hate? How many? None. Fraudulent. A fraud. White people were posting Black Lives Matter, you know, the black square and stuff. How many of them defended LeBron? Fraudulent. That's all it is. Okay. Bro, Alendil 84, I suspect you have to be on this Palestinian women's team or something, because you have posted about the Palestinian women football team for the past month, okay? Almost every single day. Are you one of the women on the Palestinian football team? What's going on? Oh, you think I'm joking? Let's look at their fucking user card. He talked about the American doctors. Not today. He didn't do the football team here, but hold on. Let's keep going up. Rimon Hassan. Oh, God damn it. I can't scroll up. Failed coup. Playing basketball. He's constantly spamming with the Palestinian. Look. Palestinian women football team made up of youth diaspora. Short documentary of some feel-good news after the brain rot. How the fuck do you even remember that? I am not mentally all right. I am mentally ill. I need you to understand this. I have unimaginable brain rot, chat. How have you not figured this out yet? Yes, I want to talk about it. It's good news on the subject. What's the problem? Because right now we're not going to talk about it. Okay? She's right. The Abraham Accords, like Trump's entire policy, was premised on the perpetual repression of Palestinians and denial of their rights. The horrific atrocities of October 7th revealed this to be a dangerous fantasy. Hey, yo, look at that. Former foreign policy of Bernie Sanders defending my take. Let's go. Yeah, we'll talk about that. I am in the crosshairs, okay, of Jewish Insider posting my fucking dubs. I don't know why they think this is... Here, we'll start with this, actually. Okay, we'll start with this. So, new Jewish Insider written by Mark Rod, previously at CNBC, CNN Politics. He is the senior congressional correspondent of Jewish Insider. Now, why is the senior congressional correspondent of Jewish Insider writing about me and AOC live reacting to President Donald Trump's speech in the motherfucking Bronx? Do these people have anything better to do than watch your stream for muck to take out of context and throw at AOC? First of all, there is no muck here. Ocasio-Cortez agrees the Twitch streamer blames Abraham Accords for the October 7 attack. The progressive lawmaker appeared on a Twitch stream with Hassan Piker, a popular influencer who's been outspoken against Israel since October 7. First of all, I have not been outspoken against Israel since October 7, unless you're talking about October 7 of like, I don't know how long I've been outspoken against Israel, but it's been a lot longer than just October 7, 2023. So get it right, Mark Rod. At least publicly, since, I don't know, like 10 years ago. All the Octobers for the past fucking 10 years. Rod. Yeah. Yeah, Mitch Hedberg. I used to do drugs. I still do. But I used to too. Exactly. Mark Rod. Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Democrat of New York, agreed with the popular far-left Twitch streamer last week that the Abraham Accords and other U.S. policies were significantly responsible for the October 7 Hamas attack on Israel. To be fair, though, I will say this guy is like a much better journalist than like not to give him too much credit, but I will say he is a much better journalist than like the average right-wing psychopath at like New York Post or whatever. Like, he is a serious journalist. And the reason for why I will say that is this, okay? When the fucking Daily Mail writes about me, the Daily Mail would just like lie and be like, Hassan wants to eat Jewish babies or whatever, right? This guy at least is like very, like, he's honest. Like, the way he covered it, I think, is pretty valid. Piker also hosted on a show a Yemeni influencer who filmed himself on board a civilian commercial ship seized by the Houthis. On that stream, Piker compared the Yemeni terrorist group favorably to the pirate hero of a Japanese cartoon series. I think that is a fair assessment. Okay, I think that's a fair assessment. Why? Because he's saying I'm interviewing a Yemeni influencer and not like a Houthi terrorist or whatever the fuck. Like, it is relatively objective. Okay, obviously it's not just a Japanese cartoon series, it's an anime, but that's besides the point. Hasan Piker has been outspoken against Israel since October 7, including offering or defending arguments that the October 7 attack was inevitable and potentially understandable and justifiable, while often stopping short of directly endorsing the attack. Fair assessment. I have no notes on that part. It feels like, dude, this is what I mean. When people post things that I actually say and offer criticism, but still literally post things that I actually fucking say, including the nuances of it, I'll take that every day. Yeah, bro, the Houthi thing was where a lot of people turned out, including myself, because you can't have terrorists on and try to humanize them like that. No, you tuned out because I banned you when you tried to do a two-parter debate at the top of the fucking hour. That's why you tuned out, because I banned you thinking that this was a good top-of-the-hour ad break debate. Yeah, there you go. Exactly. I was fucking right. You can't do that. You can't do that. I'm ready for it. I'm so goddamn ready for it. You understand me? Often stopping short of implies you did at least once endorse the attacks, which is false. Yeah, whatever. Who cares? Bro, you are on top of your game. Thank you. And you can be as well. Do not drop the ball at the top of the hour by subscribing for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime, or by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's the 3-minute ad break coming for you now. For those of you who, don't have $5 or a free Twitch Prime that you can use here, maybe you can get gifted a sub by ACAP for Cutie. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. All the racist Redditors just use the Yemeni kid as a tool in the propaganda war of not liking you. I know. And they can all suck my entire cock. Fuck those people. Okay? Because guess what, dude? Where's Operation Prosperity Guardian now? That shit fucking failed, son. I was right on that front, too. Uh-oh. Whoa. Chill. Frames are dropping. My Bourbon Gamer. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Cigarette Overlord. Mini F. Refresh. We're back. It's fine. I think it's fine for now. Why are people coming in and still saying F? It should be fine now. It looks like it's fine. Anyway, the political streamer Hasan Piker said the attack was a direct consequence of the Abraham Accords and many of Jared Kushner's and Donald Trump's administration's actions, like moving the embassy to Jerusalem. Ocasio-Cortez, appearing on Piker's show, responded 10,000%. Wait, what? Ain't no fucking way they hit me with this, bro. No. Okay, here it is. He is just as responsible for October 7 as anyone else. It directly happened as a direct consequence of him moving the embassy to Jerusalem, recognizing the annexed territory of Golan Heights as Israeli territory, going against international law, and also conducting the Abraham Accords, completely sidestepping the Palestinians in the conversation. That is a major reason, he continued, as Ocasio-Cortez continued to nod along and said, Yeah, you know why she said that? Because it's fucking true, bitch. Why are you coming to a fucking dumb himbo content creator, Twitch streamer who's 32 fucking years old and has never held political office for adequate foreign policy analysis? Why can you not do that in any of the major mainstream media outlets, man? What is going on? I'm a fucking dumbass. Thank you, Joseph33. What's happening here? They're posting my dubs. Once again, posting my motherfucking dubs. Ooh, baby. Ocasio-Cortez appeared on Piker's stream to watch and comment on a rally by Trump in the Bronx last week. Piker's comments came in response to a remark by Trump claiming the October 7 attack would not have happened if he were in office. During the stream, Ocasio-Cortez also described the Israeli operations of Gaza as a genocide. She's appeared with Piker at least once in the past. Piker also hosted a show with the Yemeni influencer who filmed himself on board a civilian commercial ship seized by the Houthis. On the stream, Piker compared the Yemeni terrorist group favorably to the Pirates of the Hero of a Japanese cartoon series. Say it! It's One Piece. And while on their domestic affairs, the Ansar Allah leaves much to be desired. And also, their whole curse the Jews stuff, not great, okay? Not a fan of that. However, in terms of the entire Yemeni population resisting against Israel, enforcing a blockade on the Red Sea, very good. And also, absolutely, Luffy certified. Piker has been outspoken against Israel since October 7, including offering or defending arguments that the October 7 attack was inevitable and potentially understandable and justifiable, while often stopping short of directly endorsing the attack. Ocasio-Cortez has also recently come under attack from erstwhile allies on the far left who have accused her of being insufficiently outspoken against Israel. Recently, the Palestine Solidarity Working Group, formerly associated with the Democratic Socialists of America, promoted a post calling AOC. What the fuck? What just happened? What did I just click on? Oh. AOC responsible for genocide as much as Biden. Ocasio-Cortez's office referred an inquiry on the appearance of her campaign to her campaign, which did not immediately provide commentary. So yeah, I will say, maybe my brain is too broken by Redditors, but like this article is not. This article I think is fair. Like it just honestly is reporting accurately the things I believe, the things I have said, and like. If you read it and you already have your established opinions on the matter, yeah, you'll come across this and be like, wow, I really hate AOC. And I definitely hate this Hasan guy. But for the most part, I respect it. It's a good faith article, I think. Unconfirmed, but Houthis say they've taken down an MQ-9 drone with a homemade surface-to-air missile. What the fuck? They can't be calling you a terrorist or a Hamas supporter. They're still technically a serious publication. Yeah, like Daily Mail will just be like, this fucking Muslim bloke wants to eat Israeli Jewish children. He wants baby murder. He said permanent genocide to the Israeli people. Like, that's how they write articles over there. The New York Post will be like, hey, this is a song guy. He fucking sucks ass. He loves 9/11 and is always saying multiple 9/11s in New York. That's how I imagine like the respective journalists and op-ed writers write in each of these institutions. You know what I mean? One time he said permanent first world genocide on New York only. Like that's how they write at the New York Post. So they didn't mention how you're racist to white people. Yeah, I would expect that from the New York Post, to be fair. So yeah. Why would anyone expect us not to be impressed by the Houthis when they are taking down the most advanced fucking airborne military equipment with homemade rockets? Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely impressed. I'm definitely impressed. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, they do there's a lot of stuff going on in terms of like their own domestic affairs and the way that they conduct themselves that I certainly disagree with, like I said. But as far as like resisting against America, resisting against Saudi Arabia, resisting against genocide, they have done a phenomenal job. They really have. And it is so, I am in awe of the way that they operate. I am in awe of the way that they operate and the way that they have operated, specifically because they have so much fucking smoke that like part of the reason why the Chinese peace negotiations between Iran and Saudi Arabia and a ceasefire, like a de facto ceasefire in Yemen, part of the reason why it happened, is it actually effing or are just like random people posting F in the chat annoyingly? Like what is happening? There's like 8 people posting F. What the fuck? It might be like a regional issue now. I don't know. Regardless, something to consider is like the Saudis do not want the Yemen smoke. One must ask the question, why? They were literally doing a fucking genocide on Yemen. Why do the Saudis not want smoke from Yemen? Well, that's because both Yemen and maybe Iran, we don't know, but at least we know that it's Yemen, or we think it's Yemen, has striking capabilities hitting oil refineries inside of Saudi Arabia. That is unimaginably disruptive to global commerce. That is unimaginably disruptive to the Saudi economy in general. That is not something they fucking want. Okay? That is not something that they want. That's why they're like, hey man, let's dial this Operation Prosperity Guardian shit a little bit back. Okay? Is it true that the Houthis have brought back slavery? All the headlines say, but I haven't seen credible references. No, slavery fucking never discontinued in Yemen under any of those administrations. Okay? It's bullshit. Some dude named Mark just donated $20K for the creators of Palestine. Yes, we are fucking nearing the $900,000 mark. I don't know what's happening, man. Mark was doing a donation match last night. Okay, guys, that's great. But you know, let's do the news coverage. All right, lock the fuck in. Dude donates $20K. Hasan, thumbs up. Well, it's because I'm currently fucking covering some serious news. Okay. All right, lock in. Biden attacks Ed O'Keefe. Yo, that's crazy. Ed O'Keefe has a lot of smoke. He saw the fucking decapitated babies, I think, and he lost it a little bit. And by lost it, I mean regained consciousness, for the record. What is this? What is this? What is this? By the way, Hassan won't actively call for his viewers to not vote Biden because he's a shill and a sellout. First of all, in the primaries, I literally did do that, and I have been doing that. And secondly, what is wrong with these fucking dudes, man? Like, what do you mean? Who cares? Why do you care? Why do you fucking care? What's wrong with you? You're like, no, you can't vote for Biden. Like, do you think the Democratic Party, I'm always going to be honest. I'm always going to be fucking honest. Okay. Suck my dick. Suck my dick. If you ask me, is Trump going to be worse marginally than Biden? Yeah, he is. He is. That's true. If you ask me, do I think voting for Biden is going to fucking save America? Fuck no. Absolutely not. Do whatever helps you sleep comfortably at night. Anyway, they are contrarians that want to rage with life. Yeah, it's just like, dude. I'm not advocating to vote for nobody. I will tell you not to vote for Trump. That is fair. I will never vote for Trump. I don't think you should ever vote for Trump. He's awful. And so is fucking Biden. Anyway, I need to lock in. See, I look at one dono and then I fucking all of a sudden I'm falling apart. Brave take. I mean, what do you want me to do? If you want me to fucking dick ride Biden as he's actively aiding and abetting a genocide, you can dick ride me instead, because I'm not going to fucking do that. Okay. So yeah, good article from the Jewish Insider. Much respect. I would say that this is like a favorable article. I would say that this is a decent article. It's honest. I mean, they're trying to draw up like controversy by being like, AOC agreed with Hassan on something that is like unironically true, no matter how hard you try to complain. And it not only is it unironically true, but it also is true in a partisan way too. So I think for many people, when they post that and they're like, oh yeah, this will surely get people mad at AOC, they don't realize that Democrats see that as an exit ramp. Democrats probably will hear me say those words and go, oh, that's a good idea, that we should just talk about Trump and what he did and how his actions caused October 7. That's a good statement. Anyway, so I don't think that it is going to work. I don't think that it is going to be a valid avenue of attack, but I'm happy nonetheless. We're going to do more Israel Hasbara. Yes, Bussy Angel sent this to me earlier. Dua Lipa calls for a ceasefire in Gaza. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm a little bit disappointed in Dua. Like, I look, she's our Muslim queen. She's our Albanian queen. The world is Albanian, okay? But it's like she has been endlessly attacked and smeared as a fucking anti-Semite for years for being both Albanian and Muslim while simultaneously defending Palestinian humanity for years. So for me, it's like, this is one of the very few instances where I'm like, God damn, Dua, like, fuck you doing? What's happening? She talked about it since the beginning, and in fact, since before October 7. I feel like there wasn't that much Dua Lipa posting. I mean, it's fine. It's fine because, like I said, she's been pro-Palestinian way before many of the TikTokers that yell at her. And according to the ceasefire tracker, she called for a ceasefire in November. It's just like, it's a little bit different though. Like for me, my expectation is she's popping off. You know what I mean? Because she has popped off many times over, time and time again. She, much like myself, is anti-Semite of the week, maybe anti-Semite of the month, perhaps anti-Semite of the year by Stop Anti-Semitism. Dua Lipa speaks out on Israel-Hamas war, says ceasefire in Gaza has to happen. Yeah. Okay. Maybe I'm being too critical. I don't know. Maybe I haven't seen it, and that's why I'm not disparaging. That's why I'm disparaging our Albanian queen. Didn't she advocate for Palestinians? Yeah. No, you don't understand. Dua Lipa is like Bella and Gigi Hadid, especially Bella Hadid. They have, as far as like famous celebrities goes, they have been always very, very, very vocal about Palestinian emancipation. They've been very, very vocal about like way before October 7, like maybe trying a different approach. Wait, what? Outspoken in Hollywood says a single thing. Dude, you don't understand. Look at, dude, Literally, look at what happened to Melissa Barrera. Okay? Look at what happened to Melissa Barrera. Am I saying her name right? She literally posted an article by RAFAH. Okay? RAFAH is an Israeli Jewish Holocaust historian, a Holocaust scholar. Okay? She posted an excerpt from this article written by a Jewish Israeli Holocaust scholar about how Israel's actions have the makings of a genocide. She was fired, and they claimed she was being anti-Semitic. Speaking of Melissa, Jenna Ortega posted this yesterday. GOAT. Jenna Ortega is another person who has been like, Jenna Ortega is one of my favorite stories. Jenna Ortega is another person that's been outspoken about Palestinian emancipation far before like this last round. And it's kind of hilarious because like we read that article one time during the Kanye pop-off when Kanye was being like insanely anti-Semitic. If you recall, there was a fucking article comparing her to Kanye West, asking the question, who is more anti-Semitic? Jenna Ortega for saying free Palestine, or Kanye West for saying Adolf Hitler is awesome and that he loves Adolf Hitler? There is perhaps no greater indication. And this was written on the Times of Israel, bro. Jenna Ortega versus Kanye. Whose anti-Semitic hate is worse? Now, you need to understand something, okay? This is perhaps the greatest snapshot, okay, of the mania that exists inside the mind of an ultra-Zionist, okay? There is no better indication. There is no greater example in understanding that, like, Zionists don't give a fuck about anti-Semitism and only care about anti-Israel sentiment, anti-Zionism, than this fucking idiotic drivel that was posted on the Times of Israel. Anyway, someone's saying Zionist stuff in the tablet. Oh, God, I don't want to fucking know what they wrote. Israel must stop pretending it is a nation like any other. This is ISIS level stuff. No exaggeration. All I'm gonna say is it is not shocking. Okay, tablet is pretty nutty with it at times, so I'm glad that they're out there letting their freak flag fly. Okay, so let's move on from which celebrity said what to Israel's ground assault in Rafah expands
this morning with Israel.
Which, by the way, obviously, you know, this is happening, which is like a violation of the red line, a clear-cut violation of the red line, which was, no ground offensive. But of course, Israel, it seems, basically waits for America to say, here's a firm boundary that we want to establish so that they can fucking violate it with their dicks out. Okay? They literally, it almost feels like they wait for America to say something just so they can knowingly cross that boundary openly like a child, because the reality is there is no boundary at all.
Israeli forces pushing to the heart of Rafah and growing numbers of Palestinian civilians killed. The White House facing questions on President Biden's red line and if Israel crossed it, especially after that strike over the weekend, killing dozens in a firestorm at a camp in Rafah.
We don't want to see a major ground operation. We haven't seen that at this point.
How many more charred corpses does he have to see before the president considers a change in policy?
We don't want to see a single more innocent life taken, and I kind of take a little offense at the question. No civilian casualties is the right number of civilian casualties.
But more civilian casualties yesterday after a new strike on this tent encampment killed at least 21 people, according to the emergency services in Hamas-run Gaza, most of them women and children. The IDF denies the tents were in a safe zone. Israel also releasing an initial investigation into the weekend attack, which has drawn international criticism. The IDF says it used small bombs to target 2 Hamas commanders, but that a secondary explosion started the enormous fire.
That's awesome. That's awesome that they are just constantly running with this. And I think that it doesn't really matter. I'm not gonna lie. I haven't heard. Maybe I'm too like maybe I'm too echo chambered because I am constantly looking at like what other people are saying, like people outside of my realm of interest are saying. And I do feel like a lot of people who were unimaginably loud pro-Israel dick riders are just like very quiet lately because they see a modicum of shame, I think. Like they recognize that the situation is like a little bit fucked up, that they, you know, that Israel pushed these people, millions of them, into a fucking tent city in the open air prison that they've already had, right? Even if you don't recognize the open air prison as a valid thing, like you can't deny that they took millions of people and put them into this like supposedly safe zone, and now they're blowing that safe zone up. Like that's pretty fucked up, you know? Obviously, if you've been paying attention to this for the past 8 months, it's par for the course. It's not like unimaginably fucked up or whatever in comparison to how unimaginably cruel and unusually violent the Israeli siege has been. But I do think that with the exception of like ultra Zionists who get paid for this kind of position, like chirping like this with free trips to Israel and whatnot, like media paid trips to Israel and whatnot, with the exception of people like that, I would say that most people who are just like watching the sidelines, no matter how pro-Israel they are, they're just like kind of being quiet or yelling about the all eyes on RAFAH thing.
Our munition alone could not have ignited a fire of this size.
The IDF says hidden Hamas weapons might have caused the blast, but offered no firm evidence. An Israeli official earlier said a gas tank could have sparked the flames. The Pentagon also confirming an NBC News report that the U.S. military has been forced to suspend aid delivery into Gaza by sea after a section of its temporary pier broke apart in bad weather.
And that American pier had only been operational for 2 weeks before that damage. The Pentagon saying it's going to take at least another week to repair. That is a major blow to the humanitarian effort in Gaza at a time when the Rafah crossing, the main lifeline for food and aid from Egypt, remains closed. Hoda.
All right, Raf Sanchez for us there in Tel Aviv. Raf, thank you.
Hey, thanks for watching. Don't miss the
Israeli...
So regardless, the reason why I was mentioning this, for the record, the reason why I was mentioning this is because I haven't seen a lot of them chirp about the explosions in Rafah, but I have seen them get real mad, real fucking mad about that goddamn AI image. Okay? Now, the media is doing its very best to just uncritically repeat what Israel is saying about the Rafah attack. Why are they doing this? Because they're fucking bloodless monsters whose only job is to be a stenographer for their own unique foreign policy interests, their respective states' foreign policy interests, which almost always happens to tie with Israel's unique interests. Unfortunately for everyone, Israel's unique interests right now are genociding and ethnically displacing the entire Palestinian population, or at least like reducing it by a severe amount, and most likely causing them to want to leave their ancestral homes that they were originally pushed out of and pushed into this Gaza Strip, which is functionally an open-air prison that Israel occupies. So the situation here, the situation that we're at, the situation that we're watching unfold is mainstream media kind of dropping the ball and losing sight of the way people are experiencing this ethnic cleansing campaign. It's in broad daylight. People are seeing it. People are now finding ways of lending support. I have seen an unimaginable amount of social media stories openly declaring that they are pro-Palestine over this past week since the Rafah, the Rafah bombing occurred. I'll be honest with you. I have a lot of thoughts on this. There's one specific post that is going around Instagram right now. It's an AI-made image that says, "All eyes on Rafah." I don't know if we have the AI image. I'm sure you've seen it a million times over at this point. But beyond that, there are a lot of people that are posting the "All eyes on Rafah" AI image, and also on top of that, posting donation links. Now, there's a couple issues that I have with this. Obviously, the AI image is lame. It's gross. There is a million different images that you can post, real images of real Palestinian people that are suffering. Okay? Like, there are a million different real images you could have posted instead of this shit. And it's very performative. But, and I don't care about the AI aspect of it from that front, but I do care, and I do wish that it was a real image, because it is important to see Palestinians in that regard, especially when it's so broadly shared. Having said that, once again, I'm not talking about the AI aspect of it. Okay? I'm not talking about the AI aspect of it. I don't care about that at all. What I do care about is the millions of people that are posting this right now. Okay? Why do I care about this? Because it signals to people that you can be pro-Palestine and not get punishments, not get censored, not lose your fucking job. Okay? That is huge. Why is that huge? That shit's at like 50 million, 60 million reshares at this point. Why is that huge? It's fucking huge because up until this very moment, there is no way that people can openly say that they're pro-Palestinian without being afraid of the repercussions. Okay? I don't think you guys, I mean, you guys should understand this better than anybody else because you're in this community. You're in this community. I'm sure you've seen it. I'm sure you've experienced it. Many of you have been fucking arrested for being pro-Palestinian, for participating in the encampments. Okay? There are repercussions. I know that on TikTok, being pro-Palestine kind of bangs. You go viral or whatever. But everywhere else in the real world, there are actual repercussions for it, which is precisely the reason why a lot of people, both because they're afraid that they're going to be called anti-Semitic, and also because they don't truly know what the fuck's going on down to the wire. And there's a lot of misinformation from the outlets that they're getting this information from, or a lot of omission, lies by omission, as we've seen. Even when they're talking about the RAFAH situation on BBC, they keep talking about it like, oh, Israel had a fucking oopsie. All right, shut the fuck up, you know? Maybe there shouldn't have been guns there next to the tents. It's actually the Palestinians' fault that they're dying, right? That is making people obviously confused and scared to openly state what their opinion is, even if they have, for months at this point, felt a feeling in their hearts that, you know, this is pretty fucking unconscionable. Okay? So the reason why I still think this is a relatively positive situation is that it's good that 70 million people on Instagram and many Americans and many celebrities now feel confident saying that they are pro-Palestinian. Okay? You're talking about people who have never said a single fucking thing about Palestinians. Okay? You're talking about people who have never, ever in a million years I would have ever thought would be posting fucking donation links to UNRWA. It's crazy. It is crazy. This is a Zionist's worst nightmare, dude. If you are completely invested in the genocidal fascist project of maintaining a Jewish majority Israel, you see the Western world get this fucking loud about Palestinian humanity, you have to shudder. You have to notice that your project is on its last legs. Okay? So yes, while I think it's kind of silly that the first and only thing that many people have done so far is post a fucking shitty AI image. And I totally understand why Palestinians that are both on the ground in Gaza, victim to this genocide, and also Palestinians in diaspora, and also Palestinian advocates, okay? All of these people are very understandably agitated about this thing, and they're like, this is all you got? What the fuck are you doing? Call your congresspersons. And they're right for saying that, okay? They're right for saying that. In spite of all the criticisms, I do have a different perspective on the matter. This is massive, okay? This is massively, massively important. Here's another post that I posted I posted like a day ago as well. It's a mistake, but it's not a mistake. It's a pattern. That's also, something that people are broadly sharing. Motaz posts images every single day that do more to show the reality in RAFAH, that you can put the text all eyes on RAFAH over that instead of say bullshit. I know, guys. I know. Why are you guys telling me this? You're missing the point that I'm trying to make. While I get the frustrations that many people have, the fact that this is so popular and it has given people the courage to even fucking remotely say something pro-Palestinian across the board is actually an unimaginable sea change. Okay? And I don't think every single person is saying like, I'm gatekeeping activism. I was there first. Where were you 6 months ago? Where were you 4 months ago? Okay? I don't think a lot of people are saying just that. Some people are. Some people are gatekeeping activism, and that's weird and lame and gross. Who cares? But a lot of people have valid criticisms. And I think those valid criticisms should be addressed. There's very real gruesome images, or maybe even images of hope that you could post. And then write all eyes on RAFAH over this. That is important because Palestinian emancipation can only be met if Palestinian humanity is addressed. You can only do a genocide on a population if you actively have successfully dehumanized them, which Israel has, which the American media has as well. So you have to show the humanity of the Palestinians. I know this very well, and that's precisely the reason why many Zionist publications or Zionist institutions literally will smear you and say you're an anti-Semite for even advocating for Palestinian emancipation, Palestinian humanity. That's why we just showed you the article earlier about Jenna Ortega for the crime of posting Free Palestine in 2021, Times of Israel, compared her to fucking Kanye West. Ask the question, dare ask the question, who's a bigger anti-Semite, Jenna Ortega for saying Palestinians are fucking human beings, or Kanye West? It is that important. And that's precisely the reason why it's important that this image would have been better if it had real Palestinians, okay? But regardless of the many valid criticisms against this, regardless of the many valid criticisms against the image in and of itself, I think the image and its popularity and the corresponding donation links that are fucking popping off right now, even on Instagram by normies, not just like people on TikTok, not just TikTok influencers, not just activists, not just advocates, but normies. Posting this shit is huge, okay? It's huge. And the reason why I will, unfortunately, I have so much love for my Palestinian friends, both in diaspora and also in Gaza and in the West Bank. I have so much love for all of the advocates that have been a part of this pro-Palestinian emancipation movement for far longer than anybody else. However, there is one disagreement that I do have with them on this issue. A lot of people are comparing this to the BLM black square, right? And I have made this comparison, or rather, I've addressed this comparison before, so you probably will recognize it. I've talked about Black Lives Matter as a domestic issue in terms of white supremacy and pro-Palestinian emancipation as a foreign policy issue, and the major differences between black liberation, or at least criticisms of police brutality that disproportionately targets black people, versus Palestinian emancipation. Because the material conditions are very different for the Palestinians, and because of their proximity to America, because of all of the counter narratives in terms of Hasbara, in terms of ultra-Zionists constantly eliminating Palestinian voices as they conduct an apartheid, as they conduct an ethnic cleansing campaign, awareness is key, okay? If awareness wasn't significant for Palestinians, if even someone saying, I think I'm pro-Palestine, a random white lady by the name of Becky or Karen or Rachel, if a random white person saying, I'm actually pro-Palestinian wasn't so fucking significant, there wouldn't be this level of punishment across the board up until this very moment for even saying such things. Okay? And now you got it. You got the Barbaras. That's huge. Okay? You got the Rebeccas and the Barbers and the Karens. They're posting about fucking Palestine. That's crazy. That's a good thing. Because, and I will reiterate this point, which I made with a very important academic that I love, Mark Lamont Hill. As you guys know, I had this conversation with him personally, and he agreed with me on the matter as well. The conditions for the Palestinians in the West Bank and the conditions of the Palestinians in Gaza are significantly worse. This is not Oppression Olympics. It's significantly worse than the conditions that black people face in contemporary American society. This does not mean that the situation is great for black people in a white supremacist nation. Of course not. It just shows you how bad it is. And therefore, even awareness alone of the humanity of Palestinians is massively consequential. And that is precisely the reason why Israel and Zionist Hasbara agents have routinely tried to stop people from acknowledging the humanity of Palestinians, turning them into just enemies, just terrorists, barbarians that operate in a monolithic, sometimes antiquated, ancient anti-Semitism. It is hard. Many people come in here and say, Hasan, how can you be so positive? Or how do you continue? How do you continue seeing such gruesome images? Okay. And on this issue, I will tell you, I have in my lifetime seen a dramatic change in the way that we view Palestinian emancipation in the Western world. A dramatic change that I never thought could happen. There is nothing that gives me more confidence than recognizing that in the Western world, there are now millions more people, especially in our generation, that truly see the inhumanity of the Israeli Zionist regime, recognizing the apartheid, recognizing Israel's genocidal actions. That is massive. Okay? That is massive. Every person's voice in this instance matters. Every single new person, every single new Barbara or Deborah that posts all eyes on RAFAH, even if it's a fucking AI post, matters. It creates a new vector of pressure. It creates a new pressure point. The ICC, the UN General Assembly, the UN Security Council, making decisions that oftentimes, obviously, get almost always get vetoed by the one most significant UN Security Council voter member state, the United States of America. That doesn't, and immediately when you see that, you're like, oh, these guys are fucking symbolic. Fuck these guys. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter that the United States is stopping every step of the way, stopping progress every step of the way. Okay, it is yet another avenue of pressure. This is why I've been stressing. Okay, this is why I have been stressing over and over and over again how important it is to not stop protesting, to not stop calling your congresspersons. Okay, I completely disagree. This decontextualized the whole issue. Deborah and Barbara can only support it because it's decontextualized. Doesn't point at perpetrators. Doesn't even name the issue. Is just an offensive, defanged activism. Any Palestinians straying away from the victim category that this creates will be labeled as an obstacle to peace. Remember how the shift followed, singling out Netanyahu as the sole problem here? Brother, I don't think you understand. That is an exit ramp that the American government refuses to take. Anything in the immediate that stops the further bloodshed of Palestinians is good. What do you think I want them to have a protracted people's war against the Israeli Zionist entity? Like, what are you talking about? You think I want more fucking Palestinian children to die? What a psychotic fucking attitude. No. As a Palestinian, I hated this AI shit, but I guess I agree with you that the more mainstream it is to be pro-Palestinian, the better. Absolutely. Every Palestinian I've talked to, far before October 7 and far after October 7 as well, always would stress the importance of awareness. A lot of the stuff that we laugh at during the BLM protests of people being like, ooh, I'm a white lady and I'm reading Ibram Kendi now. Like, I'm learning. You know, all of that shit that we laugh at, that would be massively consequential for the Palestinians if people did that, actually. Because that's an introduction to the humanity of Palestinians. That's an introduction to the history and the massive wrongs that were committed. Americans have already made up their fucking minds on black people. They grow up in a white supremacist society. Reading Ibram Kendi is not changing the reality that they're direct beneficiaries of white supremacist constructs to a certain degree. But when it comes to the Palestinians, they're fucking out there. They're all the way over there. They don't do nothing to you. If anything, it's just all negative. From the perspective of the working class, it is directly negative to just keep giving, since 1948, $300 fucking billion to the state of Israel. This genocidal apartheid regime. $300 billion. More companies in the NASDAQ that are Israeli owned than fucking India, Japan, and Korea combined. The relationship that we have with Israel, in the eyes of the average American, is unimaginable. They're like, what the fuck are we doing? What is this? You explain that to an average American, they're going to be like, what are you saying? I had no fucking idea. Think about the amount of waste in terms of tax dollars. Going to do what? Murdering children? Who the fuck would say yes to that? You have to be the biggest fucking psychopath. You have to be literally an evangelical dick rider, an evangelical Christian Zionist. Jesus Christ. Okay, I don't want to. I get the point. I get that it's like crazy that it's like a white lady posting about it like this. Yeah, fuck, that shit fucks me up. Yeah, weird TikToks are coming. You'll see more of that. Anyway, ultimately, can you tell me a reliable place to donate money for Palestine? Bro, look above me. Okay? We've been running another charity for the past couple weeks now. Creators for Palestine, a bunch of YouTubers got together, myself included, and we put together a couple charities that are operating on the ground, specifically keyword operating on the ground, that are certified. What is this? I agree that it's generally a good thing that it happened, but this is not really pro-Palestine sentiment. It is war sad sentiment. I hope this pushes us towards stopping this war, but this is not people supporting the Palestinian struggle. It's just people being sad about seeing dead children. Yeah, but it's a fucking massive change of pace from Israel gets to fucking genocide the Palestinians who we think are rapist barbarian monsters to, okay, it's kind of crazy that they're just like melting children at such a fucking high rate. Because if you were in here October 8th, like, guys, I know I don't talk about my own personal situation since October 7 quite a bit. I don't talk about it all that much because obviously it's nothing and it's completely inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. But you're in a fucking community where, like, we went from 30,000 people watching to 20,000 people watching, under 20,000 people watching after October 7. That's a third of this fucking community that literally just left. They were like, fuck you, you're a terrorist, you love terrorism, you're an Islamist fundamentalist. There are websites that were literally designed to specifically detail every little thing I've said about Palestine and Palestinians to call me HasanAbi. The fuck are we talking about? I've been getting hate rated, doxxed, swatted, all this shit for fucking endlessly. Having articles written about how I want to fucking eat and kill Jewish settler babies or whatever in the fucking Daily Mail. Do you think that energy is still there? No, it's not. It's gone. And the reason for why it's gone, even in my own personal experience, in my own fucking personal conduct that I've seen, obviously, that's a massive change. That kind of shit matters, though. That's why I've always offered unconditional support to, like, the likes of Melissa Barrera, who I don't really care about otherwise. I don't know her at all. But, like, I see other people getting punished by the same fucking machine for speaking truth to power. And now it's getting to a point where you cannot argue against it because there are too many people that are recognizing the reality on the ground. That is objectively a good thing. That doesn't mean that every single person that posted all eyes on RAFAH are also simultaneously saying, inshallah, like, the Zionist entity will be dismantled or whatever. Of course not. But you have to always analyze where the attitude was when looking at where the attitude is now. And you cannot take this level of pro-Palestinian support for granted. You cannot take it for granted. You can't say, oh, this is how it should have been. Yeah, you're right. But that's not how humans operate, especially in the fucking Western world. So ultimately, there are very valid criticisms against this fucking all eyes on RAFAH shit. But I do think that it spells a change of pace. I think it shows that there's a genuine attitude shift, a tide turning. And it is one that is terrifying Zionists here. Look, I'm frustrated, so I will just say this. Can everyone on both sides just shut the fuck up with politics and propaganda and acknowledge that the death and harming of innocent people on either side is unacceptable, says Scooter Braun. No more justification or finger painting or even explaining. You can get back to that shit tomorrow. Just for once, even if just today, just say as a parent or a sibling or simply a human being, no innocent person deserves to be kidnapped or raped or starved or killed. Just start there and then stop talking for one day. Let's try. No innocent person deserves to be kidnapped or raped or starved or killed. Why is he chirping like that? Because he can't fucking say unconditionally that what Israel is doing is good. But he sees the All Eyes on RAFAH post and he fucking loses his mind. Bring them home now. 79,000 shares. People are losing. The ones that will still try to dick ride Israel are recognizing that the Overton window is shifted in the direction of recognizing Palestinian humanity. And that terrifies them because they understand that if you personally see Palestinians as human beings, you're going to start feeling bad. You're going to start thinking, what the fuck are we doing? Why are we killing them by the thousands with our tax dollars? That's all I'm saying, okay? And I say this as someone who hasn't shared that image for the record. Bro, you got motherfucking Palestinians out here who are Fortnite content creators who haven't really personally said much for obvious reasons, coming out and speaking on it. All right? For those of you who don't know, Cypher PK, he's Palestinian. You got people who are like literally the fucking, and you got, see, look, Nick Merckx responding to Cypher PK with a fucking heart and a hands up. Think about that. There is no better indication that this is like literally hitting the normie sphere like a goddamn boulder, okay? Why haven't you shared the image? Because just like I didn't fucking share the black square during Black Lives Matter, my very existence and every single step I take is in that direction anyway. Why the fuck would I share All Eyes on RAFAH as a post? Hello? Do you see what I do for a living? I have offered Palestinians 9 hours of coverage every fucking day since October 7. I think that's good enough, right? Unless that was a top of the hour ad break debate, which, you know, not good enough to be fair. Yeah. I don't fucking fly the pride flag during the month of June either. What we as a community have done so far is, of course, outside of this latest round of fundraising, we went into action October 9. October 9, we set up a fucking pro-Palestinian charity for 4 charities that were operating on the ground. And we raised $4 million in a matter of weeks. While people were too busy saying, I'm funding and facilitating fucking Hamas with these dollars. Meanwhile, you should be funding and facilitating gifted subs at the top of the hour. Because there's a 3-minute ad break coming. What? Wait, are you being for real? I mean, I don't know if you noticed, but I haven't played that prominent of a role in the Creators for Palestine charity because, like, I set it up and then I took a back seat to it. Why? Because, you know, it's good to have other people out there doing it. All right. That doesn't mean I'm not going to participate. Obviously, I'm going to participate tomorrow. We're going to be live streaming it alongside the Try Guys and like all the other YouTube content creators that are that are a part of it. But like, there's a reason. It's because I already do what I do. Okay, I don't have to fucking constantly be like, look at me, I'm doing the damn thing. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now. Is Jordan going to take in some Palestinian refugees? As of December 2023, Jordan has a Palestinian population of over 2.3 million registered refugees. No, the news is a huge part of the solution, so it's weird to say you're not doing the thing. Yes. There are 25,000 people in here, sometimes 30,000 people in here. I'm willing to bet that I have probably convinced, especially considering that pro-Palestinian conversations are not even one held by like the left in general up until recently. I'm willing to bet that I've convinced and changed the perspective or educated hundreds of thousands of fucking people on this issue in the Western world. So no, I do think that this is working. And not only that, but I urge you to use these talking points with people that are in your family, people that are in your friend groups. You can educate them as well. Rojo Tortuga, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. And my hope one day is to bring back those who left this community because they thought, I don't agree with you. Fuck you. You're an anti-Semite. Maybe one day we can change their minds too. Virtual Meal, thank you for the 10 community gifted subs. Now let's get back to BBC News doing fucking psychopathic pro-Israel propaganda.
Military is continuing its offensive in southern Gaza despite calls for the operation to be halted to prevent the loss of more civilian lives. Well, Algeria has said that it would draft a UN resolution calling for an end to the killing. The US has vetoed previous resolutions and says it still considers the Israeli campaign in Rafah to fall short of what it deems a major ground operation. But it said that the deaths on Tuesday of 21 more people in a displaced persons camp were heartbreaking. Israel has denied firing on the area. Well, let's cross over live to Jerusalem. Our correspondent there, Yolande Nell, joins us. So, Yolande, the White House saying the US continues not to believe that Israel has launched this, a full-scale invasion of Rafah in southern Gaza. Despite that, what does this mean for the people already displaced there? Where do they go?
Well, that remains a big question. We've continued to see people flee in the past day, of course, heading north along the coastline, also to Khan Yunis, a city that was previously really devastated by a full-scale Israeli ground offensive there that was seen as being a Hamas stronghold. Now, what we're hearing this morning is there have been further Israeli airstrikes in Rafah. We've been hearing as well in the past day or so that these have been in the west of the city. That's an area where Palestinians had not been told to evacuate from previously. Now, we've also had Israeli ground forces advancing into the center of Rafah and along the Gaza-Egypt border as well. That was important, that assessment that came from Washington last night, really saying that it still sees this as being a limited.
Please talk about Yasser Arafat. He doesn't get enough love, especially these days. A world can exist where Hamas is just and Arafat isn't a rad Israeli spy. I don't know why you're dick riding Yasser Arafat this hard, bro. Okay? Chill out. It's not fucking 1988. Okay? It's 2024. The fuck are we doing here?
Operation not crossing.
I've been pretty just in the way that I've covered Arafat. It's ridiculous. I didn't even know there was still fanboys of Arafat in 2024, you know.
What it has defined as its red lines, which would lead to US military aid, vital aid to Israel being stopped. They're saying that really they've not seen at this stage that Israel has smashed into Rafah. There's been hitting multiple points with lots of...
You're making it seem like because you're talking about it so much, it means... What? Isn't that how promoting a charity event works? How are new people who don't know anything about the attack supposed to show their support if the biggest name on there isn't promoting a good cause? What? I think drama farmers are not even doing a good job trying to farm drama nowadays, bro. What's happening? Are you okay? Dude, I'm literally offering coverage right now. Like I'm doing coverage on Gaza right now that you're derailing with your fucking idiotic statement. Shut up.
Troops on the ground, but the US has said it is closely monitoring Sunday's deadly strike on that tent camp in the west at Tel Sultan, in which at least 45 Palestinians were killed. The Israeli military had said that it used precise bombs to go after 2 Hamas commanders in that area. The US saying that those results, the fire that broke out, that was something that was tragic. We've been hearing from the Israeli military that its initial assessment is that there were secondary explosions at the size of the munitions it used. It says could not have been responsible, suggesting that perhaps weapons held by Palestinian armed groups in that area could have been to blame. There is this proposed UN Security Council resolution that is now circulating, we're told, put forward by Algeria following the closed doors emergency session that took place yesterday. They have said they would like to see an end to the killing in Rafah. They're putting forward a proposal on that. But of course, we have had the US vetoing multiple resolutions at the UN Security Council calling for ceasefires in Gaza.
OK, well, Yolande, as always, thank you very much for just bringing us up to date of the situation on the ground there. Yolande Nell live from Jerusalem. Well, as Yolande was saying, that Israeli military is continuing that offensive in southern Gaza, as my colleague Lucy Williamson now reports.
Rafah was once Gaza's refuge.
Israel really said Hamas blew up their own people? Like, Jesus, man, they're arrogant. First of all, they did say that, but no, they right now they're saying something different. they're saying something even more insane. They're saying, yes, we blew them up, but technically it's just that like our explosives caused the fire, and that's still the fault of Hamas. I agree. You should repost. It's partly a result of doing. It's strange not to share this pic. You are not above anybody else. Don't be defensive, please. I think people want me to say the R word. That's what I think people are trying to do. They're trying to get me to like say like a hateful word or something. I think, but it's got to be bait, right? Like it's got to. People are just shut up. Not a bait. Shut up. Shut your mouth. Shut your fucking stupid mouth. Okay, here, take a day off. Really reconsider what you are doing with your existence. Just share the post on Peggy's story so they shut up. I am not participating in your liberal aesthetic campaign. Okay? Are people out of their fucking minds? I'm not doing that shit. The fuck do you mean? You can watch my fucking content if you want. The fuck? If you don't do this fucking liberal thing, you're not with the cause. Okay, suck my dick. I guess I'm not then. It's the same crew that are pissed off at you for not promoting Operation Olive Branch and the ones that are upset about your views regarding the celeb block list. It's absolutely pathetic. Yeah. If you don't share our Came Late campaign, you don't support Palestine, bro. Yeah, I know. I don't know what's happening. Like, when a chatter comes in here and says, like, why don't you repost the AI image? Like, have they ever looked at my Instagram? Let's take a look. Let's take a dive at the HasanAbi Instagram. Okay, what's that first post? Oh, that's right.
Today.
That's Kareem Khan, ICC chief prosecutor, talking about the arrest warrants. What's the second
Dissolve
post
the
on there?
apartheid regime.
Wait a minute. That's Hassan on television fucking talking about Palestine against a Hasbara troll.
What would you like to see happen?
What's happening on his story? Let's see. Well, he's obviously not fucking posting enough about Palestine on a story. What is that? What is happening? Wait a minute. Okay, he's thirst trapping. Shouts out to Julian for wearing the merch. Oh, that's right. He's posting about Palestinian youth movement, covering the Nikki Haley is psychopathy right there, the bomb thing. Oh, what is this right here? Oh my God, the collaborative piece of phenomenal journalism with 972 Mag and Local Call, great Israeli reporters, details how Mossad spied on the former ICC prosecutor that Trump sanctioned for Israel. Wait a minute. What is that? That's a link to read this article. Israel is an extension of the U.S. and operates with impunity. What is this? Oh, Creators for Palestine live stream Thursday, May 30th, 1 to 5 p.m. Pacific. What's that about? Oh, they're fundraising for Palestinian charities that are actively working on the ground. That's really interesting. Oh, there's that. Biden, we are your red line. Stop the genocide. I will be attending this as well, by the way, on June 8th in D.C., even though I fucking absolutely despise D.C. Have I sufficiently been pro-Palestinian for the past 10 fucking years, dipshit, that you just learned about since yesterday because you watched a couple TikToks? Suck my fucking cock, okay? What is happening? What the fuck? Who are these people? Who are you? What are you saying? Who the fuck do you think you are? Literally saw someone on that girl's YouTube channel that was calling you out about your views regarding celeb block list, saying you've done nothing for Palestine and that you should be ignored and put on the block list too. This is the first time I've stepped in to defend a creator online. It's a piss take. Yeah, I've done nothing. Guys, how many celebrities have I blocked? You know what I mean? I've done nothing. I don't even hate the fucking block list and shit because I think ultimately, who cares? Every aspect of pressure that lights a fire under people's asses to at least like make a statement that is in the direction of Palestinian emancipation is good. Okay? That's it. That's what I say. That's my take on it. That's why I don't pick fights with people who are like to a certain degree on the side of Palestinians, okay? Nah, you're literally picking fights. No, I'm offering commentary. There are plenty of people who have certain opinions on the AI image, okay? It's in a sea of talking about RAFAH, I'm going to also obviously offer my opinion on the AI image thing. Anyway, let's continue. And no, I don't even think the AI image is comparable to the black square, specifically because like awareness or even saying that you're pro-Palestinian has a tremendous amount of consequence in America, in the Western world. I've seen a guy reply to a Palestinian's tweet making fun of the AI image with, "Where have you been the last 75 years?" to a Palestinian. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like people yelling at Motaz, right? People yelling at fucking Motaz and being like, "Wow, you're not like unconditionally pro-Hamas." Like, yeah, dude, he's a little bit of a Fatah guy, but like who cares? Like, what do you mean? He's in it. Like, He was in it until he had to escape. They fucking executed his goddamn camera guy, his drone operator. What are we talking about? Like, people are just so crazy. Direct your anger at those who deserve it, okay? Stop tweaking.
Refuge, the safest place in a dangerous war. Today, the city's west and center was emptying. Those still sheltering here, fleeing again, amid airstrikes and artillery fire, taking whatever they need to survive, whatever they can't leave behind. There's been no evacuation order from Israel's army. And
oh, the last thing I wanted to say, fuck, I forgot this. This was the most important part. Editors, if you're writing if you're cutting the AI RAFAH, all eyes on RAFAH video, this part is important to mention. I want to end it on this note, okay? When you see someone post the all eyes on RAFAH post on their Instagram, do not immediately fucking react to them in a negative way. Be normal, be cool. Use this as an opportunity to educate them further about what is going on, okay? Celebrate their accomplishment of openly stating that they are pro-Palestinian. That's a good thing. That's not a bad thing. Remember, if it was not a good thing, you wouldn't see the likes of Scooter Braun and all these other fucking weirdos trying to make their own counter AI images and chirping nonstop and endlessly, okay? Because this project, this genocidal project, falls apart when people recognize the humanity of Palestinians, okay? Remember that. When you got celebrities being brave enough to openly say, like, no, I'm pro-Palestinian, actually. You know what? It's fucked up. What's going on is fucked up. That's a good thing. It's an entry point. Use that. Use that. Use that momentum. Educate them further. Send them my videos, okay? Send them other videos. Democracy Now!, Majority Report. There are plenty of people who are offering coverage. Bizon's reporting on the ground, okay? Don't fucking chirp at them. It's good. People are normies, okay? It's now our time to brainwash them. Let's go. Yeah, brainwash them in the fucking right direction. Brainwash them by teaching them history, okay? History. What am I doing? I can't even speak right. Yeah. Educate them. E. Fartlow said, 45 million hits for all eyes on RAFAH in 24 hours. 15 million Jews in the world. This is a side note, but is this genuinely a case of collective psychosis? The Israelis I see say, where have you been on October 7th? Like, motherfucker, the world was looking at the war crimes that took place for weeks and weeks straight. It was the only thing on international coverage on the conflict. Yeah, exactly. Like, you have not, it's so funny, the people being like, you have not sufficiently been angry about October 7th 8 months after Israel has done an October 7th every fucking day, pretty much, to the Palestinian children and women. 40 million people posted that all eyes on RAFAH bullshit yesterday, and now they're burning Jewish buildings. By the way, Jewish buildings? She's talking about the Israeli embassy. She's like, if you, what do you mean Jewish buildings, dude? It's the Israeli embassy. What the fuck are you saying right now? Yes, the Israeli embassy is a Jewish building. Israel is a Jewish nation. It's the only one. You're foaming out the mouth with anti-Semitism. Oh my God. Oh my God. E. Fartlow. Oh, you're foaming out the mouth with anti-Semitism and refusing to say it because you're perpetrating terrorism. You are burning buildings down. You, not Hamas anymore. It's you. I'm E. Fartlow, and I want you to die like Hamas. You're doing terrorism. That's awesome. This is the logical conclusion of Zionism, which is the logical conclusion of Zionism is it is unimaginably worse for a protest outside of the Israeli embassy to turn into a riot and like for one of the gates to fucking catch on fire or whatever the fuck happened. I'm not entirely certain with what happened in Mexico. Okay. That is so much worse than burning children, which is what people are protesting against. Okay. Like, dude, what the fuck are you saying? This is why I say there's no, it's not like BLM in the sense that like it's BLM on fucking steroids, okay? Like even the white supremacist militias of the American police force weren't fucking murking that many black children with impunity, okay? Like the numbers are completely out of control on a daily fucking basis. 100 civilians were slaughtered by the Israeli occupying force in the past 48 fucking hours. Many of them, as is the casualty numbers always in Gaza, women and children. Like the overwhelming majority, women and children. And Fartlow is over here crying about the Israeli embassy in Mexico. Suck my fucking dick. It's great though. It is awesome that they are fucking losing it. It is dope. It is awesome that like the most unhinged ultra Zionists are fucking collectively becoming increasingly more psychotic. Okay? They're becoming increasingly more psychotic every day. Everyone is turning into a fucking Michael Rappaport. Now, Fartlow was always unhinged, right? For years and years, Fartlow has been fucking unhinged. I loved all my friends. I loved my life. I loved bands. I loved music. I loved every person, regardless of race or gender, ethnicity or sexuality, except for the Palestinians because they're not persons. I loved all of you. And all of you that humanized me, overlooked the truth, let me lose my livelihood, and wound up supporting the perpetrators of a war to annihilate the Jewish people. Fartlow has had enough. A bridge too fucking far for Fartlow. I'm not the crazy one. Everyone else is. The Palestinian children that are burning with Israel's attacks on the safe zone in Rafah. They're not the victim. I am. Why am I the victim? Because everyone calls me Fartlow now. Does she actually say that shit? I've only ever heard about her from you. Does she really say, my name is Fartlow? She does. She does. She says, my name is Fartlow now. Yeah, actually, who the fuck is she? She is a Scottish freak who has been chirping endlessly since 2021 about Zionism, like has not stopped. 2021 was like a breaking point for her. And I only bring her up because like she's just really funny. She is Michael Rappaport, Amy Schumer posting since 2021 and has not stopped. I think it was free parking, the free parking post that was her claim to fame. This video is great of her.
I met one survivor whose parents were founder of kibbutz near Oz, and she...
Okay, see? Was I wrong, though? I don't want to watch this because she's so gross. Like, she's just so fucking gross. But was I wrong? Go ahead. Tell me a lie with the accent.
Was born there. She as the children of the kibbutzim, a few decades ago, she was raised in, a room where all the children were raised. And
journalist, feminist, and Jewish activist Fartlow, and Israeli American rapper and activist Kosha Dills. Oh my God, they brought two of the worst people. Oh, I love this guy. Oh my God, this guy literally is like this guy, Kosha Dills. Oh God, I don't even know if I show
New
this.
York, and armed with a camera and a microphone, he's gone to the streets of America to speak.
No, Fartlow's not a rapper. Kosha Dills is, right? Fartlow is a music critic.
To these protesters who are demanding a ceasefire in Gaza to reveal how these young demonstrators know about the conflict.
I have a daughter and 5 grandchildren.
Okay. So if they had 2 of your grandchildren and 1 of your daughter.
Okay. Not the debate shit, but you got to see this guy. I haven't even shown this guy. Oh, this guy's the best. This guy is awesome. I think I might have actually shown you guys him before. Because it's so bad. Wait, what? Do we have a thread? For those not disturbed by beheading, that's actually false. You are so disturbed, you look away. With that said, I never shared the 40 babies thing, but I did see bodies burned and other beheadings on vid. No, you didn't. But hold on. I need to, God damn it. Give me a fucking, I need to show you a video of him like rapping because it's so bad. Oh, he's posting about Matis Yahoo. Oh, that's awesome. All of this is so good. Okay. No. Hold on.
Like this, bring the family home. We got the world saying, cry to death that can't sleep. That's the worst pain. I remember tonight, the night the world changed. Make some noise, Chicago. This is for social justice. Keep on. What about us? For every family member murdered and wasn't counted. I rise up for peace. History shows that we offer first. When it comes to context, that's a new trigger word. If victory is ours, how come my people know the time? I believe in coexisting. You believe in being co-signed.
Bro, this shit literally makes Macklemore look like one of the greatest rappers alive, okay? Oh my God, he has a Macklemore response.
And this parrot has been just repeating Hamas propaganda.
Respect, guess what? It's an exceptional tool. But y'all led by a rapper who dressed up as a Jew. Then you actually defended. It's what I really remember. Wearing the same mask as David Duke and Nick Fuentes. We don't hate you. We want to educate you. While you grift on a conflict not yours just to elevate you. That's between you and me. At that rally in D.C., it took you 3 weeks to speak for the whole community. Your speech left me speechless. I couldn't believe it. A genocide. But when the population increases, no disrespect.
Yo, bars. He literally posted Nick Fuentes and then turned around and made a Nick Fuentes argument about literally about the ongoing active ethnic cleansing campaign, which is crazy. Yeah, only we get to do genocide. Bars. There is no difference between this fucking dickhead and Nicholas Fuentes. That's it. They're both advocating for fascism. That's it. One is advocating for fascism and genocide against the Jewish population. The other one's advocating for their own genocide against the Palestinian population. That's it.
Respect, but mathematically it's wrong, my brother. Newsflash, Jewish people, man, we all them colors, my posse. Sephardic, Kafkazi, Mizrahi, illicit in the streets. Acknowledge the Nakba, but what about 1 million? Push out the Middle East, understand. Activism's a job, Black Lives Matter, unless her Ethiopians held by Hamas and mine. Saying the wrong thing isn't appalling. You colonized Grammys from Kendrick, now chilling with Sean King. How you a man with a plan, take from every cause that you can, and didn't once mention 2 miles from Iran.
Bro, damn, this shit got 9,000 views. Yo, this shit went so hard, bro. Nah, you're mistaken. There's a big difference between him and Nick Fuentes. No, dude, no. The only difference is Nick Fuentes wants to kill all Jewish people. This fucking dipshit wants to kill all Muslim and Palestinian people. That's it. Zionism is fascism, okay? It's both gross as fuck. It's literally just genocidal ambition. That's it. Okay, I'm not gonna do this. I'm not gonna do this any further. I won't do a war crime to you. Okay. Okay, one more. This one got 21.
I was looking for a receiptless one. It was crazy. Live from the front line of dating with no sex. Looking for a baddie that doesn't go to protest. Need a normal bet, you know real estate selling. Live, laugh, love, not a bunch of watermelons. Like, came across a shorty, she bopped, she at the pizzeria looking like.
Bro, you can't look like, you're not allowed to look like this. No, you're not allowed. No, dude, go get a normal job. No, you can't rap like this, okay? No, you can't be like a 45-year-old real estate agent turning around and being like, I'm a rapper on the side. I'm like Batman saving the city at night. No, not allowed, okay? No. He couldn't do EDM DJ, so he's rapping instead. Oh, Jesus Christ. This feels very anti-black. His existence is. Anyway. Okay. Let's get back to real news. I'm sorry we sidestepped away to look at this.
For many, no sense of where to go.
I'm just walking in the street. I don't know where to go. There is nowhere safe. Where should we go? This is not alive. This is not alive.
They were packing up too in the displacement camp at Tel Sultan to the west of the city, still scarred by fires, triggered in an Israeli airstrike on Sunday. Dozens dead, survivors spent. There's more than one way to lose a life. Israel says its operation in Rafah is key to defeating Hamas, and that Sunday's strike on Hamas commanders in the camp was carried out with precise munitions that would not, by themselves, have caused so many deaths.
We're talking about munition with 17 kilos of explosive material. This is the smallest munition that our jets can use. Following this strike, a large fire ignited for reasons that are still being investigated. Our munition alone could not have ignited a fire of this size.
While people fled today, Gaza's health ministry...
This kosher deals guy is so mad about anti-Semitism and stereotypes. There's a song called 10 Bagel Commandments. I mean, it's fine. That's whatever. Like, if he was just like... I think he's like... Him rapping is offensive in and of itself. But I feel like Palestinians are the only genocided people who have had art, raps, comedy sets, and movies made about how good it is to genocide them. No, that's not true. I mean, the Nazis did that shit too. Every group, Americans did that too. Every group that actually is engaging in unjustifiable acts of genocidal occupation, war, and you know, unlimited destruction, 100% makes art to try and... I'm done. Is this what you wanted? Is this what you want? You want me to quit streaming? Is that... I get enough hatred from freaks, Nazis, Nazi adjacents, liberals, conservatives. I don't have to get this smoke from my own motherfucking community on a daily basis. Okay? It's crazy, man. What the fuck am I doing here? It's called holding your own accountable.
He said more than 20 were killed in fresh airstrikes to the west, over half of them women. As far beyond these borders, 3 European nations officially recognize a Palestinian state, and Gaza's last urban center begins to fall under Israel.
Israel has banned
Israel army names 3 soldiers killed in Gaza's Rafah, raising questions about war strategy.
Jazeera. So our correspondent Imran Khan is joining us now from Jordan's capital.
According to Channel 12, Israel has control over 80% of Rafah, which is still, by America, being considered as a limited operation. Thank you, Time Without an OO, for updates from Israel. Humanitarian factors in Gaza. The Israeli army has already taken over 80% of Rafah. Are you saying is the tide changed because the white women have activated on the issue, or is that just coincidence? No, I am saying that. I'm saying that because I'm also experiencing it in my personal life too. I've never seen, I don't know, maybe I'm blinded by all of the normies that I'm both friends with and see on social media and shit. But like, bro, when you got like Ariana Grande and fucking, you know, Paramore and shit posting, like you got like celebrities posting free Palestine and shit. Like that's crazy. That's massive. It means a lot, especially because before when any celebrity chimed in, and it's not like the Pedro Pascals, it's not the Mark Ruffalos of the world. This is what's important. Okay. This is what is important to make a distinction on. Pedro Pascal, very vocal on a lot of stuff, right? I mean, directly related to Allende. That's expected. Mark Ruffalo has been an activist his entire fucking career. These are people that I, of course, am going to expect to pose about Palestine. I'm talking like people who have a very manicured persona online who never want to be polarizing. Okay? Like there are celebrities who, you know, have had celebrities who have made statements time and time again on social issues. Okay? But like when you got fucking Katy Perry, even conservatives are turning. Yeah, when you got fucking Katy Perry reposting the UNICEF post calling for a ceasefire, like that's huge, man. I'm sorry. Okay? That's huge. That's big. That's a big fucking deal. It gives courage to others, okay? You have to understand, why do I do what I fucking do? Because my goal is to, one, change your perspective, change your mind, and obviously take action personally. And when you actually have these sorts of protests, when you have people go out in the streets, that gives courage to others. That says to others that they are not alone in this. there are other voices out there who also share your anger and your animosity and your resentment towards what Israel has done. And that's an objectively good thing, because these things grow from a snowball into something massive. Serge Tankian from System of a Down had a good take.
And being an activist is a very thorny, double-edged sword.
How so?
You will lose a lot of followers if you're always honest.
And you have.
And I have. And I'm fine with that.
So it's a big System of a Down kind of shut up and sing kind of contingent?
There is.
That's so funny for System of a Down. How the fuck do you listen to System of... It's like being a shut up and sing contingency for fucking Rage Against the Machine, dude. The fuck? How are you a fucking System of a Down fan and you're like, dude, shut up and sing? What is he singing about? Like the American prison system. You know what I mean? It's like, what? Like, yeah, shut up and sing songs about unjustifiable hierarchies, which I will bob my head to. I mean, look at their own drummer. Yes, I know. SOAT has some fucking weirdos in it for sure. Surge has usually been pretty good.
There is, actually, yeah. For me, it's ludicrous to think that an artist would not be active, be it politically or socially.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, it's almost part of our job.
Dude, the lack of activism from Hollywood is appalling.
Weirdly enough, they've been super quiet as a band. No, I think Surge has posted a bunch of shit, but the thing is, there are I think he has some like nutters in his in System of a Down. Yeah, Rainn Wilson is great. Yeah, I think the drummer is like MAGA QAnon posting and shit. But do you think the encampments have helped make the less radical expressions of pro-Palestine sentiment more acceptable? Yes. Hassan's job is harder and more soul-draining than my construction job. # never forget. Dude, if you're like actually an unironic construction job worker, do you really think Keemstar has your best interest in mind, or do you think I do? Like, who do you think advocates for your fucking rights? Like the likes of people who are chirping about an out of context clip, or someone like myself? Honestly, the fuck? I'm JK, Hassan, I'm union, you're pro-union, just trolling, man. Okay, Jesus Christ. For a second, I thought you were literally fucking chirping out here like you're on a fucking mobile troll. Harder job discourse in 2024, I know. You understand celebrities supporting Palestine is every Zionist's worst nightmare, because celebrities talking about the South Africa apartheid was the beginning to the end. They would rather have Joe Biden support Palestinians than someone like Katy Perry. Yes, public pressure matters a lot in this situation. I would do my construction job any day over yours. Nah, fuck that. The reality of the matter is, if I wanted to, I could fucking quit today and work at a construction site, okay? Obviously, I don't do that because, yes, I have a very cushy fucking job. It is something that I recognize every day. Ridiculous. Like, I could stop today, your spine would break. First of all, I'm fucking brolic, bitch. Don't even come at me like that. Are you out of your mind? Do you need me to show you once again how fucking brolic I have become? Okay, are we crazy here? What's happening? You're gonna deny how fucking yacked I am? Is that what it is? Is that what we're doing now? Is that what we're doing, dude? You see that back? Does that look like the back of a man that will fucking crumble? Look at that. I don't work construction because I don't want to make everybody else look bad. You know what I mean? That's what it is. Shirt on because insecure. That is true. I am still not there. You know what I mean? That has nothing to do with construction work. Yeah, I know, dude. I just wanted to fucking show you myself lifting. Also, they're not wrong. My back would perish. My spine would perish if I worked a single fucking day in construction. I'd rather not be gaslit every 10 minutes than being fucked by a customer weekly. I mean, there's definitely downsides to what I do, but, you know, plenty of upside.
Well, Ahmad, Imran, Israeli forces claim to have taken more territory. What can you tell us about that?
Well, the National Security Advisor, HasanAbi, has been speaking to the Cannes broadcaster in Israel. He says inside Gaza, the IDF, his term, is now in control of 75% of the Philadelphia corridor, and I believe it will be in control of it all with time. Together with the Egyptians, we must ensure that weapons smuggling is prevented. He also said he expects the fighting in Gaza to continue throughout 2024 at least. Now, Very quick background on the Philadelphia corridor. It's the Israeli code name for that border area between Gaza and Egypt. And under the agreement, the Philadelphia Agreement, it's supposed to be demilitarized, but that hasn't happened. In fact, the Israelis are very clear. They want that whole corridor.
And Imran, I understand also that the Israeli military has confirmed that 3 soldiers have been killed in Rafah. What else do we know?
Well, that's exactly it. All 3, the Israeli army says, were killed by an explosive device that was set off in Rafah. 3 of the soldiers were also wounded in the incident, but that's not all. In 2 separate incidents, on Wednesday and Tuesday, 3 soldiers were wounded, as well as another one in southern Gaza. Every time a soldier dies, every time a soldier is wounded, it presents a political problem for the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. There is division in the War Cabinet. The War Cabinet is supposed to be directing...
Damn, dude. Oh, well.
The war, hence the name. And they're divided. Benny Gantz, the War Minister, and Yoav Gallant, the Defense Minister, say there needs to be a plan for the day after. What Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu keeps saying publicly is there is a plan. It's the destruction of Hamas, both politically and militarily. But voices are getting louder and louder in the Israeli military and political establishment that suggest that those goals may not happen.
All right, Imran Khan reporting from Jordan. Thank you so much.
Be sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest news from Al Jazeera.
Anthony Blinken says he can't...
Oh, here it is. Here's Mr. Potato himself. Okay, here we go. Here we fucking go.
...confirm that U.S. munitions were used...
By the way, Israel refused to confirm if U.S. weapons were used in the Rafah strike. We know that they were. Because we saw the fucking shells, dude. The fuck? What do you mean? We don't know. I'm not going to confirm. It's like, you don't have to, because there's footage. Yeah, they're Boeing.
...used in that attack.
Why can't the fucking Boeing incompetence work on their missile systems? You know what I mean? How come Boeing bombs are more reliable than the fucking airplanes, dude? Why don't the bombs fall apart before explosion? I think you're grossly overestimating the impact of these posts. I mean, ask yourself what happened when people posted the black square. I think these posts will not cause people to address the real issue. No, dude, I don't think you're understanding what I am saying. I do not think you understand the point I'm making, okay? It is different. There's a difference between sharing pro-Palestinian sentiments and sharing pro-BLM sentiments in America, okay, in the Western world. Either you're fucking baiting me at the top of the goddamn hour, even though there's 6 minutes until the top of the hour, and derailing the conversation further, or you just fail to consider the major differences between how many people share pro-Palestinian sentiment versus how many people share any kind of like pro-black sentiment, even aesthetically. People have not ever considered Palestinians as human beings. But you should probably consider the 3-minute ad break that's coming for you, and you should consider trying again and trying harder if that was what you were doing. Oh, it's bait. The top of the hour got you, haha. Okay, well, you didn't get me because I was addressing your fucking bait. Classic. Classic. Here's a 3-minute ad break now, though.
Our data analysis team says that they have evidence that they almost certainly were. A weapons expert says it was American munitions supplied and made by Boeing. Will you confirm that?
Thank you for having me on, Mark. I've got no idea.
Sorry, you've got no idea?
I've got no idea of the...
See, in this situation, you know he's going to say that, so you should be prepared. Just like you should be prepared at the top of the hour. But like, you should literally be prepared. What can you do in this situation? Immediately hit him with the photo and be like, well, this is a B-39 bomb or whatever the fuck it's called. I don't know the exact number. How did it get there? It's here is the exploded fragments of the bomb. How did it get there? A GBU-39, not B-39, a GBU-39. How did it just seemingly get there, you think? And it looks exploded. How did that happen?
Providence of the weapon used.
Hang on, you're one of the most advanced militaries in the world, and you are telling me that you can't tell me what the munition was and where it came from?
Mark, if you would have asked me before I came on for the providence of the weapon we used to kill, to eliminate 2 of these Hamas terrorists, then I would have come with that information. But an experienced journalist like yourself I find it a little bit silly that you're trying to blindside me, asking me where the weapon that we used to kill these terrorists was made. I don't have that information. I would have that information.
Well, I'm surprised that you're surprised. I'm surprised that you're surprised because your IDF colleague was able to say that this munition that was used was the smallest munition that was able to be fired from a jet. So he knows what sort of munition it was. I'm just asking you, because Antony Blinken was asked about this, why you can't confirm that these were American munitions. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, well, once again, Mark, it's a bit of a ridiculous question. I've been in communications for, I think, 40 years. I've never heard this line of questioning. I would have had the information if you would have asked it for me. I would have gone to find out who was the manufacturer of the weapon which we used to kill the terrorist. But I don't have that information. And the fact that you're making a fuss about the provenance, where this information, where the weapon was from, is slightly ridiculous. I can tell you why we fired the weapon and what the outcome was, if you want me to.
Well, let me just put this one.
I'm here to do PR for the genocide. I'm here to do PR, sir, for Israel's genocidal ambitions. Why won't you let me do my propaganda for Israel? You are coming across as quite anti-Semitic with your questions. This line of questioning is coming across quite anti-Semitic, sir.
To rest here. The reason I'm asking is that because it has become an issue in Washington. Antony Blinken has been asked about it and says he doesn't know. And the question about it is whether, if it is US weapons that are being used for an attack that clearly went wrong for whatever reason, would that then cross President Biden's red line? That's the issue.
So let me tell you what the preliminary investigation to this attack told us. Yesterday afternoon, the Army released it, and what it said was that we took all the precautions necessary to make sure that no civilians were harmed. But our investigation has found out that the smallest munition in our armory, a 17-kilogram explosive that went on a jet, which fired two of them.
No, chatter. It is not a coincidence, nor is it surprising that absolutely zero mainstream media coverage has been afforded to the ICC spying story. No, with the exception of The Guardian, of course, that wrote the article alongside and conducted the investigative reporting alongside 972 Magazine and Local Call. I have not seen it. What ICC spying story? Oh my God, I covered it for fucking hours yesterday. For the past 10 years, Israel, the Mossad, the Israeli espionage agency, has been personally harassing, offering threats, issuing threats, and even openly getting America to sanction the former ICC prosecutor, the Gambian ICC prosecutor Bensouda, smearing her and her family in Israeli newspapers, directly surveilling her communications, openly saying racist-ass bullshit, about her, like saying she's black and African. What is she gonna do? Things of that nature. Of course, unfortunately, that coverage is not making its way to CNN. But maybe 2 weeks from now, CNN will do a bombshell investigation. One can only hope.
Which went after these two terrorists. Don't forget, these were terrorists whose hands, unfortunately, were drenched with blood, not only with Israelis, but with Brits as well. You remember the case of Lucy D and her two daughters who were killed in the Jordan Valley almost exactly a year ago. I think perhaps you were here for that occurrence.
Oh, this is true. By the way, the Boeing munitions do share similar incompetency to their planes. 10% of the bombs dropped on Gaza do not explode, and they are all used to locally manufacture more numerous, smaller explosives by the resistance factions. I know. But that's not just Boeing. America supplies 65% of all arms from 2013 to 2023 to Israel. 65 or 66%. I believe the only other two countries that supply the rest of the armory for Israel is Italy and Germany. The Axis. 30% of it comes from Germany. The rest comes from Italy. And so the likelihood that these the weapons are failing, highest likelihood still goes back to America, Boeing being one of the manufacturers.
Unfortunately, due to secondary explosions, most likely caused by a Hamas arms dump in that area, very, very close to our strike.
It's crazy that he knows the weight of the bomb, but not the manufacturer. Much to consider here. What's that about? What's that about, you guys? It's just odd. He knows the weight of the bomb, but doesn't know which bomb it is and who manufactured it.
That's what happened. This Hamas arms dump, you know, let's be honest about it. The Hamas arms dump was designed to kill me, my people here in Israel, or anyone who happened to be a target of Hamas. Unfortunately, there were civilian casualties.
Yeah, we know what it is. I told you.
Extremely, we feel it's a tragic occurrence. But it's not
when will your inquiry? I get your point. I get your point. When will the inquiry be made public? The results of the inquiry be made.
By the way, they're lying when they say it's a 17-kilogram bomb. It's not. It's a 300-pound bomb, for the record. Here's a YouTube short of the GBU-39 bomb on a target dropped from an F-16. It is larger than a human, okay? The dimensions of it are larger than a human. It is a 300-pound bomb. It is still technically considered a small diameter bomb, obviously, because these things go all the way up to fucking 2,000 pounds, as you know. So they're not wrong when they say it's a small diameter bomb. It is the classification. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. When they say 17 kilogram, they might be referring to the warhead. Is that what it is? 17 kilograms of explosive materials. Yeah. By the way, here it is. Like, that's not a tiny explosion, okay? Just so you understand. Like, our understanding for all the fucking, for all the weapons autists in the chat, obviously they're fucking probably going crazy right now because their perspective is like completely fucking warped by how massive these things can get. But that is like surgical precision. Of course, they have much more surgical weapons that they could use. They have drones that they could use, for example. Like even the drones that they use, even the drones that they used on the World Central Kitchen convoy when they triple tapped them. If you remember, they literally hit, basically leaving a crater the size of like a human head on top of the car, if you recall. So that is infinitely more surgical. Not that it fucking matters. Oh God, missile technology is so fucking insane, dude. They have, I mean, we've looked at a couple of these. We've looked at a couple of the stuff. Like they have weapons that basically are like, they have missiles that are basically just like a bunch of knives, okay, that spin when it falls on a fucking target. Like you have munitions that you can set to air burst, so they explode before impact, and doesn't create a crater. So many different types of bombs. Yeah, this is the knife one, the Hellfire R9X missile. It has no warhead, it has a seeker system, and it has 6 blades. Media doesn't do this analysis. The bargaining permissiveness with regard to explosives used to slaughter civilians with any other people. We are constantly dehumanized. It's at the point where bombs are allowed at certain sizes. Using that logic, would anyone accept a Hezbollah target? Hezbollah target Tel Aviv with a high number of small munitions? It drives me insane. Of course not. Because Israelis are humans. Palestinians are not. You're absolutely correct. It is active dehumanization of Palestinians. This is why it's very important. This is why it is very, very important to offer to offer any kind of, to be excited about any kind of sentiment expressed that recognizes the humanity of Palestinians. Yep, made in California. Nice. At least Jake Tapper doesn't burp into the microphone. Yeah, guess what, dude? Fake Tapper. Owned.
Made public, do you think?
The initial results were made clear yesterday, which was extremely swift. My understanding, and again, you probably need to speak to someone from Israel's IDF to give you the precise answer, but the answer will come swiftly, and it will be transparent, and in the same way that when we've made mistakes in this war, which of course this is not a war that we wanted, a war that we asked for, but when we have made mistakes, we have held
I made this earlier for myself to visualize the shrapnel kill radius 400 yards of the 2,000 pound bombs Israel uses. After all your coverage, I still couldn't believe it. Yeah. It is insane, dude. Do you think Murat's facility made it? No.
Our hands up. But in this case, what it looks like has happened is that in a Hamas arms dump caught fire. It caused a huge fire that was backed up by telephone calls we intercepted from Hamas, and they pretty much confirmed that fact. So I expect it to be coming out very, very short.
You've seen the projects Murat has worked on. He makes commercial spacecraft. He makes commercial satellites.
Within a number of days.
Okay. Yesterday on this program, the former Prime Minister Ehud Olmert said there should be an end to the fighting now. He called it a stalled war. He said we should get the hostages out and that after that, Benjamin Netanyahu should go. I just wonder what your reaction is to that. Why would that be a bad idea?
So we are, of course, a vibrant democracy, and even within Israel's war cabinet, you don't need to go to former prime ministers to hear dissenting views and people airing their views. It's a national characteristic here in Israel for people to say how they feel.
Yeah, Israel is such a vibrant democracy as long as you don't say pro-Palestinian shit, in which case not so vibrant any longer. In which case not so democratic or vibrant at all, actually. We vibrantly start vibrating.
People don't hold things up here.
Two funny stories. The first Haaretz article, black line by the IDF censor as a fuck you instead of cutting shit. Haaretz published the piece with the black lines. The second has to do with the ICC story. Remember I said Yossi Cohen was kicked out of the Congo in 2022? Well, it turns out that piece included the link with Bensouda, but was censored. Journalist Gur Megiddo wanted to publish an article revealing that tomorrow, but he was censored too. In 2023, over 600 articles were censored by the IDF censors, which democracy, by the way. And it's not like Haaretz is a fucking anti-Zionist outlet, okay? They do have some brilliant anti-Zionist reporters, op-ed writers, Gideon Levy being one of them, but it doesn't change the reality that Haaretz is definitely, at best, overall, I would say, a liberal Zionist paper. It's the furthest left in the major papers you can get to, but it's no 972 magazine, you know what I mean? Amira Haas too. Yeah, Israel is such a vibrant democracy where political discourse thrives between how hard we will genocide the Palestinians. Some people want to go super hard. Some people want to go not as hard, right? But they still want to do the genocide of the Palestinians. That is the categorization. That is the neat little confines of what is permissible speech in Israel.
Say how they feel, maybe a little bit too much. But, you shouldn't be taken in by that point.
What? I can't wait for Israel to wipe Palestine off the map. This world has no need for terrorists with no morals and laws from 1960. I've never seen a country that needs to be put in check more than Palestine. How you sit there and defend them is absolutely insane. You're literally promoting terrorist activity. My friend, I have not once ever defended Israel. I do take offense to you saying I promote terrorist activity. I have not defended Israel, nor have I defended America. It is cool, and I welcome you recognizing the statehood of Palestine and Palestinians, sovereignty for the Palestinians. So that's cool. So that's great. I guess the official Israeli recognition for Palestine is near. It is also additionally ironic that you are literally saying, I can't wait for Israel to wipe Palestine off the map. The world has no need for terrorists with no morals and laws from 1960. I agree with you, which is why the Zionist apartheid regime will dissolve inevitably. And you will keep chirping. You will keep chirping all the way. It's cool. These dudes, this, by the way, here's another thing. Okay? This kind of sentiment was literally, no need to promote terrorists is sick. I'm not. Once again, I will repeat myself. I have not once and never will promote Israel or the United States of America. Okay? I do want to explain something here, though, because those are the real terrorists. Those are the actual. You're claiming USA are terrorists? Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, I am. Please explain. Explain. It's called the War on Terror. Have you seen it? Have you seen the consequences of it? 1 million Iraqis dead, tens of millions displaced in the entire region. America's history of coups, fascist coups in Latin America in Africa, in pretty much every fucking continent, America's covert operations under the auspices of NATO in Western Europe. The fuck? America's operations in Asia, Indonesia, America's defense for war criminals. Oh my God, you need help? You're sick in the head, dude. Brother, it is no measure of health to be well adjusted to an absolutely sick in the brain, diseased society. Okay? But having said that, if you think I'm sick in the head for literally explaining to you real historical moments from America's long history of fascism, I don't know what to tell you. Okay? We do not have a genuine understanding here. What you consider to be terrorism and what I consider to be terrorism are entirely different. Now, having said that, what? Come on, dude. Please don't make Western Europeans like some kind of victim to America to different degrees. Western Europe absolutely was victimized by America KKK. What the fuck are we talking about? What do you think Operation Gladio is? Why do you think Western Europe is the way that it is? It's not the same to the same degree. It's not like Nicaraguan death squads or whatever, but they had their own version, you know? Anyway, you have to remember something. This kind of sentiment was literally the majority of chat post October 8 for months. Okay? Like, think about how much we heard this shit if you were in here since then versus how little you hear now. Not a majority, but like there was a fucking good third of the chat that was constantly chirping like this. Now think about the situation and how little you hear this kind of sentiment expressed in the chat. It's obviously marginal, but it is a microcosm of a much greater trend. Perhaps there's a reason why, for example, the New York Times offered endless amounts of coverage to Ukraine when Russia invaded Ukraine in an unjustifiable act, and yet very little coverage from the Daily is afforded to Palestinians. It is shocking, almost. It's because a lot of people who are Zionists don't want to fucking hear about it anymore because they recognize that it's gotten to a place where it's indefensible. All of these things, in my opinion, show a genuine attitude change. People just want to stop talking about it. They want to stop thinking about it. That's why Scooter Braun is no longer saying Israel has a right to defend itself by murdering as many babies as possible, but instead saying, hey, how about we say children of all sides are important? Basically, what has become is they're now moving from Palestinian lives don't matter to all lives matter. Okay? Still means the same thing, but aesthetically, they've changed course. Before, they were openly saying Palestinian lives don't matter. Now they're saying all lives matter, actually. Come on, please. Anyway, that chatter is basically this, by the way.
That if there is not the strength of will on the part of the Afrikaner to follow the course he's chosen and to do it to a certain extent ruthlessly, although I would say he will always try to justify it vis-a-vis certain moral principles. But if this is missing, I mean, we have lost. Then we must capitulate. Then we have no policy.
The Afrikaner is of European stock. Our traditions are European, but we evolved a different set of traditions to suit our being an African people.
It's kind of crazy because this dude would fail the pencil test.
Now, and we differ from the English
like that dude literally would fail the pencil test. What is he doing?
Small respect, but we differ very greatly from the other peoples who inhabit this country.
Yes,
the pencil test is the pencil test was a test used in South Africa in the apartheid to figure out if you were white or not. They would take a pencil and stick it in your head, and if it stuck instead of falling, they would consider you to be not sufficiently white. How you know about the pencil test, Unc? Come on, dude. In your hair, not head. Oh, sorry. Stick the pencil in your hair. Do I have a pencil? I have a pen. See, I can say the C word. This is why I'm allowed to say the C word. It fell. Always in black people's business. That's why you're right. I should, as a political commentator, refrain from talking about white supremacy. Why did you censor the word black? Are you okay? What is happening? Awfully suspicious that you're talking about the bombing of Black Wall Street. Or the move bombing in 1985. Constantly finding yourself in black people's business, dude. Get out of here.
I think that each man has been given his piece of country and the right to vote in his country, and that is fair. Because if you have to put, if we have to say one man, one vote in South Africa and just leave it open, then the white is not going to get a fair share because he has contributed economically to making this country what it is today. And if you say tomorrow, one man, one vote, then he doesn't, there is no chance for him. So it's better that each person be given the chance to have his piece of country and decide how he wants to live and what he wants to do with his country there.
Yep. This is all I hear now when Zionists talk about a two-state solution. I don't have the bandwidth for any greater nuance on this issue. Video no longer available because the account associated has been terminated. This is from Matt Leck, back from November 10, 2023. But it is identical. It is identical. It is identical. And inshallah, one day it will go the way of Rhodesia. You might be wondering, what is Rhodesia? The answer to that is exactly. Exactly. Israel to was real. What is this? The Zionist project is a genocidal colonial enterprise. The country of Nigeria's existence did not create Boko Haram. I understand this is hard to follow because you're racist and not smart. How your country was formed. Between 1967 and 1970, millions of people, mostly civilians, died when mass atrocities erupted during the... Oh, shit. Gotta open the door. Nigeria-Biafra War. Survivors of this brutal war and near starvation caused by government blockades of the region have been displaced and living with traumatic memories for decades. You clearly know nothing about the history of the country and you're just Googling Nigeria genocide, the post screenshots without understanding anything. The Jew the protocols warned you about? Tired returning IDF soldier, 24 Instagram for memes and DMs. Anyway, yes, Nigeria mentioned. Oh, I was going to show you was real and it's a beautiful democracy. This is Rasha, a Palestinian citizen of Israel. She's a beauty shop owner in very north of Israel who couldn't be further from Gaza in Majd al-Krum. Her crime, a social media post expressing sadness and solidarity with Palestinians in Rafah after the 10th massacre. Good thing she lives in a democratic country. Here's that vibrant democracy in action, baby. Don't you love democracy, dude? Don't you love the democratic process at play? Remember, no apartheid, by the way. Just, where is the apartheid? Oh, Hamas. That's the real apartheid. Hamas. Yeah, Netanyahu called the Rafah massacre tragic, but if a Palestinian citizen of Israel expresses sympathy for those tragically killed, it's literally a crime. Yeah, this is not the Gestapo at all, dude. Totally. It's very fucked up to make that comparison. How dare you? How dare you? Right? Remember? Why are they blindfolding her? Is that normal procedure? I don't fucking know about the blindfold. Maybe a Israeli chatter can elaborate on that, but I don't know.
Because I can tell you that here on the ground amongst Israel's people, there is, I think, maybe 80% support for the war objectives, which are...
I mean, I suspect the intention for the blindfold is humiliation, humiliation and intimidation, but I just don't know what they claim or how, whether or not if it's like a normal operational procedure.
To destroy Hamas, to bring our hostages home, 125 people still held by Hamas unjustly, some of them being killed, but many of them...
Yeah. Shut the fuck up, dumbass. All right. Here is the Mexico Flexican situation. The Flexicans are rising up.
Her death is just one of nearly 15,000 children killed in Gaza since the war began in October, according to the UN's Human Rights Office. Her name is now a rallying cry around the world for what the United Nations calls atrocities taking place in Gaza. But her death has been shrouded in mystery. Her name is Hind Rajab, and she was just 5 years old when she was killed with her family trapped in a vehicle. Her face spread across social media, her name shared online, put on posters, emblazoned on a banner unfurled during the Columbia University protests, renaming their academic building Hind Hall in her honor. In tonight's Prime Focus, ABC's Marcus Moore reports on Hind's death and retraces the moments right before she died, on the phone with medics, pleading for help.
Monday, the 29th of January, Gaza City. 5-year-old Hind Rajab is scared and alone. At 9:32 that morning, as war raged closer to her family in the west of the city, the Israeli army issues an urgent order on social media for residents to leave the area. Hind's family split up, grab what they can, and go. A quarter-mile from home, the vehicle Hind is in with 6 other members of her family comes under fire. Medical dispatchers at the Palestinian Red Crescent call them on the phone trying to help. At around 2:30 p.m., they reach Hind's cousin, Layan. She's in the back seat next to her, and this is part of that call.
Hello? Yeah, by the way, this is literally an incident when recalling on CNN, they called Hind, who is 6 years old, a woman. Call her a woman, a young woman, or 5-year-old. Sorry, not that it. I mean, not that it matters. I mean, 6'5". What are we talking about here? It's a baby. Okay, it's a child.
الو مرحبا الدبابة جنبك انتوا متخبيين؟ في السيارة احنا جنبينا الدبابة.
As shots ring out,
Hello? Hello?
The line goes silent. Moments later, it is Hind who picks up the phone.
Remember that chatter that tried to talk about the tank doctrine? Remember that chatter that talked about the tank doctrine and said, like, this person and their family had to be fucking ruthlessly slaughtered? HasanAbi should end himself? Yeah. Thanks for the input, man. Gaming Panther, been in the fucking community since 2022. First message. HasanAbi should end himself. Yeah. That's nice, dude. For what? For offering coverage of Israeli war crimes? That's what we're doing? For offering coverage of the Israeli genocide? You should probably reorient your priorities. If you have this level of reaction for a person talking about Israel's war crimes, if this is the attitude that you demonstrate for a person talking about Israeli war crimes and you have less interest in the war crimes themselves, your priorities are broken. All right? I unbanned you.
Just after 5:40 p.m., 2 paramedics, Yusuf Zaino and Ahmed Al-Madhoun, are urgently dispatched to where Hind is trapped and surrounded, roughly 2 miles away. By this time, Hind has been on the phone for more than 3 hours, and it's getting dark.
خليكي يا عمري بالسيارة أنا حتمني فاتح الخط معاكي أتمني أحكي معك ما بدي أسكر التليفون تمام؟ الدبابة جنبية الدبابة وين؟ جنبية الدبابة جنبكم؟ ما عم تتحرك ولا واقف نزل حدا منها؟ لا بتتحرك هي جاية عليكي من قدام السيارة الدبابة؟ قريب كتير؟ كتير وعم تمشي؟
By 6 p.m., those paramedics are close. They radio their operators.
خليك معي شايف السيارة أنت؟ مش شايف مشغل السرينة واللواح؟ السرينة لا
They blow up the ambulance too. Yeah. Israeli tank doctrine. Yep. I'm shocked that they're doing this. The conversations are not a recreation. It's real audio.
Their line goes silent. By now, Red Crescent dispatchers had managed to patch Hind's mother, Wessam, into the call, hoping that it might calm the scared little girl. When that bang echoed through the phone line, Wessam cried out to her daughter, using her nickname, Anud.
هاي يا زين
ام هند
بخير؟ الحمد لله الحمد لله
بخير هي بخير.
The team did what they could to keep her talking, but it was clear that the child's thoughts were drifting. She just kept saying, "Come get me, quickly." And finally, they lose contact altogether. For the next 12 days, as the fighting still raged, no one knew for sure what exactly happened or where Hind was. Her mother begged the international community not to forget her daughter and to bring her home. Appealing for information, the Red Crescent posts photos of Hind and the paramedics on social media. The story goes viral. When a Palestinian civil defense crew finally reached the area, the scene was absolute carnage. The ambulance containing the two paramedics was decimated, charred and crushed. And just 50 yards away, the bullet-riddled remains of a black car. Inside, the bodies of Hind, Leanne, and 5 more family members shot to death. The U.S. State Department called for an investigation.
We are devastated about the reports of the death of
Aww.
Hind Rajab.
Gaming Panther that asked me to kill myself was site-wide banned. Or maybe he was site-wide banned for asking me to, asking to get me him a McDonald's. 2019 account, by the way. That's sad, man. Sorry, Gaming Panther.
We have asked the Israeli authorities to investigate this incident on an urgent basis. We understand that they are doing so. We expect to see those results on a timely fashion, and they should include accountability measures as appropriate.
On February 25th, the Israeli Defense Force issues a statement saying that from their preliminary inspection, it appears the IDF troops were not present near the vehicle or within firing range of the described vehicle in which the girl was found. Satellite imagery of the area recently published by Planet Labs and dated January 29th contradicts that claim. It shows what appears to be 4 Israeli armored vehicles roughly 300 yards from where Hind was trapped in her uncle's car. A Washington Post investigation using dispatcher recordings, photos, and videos of the aftermath, and more than a dozen interviews with military, satellite, munitions, and audio experts found more than a dozen Israeli armored vehicles visible within a quarter mile of the Hamada family car, and that the sound of the gunfire from the car with Leanne and evidence from photos of the bullet holes in the car were consistent with weapons.
Typical Israeli investigation, by the way. They never even conduct an investigation normally. They don't even do that until it becomes a PR problem for them. Then they conduct an investigation, and find no wrongdoing. A shocker.
Used by the Israeli army. The 7 family members, including Hind, were buried at Al-Shifa Hospital.
والله ما تخيلت هاللحظة ما تخيلتش ولا ثانية ولا خطر في بالي لو دقيقة إنها ممكن هند تجيني مستشهدة ولا لحظة ولا ثانية كل شوية ولا.
The Hamas-run health ministry in Gaza now says more than 35,000 people have been killed so far in this war, and more than 13,000 recorded as children. Rana Faki was the calming voice on the other end of the line with Hind. She's seen so much during her time as a Red Crescent dispatcher, but it is the innocence she heard on the call with Hind that brings her to tears today. I want to ask you about the call and while you were on the phone with Hind.
هو كان صوت طفلة حزينة مرتجف. انت خلتني ارجع. تحكي ليش انه هلا يعني خلص خليني احكي لك شو اللي صار انه اذا بدي ارجع يعني ما تخليني هلا انا بتحكي معي لا.
Faki was back at work the day after Hind's body was found. There were more calls to answer. The office walls here pay homage to her colleagues who've been killed, 15 of them, they say, since the start of the war, leaving many to wonder, will there ever be justice for those killed? And will there be justice for Hind Rajab? Are you confident that there will be an investigation and that it will answer the questions of what actually happened?
Did the American police get investigating themselves and lie about the results of those investigations from Israel too? No, that's just regular fascist bullshit. That's every instrument of war and violence will always obviously conduct these bullshit investigations. That's just normal shit.
بصراحة لا يعني اللي عم بشوف على أرض الواقع هي الموضوع كمان هلأ مش بس هند. إذا بدنا نيجي نحكي عن الوضع اللي بغزة موجود كان في تحرك.
If we don't want to talk about the situation in Gaza, I don't trust that it will change. Oh, by the way, Prem Tucker, Intercept reporter, has been on the Hind Rajab questions. It has been 101 days. Well, now it's been 103 days, but when he asked the question...
Secondly, it's been 101 days now since Hind Rajab, her family members, medics sent to save her were killed. So first question related to that is there an update on the investigation into that attack?
I don't have anyone. I'm happy to go back and get you the latest.
Okay. So she's one of 14,000 kids killed. Israeli forces have killed those World Central Kitchen workers. Of course, there's 100 more. President Biden admits Israel has killed civilians with U.S. weapons. We have the delay of the memo as to whether or not the U.S. determines whether Israel has violated national law. With all of this, I understand, there's been a pause on one shipment of weapons. You have said, other shipments are under review. But how did the U.S. feel comfortable sending Israel $17 billion if we can't get answers to any of this? And how can it justify sending any more weapons at this point?
So two things can be true at the same time, and two things are true at the same time here. One, that we do have concerns about certain ways that Israel has conducted operations. We've been open and forthright about those. We've engaged with the government of Israel about ways they can improve their operations to minimize civilian harm. We've seen them take some steps. We haven't seen them take enough, and of course that has led us to have concerns about how a RAFAH operation would unfold. That is one thing that's true. The other thing that's true is that we are committed to Israel's defense. Israel is a democracy.
He's saying this as an answer to the ruthless murder of a 5-year-old and her entire family and the subsequent medics that came in a clearly defined ambulance. Like, Israel has a right to defend itself against a 5-year-old, her entire civilian family, and the medic team that came. It just, every aspect of this is a war crime on top of a war crime. Yeah.
In the Middle East, that is a longtime ally of the United States with whom we share many values, that faces a number of threats from its neighbors, faces a number of threats from terrorist groups, and we are not going to abandon Israel in the face of those threats. And that includes spending every dime that is contained in the supplemental for Israel's defense. I would also add that there is money in that supplemental for humanitarian relief efforts for the Palestinian people, and we intend to spend every dime of that money as well.
Oh, yeah. The Palestinian Red Crescent also obviously engaged in deconfliction, as they always do. When going to Hind Rajab's car, they were murdered regardless. Just like the World Central Kitchen aid workers also gave prior notice to the Israeli government and were murdered regardless. Just something to consider. There was no such coverage of this in Western media.
Hind's mother is staying at a refugee camp in central Gaza, enduring the unimaginable pain of losing a child. And while surrounded by the horrors of this war, she is moved by the way Hind's story has galvanized worldwide protest over the bloodshed in Gaza. She only hopes it will inspire those still fighting to choose peace.
Our thanks to Marcus Moore for that story. After the IDF initially denied their troops had been in the area when Hind was killed, a State Department spokesperson told ABC News last week the Israelis, quote, told us there had in fact been IDF units in the area, but the IDF claims they had no knowledge or involvement in the type of strike described.
The jurors in the hush money case against Donald Trump had agreed to stay late at the courthouse to allow the prosecution to finish its closing argument.
Oh, okay then. Guys, you don't understand. It's okay then. Here, let's see what...
You were in Israel?
Yes. They had a brainstorming session because everyone was mad at them for dropping Mark 84s on the exact place they told people to evacuate to, and this is what they came up with. A 73-year-old who makes the worst movies of all time and the annoying news lady crying together.
You were in Israel?
Yes.
Since the war started. How was that trip?
The most powerful experience of my life.
Really?
I'm sure, yeah.
Why?
You just...
Are you thinking of someone in particular?
The thing is, this would totally be a valid feeling in any other context. Israel took away the right or the moment to grieve from people by immediately, on the day of, and then immediately after, launching an unimaginable campaign of violence. It's also, it rings hollow when you see him do this 8 months after. This instance in the north barely scratches it in the south. Interior police have been engaged in Operation Good Neighborliness, where they arrest pals en masse because of 5 supposed suspects. For a week now, thousands have been locked in their homes, facing police brutality and raids as cops roam the streets. 8-year-olds have had guns pushed against their chests, students beaten. It's ironic Tirabin is next to Rahat, the Bedouin town attacked on October 7, paraded by Israeli libs for months.
Sorry.
It's ironic to call this honesty. That's cool, man. This is going to turn the fucking page. It's really going to move the needle back in the direction you want to. Oh, here's Ed O'Keefe, by the way. On his way to a campaign event in Philadelphia, Joe Biden is asked if he'd serve all 4 years of a second term. His answer, will you be serving full 4-year term or handing over power to VP Harris? Biden laughs. Are you okay? Points to head. Are you all right? You're not hurt, are you? I can't hear you. Can you approach? I said, are you okay? Did you fall on your head or something? It was just like typical Biden shit. Okay, we covered that. John Kirby likens Israeli airstrike that killed civilians to U.S. bombings in Iraq, Afghanistan. We did the same thing. Bro, that's a self-report. Jabuki had a Seinfeld take. Come on, man. Freaks hanging out with freaks. Bronx Representative Richard Torres was hosted last night at the home of the controversial far-right Trump supporter and PR exec Ron Tarosian, who was also known for alleged association with Pamela Geller, who was an anti-Muslim activist, herself known for multiple controversies, including pushing Obama birtherism. Nice. All right. Let's get to the lib shit for a little bit. Okay. The Trump hush money trial is happening. Jury deliberations are occurring as we speak. There is a ticker on the CNN website. They are, we're very excited about justice being served.
Arguments in the case. So it was nearly early evening when the former...
Did you learn that Divorcelli is going to Israel, Palestine to talk to people there? He's not going to Israel, Palestine. He's doing a media tour, most likely, I suspect, paid for by the Israeli government. Who gives a shit?
President finally emerged for a quick raised fist and then into his motorcade and away.
After 5 weeks of trial, the case is now wrapping up, and it will be up to the jury to decide whether or not to convict Donald Trump in the first case of its kind in U.S. history.
A smattering of hardcore Trump supporters lined the streets, determined to defend the former president.
This is a disrespect of the office of the presidency. This is not how America operates. But as everybody keeps saying, nobody in this country is above the law, even a president or a former president. This is nonsense. I don't even want to hear that crap.
No, he should not be above the law, but he should not be an artificial target of the law. You cannot have the law weaponized.
I hope every one of these asses thoughts about using the N-word. Are you kidding me? He's going to Israel. The fuck are you talking about? They're going to say it with him at Ethiopian Jews. The fuck?
This way.
It was then that Trump's legal team, including his top lawyer, Todd Blanche, emerged.
Ask you how you think it went today, gentlemen. Do you think you're going to get your client off? Do you think Mr. Trump will be acquitted? Do you think you'll spare him the conviction? Should you spare him the conviction? You're defending Donald Trump here in probably the most consequential criminal case in U.S. history. Just tell us why he shouldn't be convicted.
Earlier in his summing up, Blanche had described Michael Cohen, Trump's former fixer, who paid the hush money to silence Stormy Daniels, as the greatest liar of all time. A fact not disputed when the prosecutor against Trump made his final argument. We didn't choose Michael Cohen to be our witness. We didn't pick him up at the witness store. The defendant chose Michael Cohen to be his fixer because he was willing to cheat and lie on his behalf. Donald Trump denies the affair, and his lawyers argue the money was only paid.
It's probably my favorite defense tactic in cases like this, because it's my favorite defense tactic because, yeah, of course the fucking witness is going to be unreliable. Like, you can call into question their moral character. They went to fucking jail for the crime that they committed for the person who is now being prosecuted. You're now prosecuting the guy who gave the order. You can't, like, it's the funniest way to try and tell a jury, like, well, this guy's a real liar can you trust him? And it's like, yeah, he was a real liar hired to lie for the guy who is currently in the process of being prosecuted for making the other guy lie for him. Yeah, it's like fucking hiring a hitman as like a mob boss and then standing trial when the hitman is already in jail and going, can you trust this hitman? After all, he murders people. It's like, yeah, for you, dude. What are you talking about? Obviously, you know, you're going to do that anyway because you're a defense attorney. That's your job, but it is pretty funny. Former President Trump, Mother Teresa could not beat these charges. These charges are rigged. The whole thing is rigged. Oh my God, he's so fucking fire. He's on fire, dude.
Charges from the judge, who's, as you know, very conflicted and corrupt because of the confliction, very, very corrupt.
Wait, if he's conflicted, why is he corrupt?
Mother Teresa could not beat these charges. These charges are rigged. The whole thing is rigged. The whole country's a mess between the borders and fake elections, and you have a trial like this where the judge is so conflicted he can't breathe. He's got to do his job, and it's not for me, that I can tell you. It's a disgrace, and I mean that. Mother Teresa could not beat those charges, but we'll see. We'll see how we do. I would say, in listening to the charges from the judge.
That's awesome. Mother Teresa couldn't beat those charges aligned? Yes, much better than anything Joe Biden can cook up. Joe Biden's out here being like, at the top of the hour, Jack, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, then all you need to do is subscribe. For $5 or for free, every American will be able to subscribe to the HasanAbi broadcast and avoid the top of the hour ad break. That's right. Cut the malarkey, Jack. Here it is now. Why? Imagine he beats these charges. What happens then? He's going to fucking beat the case. What do you mean? My goat.
Paid to Miss Daniels to save his wife Melania from embarrassment.
As they begin their deliberations today, jurors need to decide whether or not, in lying about how he reimbursed Cohen for the hush money, as prosecutors allege he did, Donald Trump intentionally sought to defraud voters on the eve of the 2016 election by silencing Stormy Daniels and her allegations of an affair, which he believed could hurt his chances of winning the presidency.
This trial is rigged. Thank you.
If they believe he did commit those crimes, then they'll convict Donald Trump. If they don't, then the former and perhaps future president will walk free.
I think these notes, I think what's positive, though, about these notes.
Bro, he's walking free regardless. What do you mean? He ain't getting prison time for that. That's just crazy. The jury deliberations have taken 5 hours so far because they're thinking about all the books they're going to write about indicting arresting a president.
Is that it really shows the jury is actually doing.
Bro, if you ask me one more fucking time, who should Palestinian Americans vote for? I'm going to lose my goddamn mind. I don't know, man. I don't know. Stop asking me. As a Palestinian American, who the fuck should I vote for? My cousins all want to vote Trump. I don't know why your fucking cousins are dumb enough to think that like Trump is going to be better by any means. He's not. Trump is literally responsible for October 7 and the inevitable Israeli response. It's ridiculous. The one guy that's like just marginally, just a little bit worse than Biden on Palestine is Trump. What the fuck are we talking about? Vote for whoever the fuck you want, or don't vote, or we'll definitely do vote down ballot for sure, and for ballot measures and all that good stuff. Vote local for sure. And do whatever the fuck you want at the top of the ticket. I'm not going to sit here and tell you what to do. Okay.
Doing their job and deliberating.
I'm telling you, I don't care.
What Donald Trump kind of was saying that concerned me was he was delegitimizing the jury system by saying I can't get a fair trial in New York. People are going to be biased against me. If that were the case, they would just have a knee-jerk reaction and potentially just convict him. And this really shows they're listening, they're thinking, they're looking at the evidence. They want to read back, they want the law read back to them. They want certain parts of the testimony so they can analyze it. And whatever the verdict is, we have to respect it. And I think the legitimacy of the jury system and of the criminal justice system is important, whatever the verdict is. But I think this is a very positive sign because it shows they're taking their job very seriously and they're being thoughtful.
So Judge Merchan said deliberations are going to start again at 9:30 a.m. Eastern tomorrow, and he has dismissed the jury for the day. The jury is leaving.
The reason he's doing that is because it is going to now take the court reporter and the parties hours, literally hours, to agree to identify in the transcript exactly which portions of the transcript are responsive to these notes. Because it's not like they said, we want all of the readback of David Pecker's testimony. They want a certain specific part of David Pecker's testimony. And that could be in multiple places, right? There could be a question on direct or a series of questions on the direct. There could be more questions later on in the direct and then parts of cross. And what's going to happen is the court reporter is going to have to identify each and every place that is responsive to that note in both direct and cross. Then the parties are going to have to agree that that's the only place in the transcripts that it exists. And then it'll be read back to them. The court reporter is the one who does the read back, both of the judge's instruction and of the testimony in New York. So you'll have the court reporter who will be speaking for a long time tomorrow. But I bet even at 9:30, we might not get started because the jury will come in, the judge will send them back to continue to deliberate. They can continue to deliberate even while the parties are answering the notes and looking for things. It's not like things stop at that time. But it's going to take some time to get the answers to these questions to the point where it can then be read back to the jury.
So Tom Dupree, is the reason that he dismissed them for the day just because it's 4:07, almost 4:30, which is when he would dismiss them anyway? Might as well just let him have the 20 minutes kind of thing?
That's probably what was going through his mind. I mean, it is interesting, given that the jury, they deliberated late last night, so you could at least see maybe the jury would be interested in continuing to deliberate.
I still can't believe this chat was so fucking stupid enough to think you actually took a day off because the dude's name was Pecker. Yeah, I mean, that was not the brightest moment for this community. When people unironically listen to like a joke that I made about how, oops, I got to take the day off tomorrow. I had something come up as they were talking about David Pecker. And like hella people were like, what? You're live today? I thought you were taking the day off. That was crazy, bro. Actually fucking crazy. Not our best moment. Once again, another instance where this community is its own worst enemy. When people respond a joke with a joke. No, there were actually people that went from joking to unironically saying I wasn't going to fucking stream and duping a bunch of people along the way. Like there were people who were joking, then people who took that joke seriously, went along with it, and literally informed others that I wasn't going to be live. It was wild.
Deliberate, but I could also see them wanting a break. I mean, they certainly had a very long day yesterday. They finally got the case today, and now they're just going to be sitting there awaiting this information that they have indicated is very important to their decision-making process. The thing that interests me, Jake, by this, you asked about the significance, is that these requests came, relatively speaking, early on in the deliberative process, which tells me this is also a jury that kind of got down to business. In other words, they didn't spend hours and hours kind of, venting or, unburdening themselves of their feelings in the case. They immediately plunged into the record and within a reasonable amount of time decided these are the specific pieces of information we want to hear back. We want to get more because we've already identified these bits of testimony as critical to our deliberation. So they're moving quickly.
And as Karen assessed, Judge Merchan told the attorneys that they cannot leave the courtroom. The jurors have left, but the attorneys cannot leave the courtroom until they agree on the transcript that will be read back tomorrow. Tim Parlatore, are we going to find out, we in the public going to find out what 4 specific requests from the testimony, 3 from Pecker, 1 from Cohen, that they requested? Is that something that we will learn, or no, this is all just private jury information?
Oh, no. So the judge has read the note aloud into the record. So everybody who's in the courtroom knows what specific questions they've asked. And so now both sides are trying to compile what is responsive to that. And there will be some back and forth about sometimes one side will try and add in an extra page that they think is advantageous to them, and the other side will say that's not really responsive.
Right, sneaking in something
and so
to cook it.
This part of the process is interesting because I agree with you that a lot of these things would be a whole lot easier if we just give them the instructions. Giving them the transcript is a little bit more complicated. because you have to remember these transcripts are not certified yet. They do contain errors. Sometimes when you get the draft transcript, you see that the court reporter accidentally wrote down no when the answer was yes.
Right.
Things like that. And so you can't give them the transcript, but this gives a great opportunity for the attorneys to see kind of where is the jury going, and for the client to be able to lose their mind just a little bit more and trying to figure out what they're doing.
Yeah.
And what I always find interesting is not just the questions asked, but during the readback, I watch the jury and I see what are they doing. And sometimes you'll see facial expressions. I've seen it even where when it comes to that key line in the testimony, all of a sudden one juror will look down at the other. See, and that's when you sit there and the client's like, "Is that a good thing?"
Right. That's funny.
That's because readback is in open court.
Yeah.
So we will all.
We're all going to know what they read. And Jamie Gangel, right now, you talk about clients going crazy, and again, for any defendant, this is not fun. And Donald Trump is a defendant, so it's not fun for him right now. And Todd Blanche, his defense attorney, asked the judge, "Can my client, the former president, Donald Trump, go across the hall while the lawyers are working on finalizing the transcript, which could take hours?" Judge Merchan said that's okay, but Trump cannot leave the building. And Trump is apparently leaning back in his chair with his arm up on the chair back, gesturing as he talks to Blanche and Beauvais, two of his attorneys. Blanche is laughing. Trump, we saw him walk out. Trump is up from his seat, leaving with Don Jr. Total deliberation time today, 4 hours, 37 minutes. And Jamie Gangel, the guy's running for president, and I'm not saying whether it's right or wrong, but this has got to be frustrating. He's stuck in this courthouse.
Well, let's put aside running for president, because there were a lot of days during these 6 weeks where he could have gone out and campaigned, and he chose to campaign from the courthouse steps or the courthouse hallway. I will say, I think look, Donald Trump doesn't like anyone telling him what to do or where to be. Look at Tim Parlatore nodding. So he doesn't like the fact that he has to stick around the courthouse. And someone I know who was in that holding room with him, tells me it is not a very pleasant place. Like the rest of the building, it is old, it is dirty. I gather there's an old air conditioning unit in the window. Not Donald.
Oh my God. They're running for time, bro, for two reasons. One, they want to make this shit like important for liberals, even though they don't care. Like liberals, they can't get them to care about this shit. And two, every moment spent covering this dumb shit, you don't have to cover Israel's genocide.
Donald Trump's style.
Yeah, that courthouse is a dump.
But
I don't think I'm
the
talking
one
out of
thing
school.
about being in the holding room,
Yeah.
we're not watching his face in the courtroom.
Right, so he doesn't have to worry
Correct.
about
He has privacy.
anybody commenting because he closed his eyes for 5 seconds. Everyone stick around. The jury has stopped deliberating for the day after 4 hours, 37 minutes of deliberation. So we just want to note that we have stopped. Where is it? We have stopped our clock right here. Let's bring in CNN's Caitlin Collins, who's outside the court. And Caitlin, what do you make of the jury's notes late this afternoon and this rather early dismissal for the jury?
Well, Jake, obviously this is a question that the Trump team is going to be trying to dissect, just like we are, in the sense of what this means for them. At first glance, I mean, obviously if they're trying to read David Pecker's testimony, which the prosecution framed in their closing arguments late into the evening last night, I was there inside the courtroom as they did that. I mean, the prosecution framed it as damning for Donald Trump and saying that what David Pecker, someone who had no axe to grind against Donald Trump, had to say by putting Trump in the room and talking about how
I'm Hassan Wawa. They aren't talking about what I want them to talk about. Dude, this is a pretty big historical case. Maybe pull your head out. What are you talking about? It is historically unprecedented, but it doesn't mean that like this is that significant of a fucking case, because it's not like he's going to go to jail. And beyond that, the crimes that we're talking about are like pretty fucking minor. Are you okay? My criticism of the coverage is them trying to manufacture some kind of sensationalist propaganda surrounding this issue. And most people don't give a fuck about it. First criminal indictment of a president. I know, man. I know. It's a big fucking deal. It is historically unprecedented in the United States of America. Okay? Historically unprecedented. Not unprecedented in the Western world, though. Shit happens to fucking European. Just say I have a point and move back to Israel. No, you don't have a fucking point. Why are you trying to argue with me on this? Nobody gives a fuck about this, dumbass. Trump supporters don't give a shit about it. Liberals don't give a shit about it. You're just in here because you give more of a shit, not about this, but about debating. That's it. You're literally demonstrating how little you care about it because you immediately fucking capitulated and said, just say I'm right. Now you're going to go back to the fucking shithole you came from and write a Reddit post about how you own me in the marketplace of ideas or some shit. Demonstrating, once again, you don't give a fuck about the criminal case against Donald Trump and do give a fuck about just the argument itself. He does have a point. The argument is that, no, I'm not saying it's to distract liberals from Gaza. I said they're looking to fucking fill time with anything they can about domestic issues, and there's nothing going on in American politics. And the most significant issue to cover right now is Biden's red line and his inconsistency, even from the framework that Americans do care about. And the idea that most people don't care about Gaza is also wrong. You're fucking objectively wrong. Don't give me the goddamn polling, okay? The notion that like Americans just don't want to talk about Gaza or think about Gaza is also incorrect. Yeah, this is CNN's desperate attempt to create 2016 era numbers, and they're failing to do so. I didn't mean they're like, they created sensation around this to distract from Gaza. It's not what I said. I said they're trying to fill time because they don't want to fucking cover Gaza constantly. You misunderstood my point.
How he was aware of this plot to pay for stories that could potentially be damaging to his chances at winning the election. That was how they framed it. So it's notable that the jury wants to see that, but they're also asking to see testimony from Michael Cohen, who Todd Blanche framed as this complete liar as part of his closing arguments to the jury as well. So obviously it's a lot to interpret there. Everyone's going to be trying to read it, including Trump's attorneys, who you saw Trump leave the room along with his entourage a few moments ago. But Todd Blanche and Emile Beauvais and Susan Nicholas are still inside that room at the defense table as they are going to be trying to sort through exactly which parts of this transcript are going to be read back to the jury tomorrow. I think the other thing that is still to be determined is on the jury instructions and what is being read to what is going to be read back to them, whether or not it's all of the jury instructions, which took about an hour today, or if it's certain parts of the law or certain parts about reasonable doubt, witness credibility. All of that is going to be key aspects that people will be looking for when the judge does return with the jury tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. to see what is it that they have questions about. It's this fascinating process where they can only communicate via the foreperson for the jury. That is juror number one. He is just automatically the foreperson here.
Oh, I realized what just happened. I mentioned Bonarelli, or rather a chatter mentioned Bonarelli getting a paid trip to Israel to do propaganda for Israel's genocide. That's why there's so many fucking dipshits in the chat all of a sudden. I was like, what's happening? Like the dumbass sentiment expressed in the chat increased dramatically. It's because they fucking threw up the bat signal, the cuck signal. It is wild, bro. That was like a literal fucking 15-second mention. Guys, your endless amount of posting showing how not normal you are to the rest of the people that had no idea who the fuck you were is not going to magically make your debate daddy come across smart or not toxic to the average individual. But yeah, why pay the divorce court vet? He's the worst individual to call propaganda with. What are you talking about, dude? He's one of the only people left unhinged enough to fucking defend to the teeth whatever the fuck Israel is doing.
Sending these notes and clarifying what it is to the judge. They can't have these lengthy conversations with him, or if they do have conversations, it's where the judge has brought the entire jury into the courtroom to make sure that they all hear what his instructions are, and it's not just any kind of private discussion between the judge and one juror. The importance here is that they are all 12 on the same page here, and so obviously the Trump team will be trying to figure this out as well. I should note, Trump left the courtroom, Jake. He can't actually leave the courthouse, though. He has to wait until all of this is done. He's obviously been here since early this morning.
Caitlin Collins, thanks so much. Appreciate it. The Trump trial jury has just been dismissed for the day. This after they sent the judge two notes, one to rehear 4 different parts of testimony, 3 from David Pecker, 1 from Michael Cohen. Another to hear parts of the judge's instructions to them again.
Sir, what if Trump is found not guilty in this trial?
Then we'll deal with that. Stay on Jimmy's back. Jimmy's back. All right, guys. Little room, guys. Absolutely. Little room, guys.
Wait, is this actually my goat Adam McKay? There are so many bad faith arguments being thrown around by the blue no matter who crowd, but a glaring one is the eye roll over the idea of putting sustained pressure on Biden to step down. If it doesn't work, what is the possible downside? He's already polling in the 30s. I don't expect that point to convince the tasteful blue horde. They practically radiate excitement at the opportunity to once again unquestioningly fall in line in November. Literally anyone. I'm no big fan of Newsom or Whitmer, but they'd beat Trump. Oh my God, they lost Adam McKay. It's Jover. No, Adam McKay is like pretty, dude. Out of like famous Hollywood directors, Adam McKay is literally one of the ones with infinitely better American political opinions. Are you kidding me? That man made Vice, bro. Come on now. Not only are these white liberal banana heads, it's fucking. I don't know if this is actually him, dude. What is happening? My account is ghost banned because I said the genocide in Gaza is a genocide. Is this actually him? He said banana heads. Not only are these white liberal banana heads indifferent to the mass slaughter of women and children, they're wholly unequipped to deal with our climate crisis. This moment requires urgent, bold, ambitious ideas and actions. The liberal identity is incremental, small, done before. A legion of Neville Chamberlains with good taste in restaurants. Banana head. It's such a fucking silly thing to say. Also, I don't think they have good taste in restaurants. DC notoriously bad. But yeah, no, Adam McKay is not a lib. I wouldn't say he's a lib. I forgive him for Don't Look Up. It's fine, dude. Come on. It was okay. It's not his best work. It's far from his best work. He made Vice. Remember Vice? Remember how good Vice was?
And millions and millions of dollars. And New York deserves so much better than this. And I cannot wait for the day that we win. We will. We're right. The entire country knows this is nonsense.
No, he didn't say we're white. He said we're right. God damn it. Ugh, liberals are so fucking annoying, dude. Holy shit. Like, it sounds like he said we're white, but like obviously you know what he said. Come on.
Paid sellout for the DNC.
Bro, there ain't no way. I feel like they brought more people to heckle Robert De Niro than to the Trump trial, dude. There are more pro-Trump protesters at the fucking Robert De Niro conference than at the Trump trial the entire week.
Piece of shit. You! Walking streets you touch kids! You touch kids!
Wait, what?
You suck my your mother should have swallowed!
We're trying to be gentlemen in this world, the Democrats. You are gangsters. Excuse me. You are gangsters.
You're a softie! You're a nobody! You're trash! You're trash! You're done! You're done after.
How can you be that mad at Robert De Niro, bro? Like, that makes no sense. I mean, it is pretty funny to say you're a nobody to Robert De Niro, but like, I do. The only other time I've ever heard this level of fucking anger with like no real reason is this chat. That is literally what gray names look like and sound like in the real world. Just like that guy earlier today who was like, you should kill yourself while we were covering Hind Rajab and her execution in the hands of the Israeli state. And the guy came in and was like, oh, just fucking Hasan, kill yourself now. And it's like, what the fuck? Are you okay? Like, are you all right? What's happening? What happened with Robert De Niro? He came out for the Democratic Party. Isn't De Niro against Palestine? I don't know. Maybe. I don't really care. He's 800 years old. Sorry if you already talked about it. What Pirate Software Thor said about war and stuff. It was so disappointing. I have not. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Oh man, I'm not that bad. Just made my 18-month anniversary. He's against Trump. That's good enough for the moment. No, it's just like, I guess what I'm trying to say is, yeah, he's pro-Biden, but like, you should have this level of animosity and anger for very few people. Okay? Does that make sense? You should have, like, it's fine to have this level of resentment, this level of anger, whatever. Pirate Software was talking about Ukraine, Russia, and not alienating community members from either location. It had nothing to do with Israel, Palestine. All software Pirate said is no one wins in war. These people are hate addicts? Maybe. Anyway, I don't really care about that at all. We're talking about lib shit chatter. Let me explain something to you. It's lib time. None of this Gaza stuff, okay? None of this Palestine stuff. We're talking liberalism right now. We're talking my goat Robert De Niro, okay? My goat Robert De Niro came out and defended the Democratic Party and defended Joe Brandon in the bravest way possible. I'm fucking libbed up. Okay, all sarcasm aside, I don't understand how you could be this fucking mad at Robert De Niro, bro. Like, it's understandable to be this mad at, like, I guess, key political figures. Okay? Abi selam. Sumalı bir bebeğimiz var, sana Insta'dan yazdım. Yoğunluğundan göremedim. Sanırım acaba Instagram hesabından paylaşır mısın? 1.8 milyon dolar gerekiyor. Oha. Chad in Turkish just asked me for $1.8 million. Like, casually. And literally said, dude, $1.8 million. He was like, dude, you don't understand. Like, I sent you a DM. You probably didn't see it because there's a lot of people DMing you. Can you give me for my child $1.8 million? That's crazy.
It is my guy, Robert De Niro puts Donald Trump in the face. You, De Niro.
Can I? No, I can't give him $1.8 million. What the fuck are you talking about?
That's why he's so worried. When Trump goes
Guys, back up.
You're a mook, M-O-O-K, mook. You're a traitor to Italian and Jews. You're a traitor to Italian Jews. You ain't Bobby De Niro, you ain't.
Wait a minute. Why won't they censor the M word? I think that's an anti-Italian slur, right? Is it? I don't even fucking know. This man was in heat. How dare he be treated this way? Yeah, like I said, I think if you're this mad at someone and that someone is Robert De Niro and the crime that Robert De Niro committed was being pro-Biden, you really have to reconsider everything about your life. And I mean everything about your life. The Italian slur against black people? No. The Italian slur against black people is just eggplant in Italian. But that's not what I'm talking about here. No, the anti-Italian slur, like Guido. Yes, the Italian N-word against black people is the word eggplant in Italian. There's a lot, but no, mook is just a stupid person. Why do they even have a slur for black people? To be fair, I think their slur for black people is just against Sicilians. Like, I think it originally is just like something that they say to Southern Italians, specifically Sicilians. Like, they say you're black to. Also, who doesn't have a slur for black people? What are we talking about? Do the Turks have one? There's a term that when I was younger, I didn't even know was like considered inappropriate, or I guess now it's considered inappropriate. It starts with the letter Z. I don't even know if it's actually considered inappropriate. Someone told me it is. But now the proper PC way of referring to black people is siyahi, which sounds worse, in my opinion. Siyahi means like blackish. Like siyah means black, the color. And siyahi means, yeah, thank you for clapping him. It's not inappropriate in Turkish. It is in Arabic. Oh, okay. Because I never thought that it was inappropriate in Turkish. Yes, zenci is the term, but I think in Arabic it is a slur. In Turkish, it is not a slur, but I think because in Arabic it is used as a slur. So in Turkey now I think they upgraded and use siyahi as the more respectful term. No, like when I was growing up, when I was growing up, like I did not, like no one considered it to be a slur. Like, I did not know that it was considered a slur at all. It isn't, though. The Zanj comes from a tribe of real people from Tanzania during the Abbasids Empire. I know, but it doesn't matter. It is reappropriated as a slur later down the line. It is a term used by medieval Muslim geographers to refer to both a certain portion of Southeast Africa, primarily the Swahili coast, and to its Bantu inhabitants. The word is also the origin of the place name Zanzibar, coast of the Zanji, and the Sea of Zanj. Isn't kara the word for black? No, kara can mean dark as well, like very dark. Yeah, it's similar to how in America, the Romani slur, the G word, is still not really considered a slur at all because there is not really any like serious connection or meaning to it because like Americans don't have that advanced racism against the Romani that the European mind has. I think it's dependent on the tone. Pretty sure it can be used as a regular descriptor or a way to be derogatory. To be fair, the Ottoman Empire participated in the enslavement of whites significantly more than the enslavement of black people. This does not mean that there were not black slaves in the Ottoman Empire. Of course, there were, but much, much more diminished than chattel slavery in both frequency, treatment, and in general broad utilization. This is the reason why there are not that many Afro-Turks. Very, very small group of Afro-Turks that live in the Aegean region that I never even knew about, despite growing up in Turkey. I found out about Afro-Turks, which is like a couple thousand, I believe, literally after I came to America like a couple years ago. Also, should we clap, congratulate even? Wait, what? No. The slaves in Turkey were not chattel, though, were they? No, they were not. This is why historians categorize chattel slavery as a very specific type of slavery. Also, the first ever black pilot is Turkish globally. Was it Ahmet Çelik? The first ever black pilot on the planet is Turkish. Damn, this chat is fucked up. No wonder this is without a doubt the most unhinged community in the streaming space. Brother, there are literally kick streamers that have facilitated and distributed child pornography. What are you saying? Do you think when you say such unhinged sentiments like this, that like it will stick? It is a major marker on you. You are engaging in what we would call a self-report when you have a take like this. Why are we the most unhinged? Without a doubt, the most unhinged community in the streaming space? Because we're talking about historic slavery. It's like a caveman seeing fire for the first time. He like doesn't understand the concept that we're discussing and just is afraid, I guess. Are you okay? The ironic support for white slavery is apparently based on, bro. Are your feelings hurt, chatter? Are we Balkan posting? Is that what you're doing? Like, the fuck? Brother, in your mind, what do you think is happening? Do you think it's a bunch of scary black people saying ooh based? Or do you think it's mostly a 70% white community that is joking around about white slavery, which was not done on the virtue of whiteness, but instead conducted on the virtue of being conquered, which still was inappropriate and unjustifiable, as slavery is not appropriate in any capacity. Unless I guess you're doing like a BDSM thing consensually. Not that you would know anything about that, I assume, because you're in the Twitch chat with a sock account that you created following someone that you have despised since 2022, simultaneously crying about what chatters are saying. Are you so personally, are you the type of person that is going to go to a black chatter or a black content creator in their community and be like, can't believe you guys are making light of slavery. This is unacceptable. How dare you? While simultaneously claiming that they are the most unhinged community when there are literally neo-Nazis, white supremacists, child pornographers in the streaming space. Banned him so he can't respond. Nice one. I did not ban him. He is literally unbanned. How do you go from Haas Cap, my streamer, Haas High, Haas Flex in 2022? Hasan, proud of you, brother. You do more good than you could ever realize. Much love from OK Bruvland to L Take. Sorry, Hasan. Norm is literally the definition of brain broken. Hamas be like. And also defending, like, cry bullying about the perceived imagined slight against white people across the board. October 7, a traumatic event where long-term community members that post hustle, my hottest streamer, to I am now defending the safety and security of the white community against perceived slights made by other whites. How does this happen? How? No, just saying how it is. How does this fucking happen, bro? Hi, Hasan. My mom's gone to the hospital, but your stream is really taking my mind off of it. Thanks a lot, bro. With Israeli chatters, I get it, but with Americans, y'all are so cooked. No, dude, with Americans, it's understandable too. It comes from a place of isolation. Yeah, that's what it is. I think the real reason why a lot of people look for like a sense of community and a sense of shared hostility towards their perceived enemies comes from the same place of alienation and isolation which fascism manifests from. That's it. This guy probably disagreed with a take. I assume after October 7, looked for someone who was going to say, hey, you know what? Actually, you are right for getting mad about this person, you know? And then he found a community that was also as angry at me for that one specific point and then moved on. And within the hug box that he found, the new hug box that he found, because he was obviously looking for one here as well. In the new hug box that he found, there was a bunch of other ideas that he could also subscribe to. Even acknowledged it was ironic, by the way. Got the joke, decided to ignore that it was a joke. Yeah, I know. It's so sad. Going from, I love this community, to like, this is the most unhinged place on the planet for anti-white sentiment being shared. Also, you guys are pro-Hamas. Everyone loves a convert too. Hate using the word love bomb, but it's better than jerk off their insecurities. But it is. Quick turnaround. Chatter. I enjoy your streams and agree with a lot of your takes. I just think a lot of the chatters' anger is misdirected. We both know a lot of those jokes are not ironic. What do you mean not ironic? You think a bunch of fucking white Twitch nerds in this fucking community are unironically like, yes, dude, I can't wait to fucking enslave myself? Is that what you think they're saying? You also recognize that it was ironic. Now you're saying they're not ironic. Really reconsider how unimaginably sensitive you are becoming about one issue, okay? This one issue that I don't even know if you personally subscribed to beforehand, or if you just decided that this is a just cause, a worthy cause to fucking complain about, okay? Like August 2023, Hasan, proud of you, brother. You do more good than you realize. How did it happen? It took you less than a year to go from that to being like, dude, anti-white jokes are literally never appropriate, even when done by white people. Think about that. Think about how much February, not August. Oh, okay. Sorry. A year, not August. Think about how quickly you have rewired perhaps some of the foundational principles that you thought you had. And I know what community you're coming from. That community literally says the N-word. It is led by a person who says the N-word and defends white people saying the N-word. If you have this level of smoke for a bunch of white people joking about anti-white slavery, okay, then I have to ask you, how the fuck did you lose sense of who you were only a year ago so fast? And the other question I will ask you is, do you feel happy? Does this make you happy? Do you feel like your life has gotten better as you found a new community? Or is it, traumatic events that occurred in your life in this time frame that caused you to become more vulnerable, more susceptible to radicalization, and you found yourself in the hug box surrounded by people who don't necessarily care about you at all, care about your security at all, care about your genuine opinions at all, and instead are just directing the untapped anger that you have inside of your fucking heart due to a consequence of all the traumatic events that you experienced, or rather, beyond the traumatic events, the awfulness of everyday monotony, living under capitalism, not knowing if you are going to have a future that was promised to you by your parents, and that uncertainty and that anxiety and all the grief that you have in your life is now being weaponized by a group of individuals that just want to fucking talk shit online and be toxic. Think, does this make you happy? Okay? Does this make you happy? Is all this damn me but not me, yikes, is all this time that you're spending online hating a fucking person that in a community that you are a part of, is that actually productive for you? What? God damn, I feel like I shouldn't be here to hear this. Wait, what do you mean? Hearing Assam moralizing chatters is boring? I'm not just simply moralizing chatters. Okay, brother, that's a fair point. Not a DGGer, by the way. I never mentioned DGG. You're the one who fucking openly stated it. And not only did you openly state it, you said this, and self-reported. I deliberately didn't mention that. You volunteered that information. So, again, I want you to be better. You know, you are not a lost soul, it seems. It's not a criminal conviction. We can read between the lines. I mean, yeah. I think you said you come from a community that defends saying the N-word. I mean, it could be any community. You think that's the only community that defends saying the N-word online? The fuck? I said Reddit too. I chose my words carefully. Anyway, I hope for everybody that's watching with similar intention, this is a moment of self-reflection. Okay? You don't have to watch me. You don't have to like me. You don't have to think about me ever again. I do hope that you, however, engage in a little bit of self-reflection and think, am I happier being a part of the communities that I'm in? Am I simply operating on the selfish desires of one individual who does not know who the fuck I am? Am I actually fighting for a person, a content creator, and become a loyal soldier for a content creator that doesn't give a shit about me? And slowly but surely, I'm changing my mind on certain things that I probably a year ago would look back at and go, what the fuck? Who is this person? Whether it be behaving like a Tim Pool style centrist on certain issues or masquerading as a liberal, while simultaneously finding myself arguing on similar boundaries to Matt Walsh on issues like saying the N-word, for example. Apologies, chat. I know everyone here comes from a good place. I just got the impression it felt a little too real. No hate. Anyway, October 7 leavers return, and one at a time, they come back to the comfortable bosom of this community, disrupted in the comfort only at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break, of course. HasanAbi, I was banned like this publicly, not once but twice. I was so damn stubborn, had to do a little bit of self-reflection on myself. You have completely changed my political beliefs entirely. You took me out of a dark place mentally as well. I'm happy for you, man. That's right. My comfortable titties, lactating with revolutionary sentiment, returning only to fucking see a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. I don't know. I still don't trust your takes in stream because of the lack of respect for the top of the hour ad break. Listen, there's a lot of respect for it. HasanAbi, use reform. It's super effective. Now, can we apply reform to the police department? Doubt it. Anyway, here's a 3-minute ad break now. An anonymous gifter. Think of the 5 gifted subs. And whoa, a talking cat. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs as well. No one pays attention to the individual affairs of each chatter like you, Unc. It's true. Swedish police unleash their dogs on students of the Royal Institute of Technology as they demonstrate for Gaza in Stockholm, Sweden. Wow. I mean, that's just some Nazi shit right there. Straight up Nazi shit, dude. What the fuck?
One, we are the students. 2, we won't stop fighting. 3, we won't stop boycott. No.
Bro, how can you wear... What is this hat, my boy? This is so ridiculous, dude. Wait, what? No. Is that a Nazi tattoo? Triple triangle. I don't know if it's one of the hate symbols. It's a Falknut, Norse mythology Viking shit, not necessarily Nazi, but could be related. It's a Nordic symbol often used by neo-Nazis. Yeah, this is... Yeah. This is what I was thinking. I mean, they are Swedish, so maybe they just aren't using it in a Nazi way. I don't think it's like a... The Valknut has been used by some white supremacists. The ADL notes that non-racist pagans may also use the symbol, so one should be extremely careful to examine it in the context. Yeah. No, I don't... Listen. A Swedish cop would not be wearing that openly if it was a Nazi tattoo. They're in Sweden, bro. It's a little different. They're in Sweden. That chatter has never gamed with Swedes on open mic. I mean, yeah. It's wild how in shape Swedish cops are in comparison to our fucking piglets. I mean, they're pigs too, but Like, anytime I see a fucking Europe cop, I'm like, a Euro cop. Anytime I see a fucking Euro cop, I'm like, what? How? They build them like that? How is that possible? The fuck? Do they still have cop skull? Yeah, I guess like a Swedish cop skull is different. Is the Try Guys in your stream going to be the same? Yes. Is MHUD actually pronounced Mud and he just hasn't had the heart to correct HasanAbi? Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely not his name. It's Mud. Mahud.
He's an apology by Pope Francis for something he said in a private meeting at the Vatican. Italian news reports say Francis used a crude word to describe gay life while talking about conditions in Roman Catholic seminary.
Bro, the fucking Pope is so sick. He's got all the best positions, dude.
The news started an up.
This is the most relatable thing he's ever done for the LGBTQ community. Well, that and also when he was talking about like sex is a joy of life or whatever. The Pope nuts. We know he's a gooner.
War around the world and was condemned by the LGBTQ plus supporters. Chris Lipsey has more on the controversy.
It was a shock. It's just like literally the gayest institution, bro. Wearing their little outfits. You know what I mean? Constantly hanging out with other dudes. Like, get the fuck out of here, bro.
Shocking phrase, both for its vulgarity and the man it reportedly came from. Pope Francis, according to Italian media, in a closed-door meeting with Italian bishops, said seminaries had too many gay men, referring to gay men with a homophobic slur. The 87-year-old pontiff has been credited for being the most welcoming pope ever to the LGBTQ community, something he discussed in a historic interview last month with CBS Evening News anchor and managing editor Nora O'Donnell.
You have said, who am I to judge? Homosexuality is not a crime.
No, it's a human fact.
He's infuriated conservative Catholics for allowing priests to bless those in same-sex relationships.
Yeah, bro, he's just trying to win back the fucking Irish Catholics in America, okay? Let him have his moment, dude. He's been going too woke for the Catholics in America. Is calling the Pope a gooner heresy? No, he is a gooner. The Pope's apology.
And then I can't even say the F word. Like, you can't, like, what is this world that we live in? See, and then I can't even say the F word. Like, you can't, like,
How old is Azealia Banks here? Azealia Banks is the Pope of the gays, so do not speak about her for your own good, Unc. I've never spoken ill about Azealia Banks. Pope of the gays is definitely Lady Gaga. I would say Azealia Banks is close to being the Pope of the gays. Don't speak good on her either, Lamau. Azealia is friend of the show. She was on TrueAnon. Oh, yeah, that's right. She's like, oh, God. She likes Red Scare, too, I think, though, which is, you know. Anyway, let's get back to the real Pope.
Last year, you decided to allow Catholic priests to bless same-sex couples. That's a big change. Why?
No, what I allowed was not to bless the union. That cannot be done because that is not the sacrament. I cannot. The Lord made it that way. But to bless each person, yes. The blessing is for everyone.
Robert Mickens is a Vatican expert and former seminarian who decided to leave partly because of his sexual orientation.
You know, Pope Francis has been very open. He has toward and welcoming toward gay Catholics. The problem Pope Francis has, kind of the mental split, is with those who want to be priests. The church there's a place for everybody except in the priesthood. Women and gays need not apply.
For its part, the Vatican says Pope Francis, quote, expresses his apologies and emphasized the Pope did not intend to offend anyone or to make a...
Yeah, imagine if you had this attitude about pedophiles instead of gay people. That'd be crazy. I mean, obviously, you'd have to ban like a big chunk of the priests, so it would be hard to do. I'm just saying. They'd have to shut the church down. Hi, I'm a gay Catholic influencer, the woke racist. Oh, God.
No one across the political spectrum is safe from the acid wit of Bill Maher, the comedian and host of Real Time on HBO. On recent episodes of his show, he has brought his sharp analysis to big issues in the news, such as the presidential election and college campus protests. I wanted to talk to him about all that and more. He has a new book called What This Comedian Said Will Shock You.
Why would that be shocking? Like, to anybody? Does Bill Maher have the capacity to shock a single soul? He just keeps playing the same hits over and over again. It's like, The children are too woke. The children are way too woke. I hate it. Shockingly stupid. Fucking got him. Good one, Chatters. That's the worst book cover I've ever seen. Yeah, made only worse by the fact that his ugly ass mug is on there too. Obligated for watching this.
Oh, it's been about love and hate. Now let me say I'm the biggest hater. I hate the way that you walk, the way that you talk. I hate the way that you dress. I hate the way that you sneak this. If I catch flight, it's gonna be direct. We hate the bitches you fuck, cause they confuse themselves with real women. Then notice I said we. It's not just me. I'm what the culture feeling. Just always.
That's awesome. I do hate him. I hate him so much. God, he just sucks so much ass, bro. Communism saved Eastern Europe by Balkan Odyssey. I don't know if I'm going to do that. The rise of illiberal Europe. The enemy inside the gates. All right, let's hear what the fucking Daily Wire fart sniffers had to say.
Here it is. This is it. And here these guys go.
New sort of, I shouldn't say new, it's been sort of fermenting for the last handful of years, but I think it's really gaining prominence now, both in the very intellectual part of the American right, but also in the very fringe parts of the American right. And the fact that
I'm going to do the Tim Pool clip after this.
That what I'm about to bring up is happening in both of those places.
I gotta pee.
People who we all in this room read, people with whom we are friendly, people with whom we admire are participating in this conversation. Also, the complete whack jobs, the people who I don't think should have any voice in our movement. I think that they're malevolent forces are also circling the same idea. That makes the idea, I think, something that we should talk about, and that's this idea that the American experiment is over. This idea that none of our institutions that have taken us through the last 2+ centuries on this continent exist anymore, that we can't find any solution to our cultural and political problems through the political system, and that perhaps it's time to look to older systems, strongman, monarchy, even dictator. I mean, when you have
all right, pause. I just want
to
you know, it's easy to get distracted at how all of these
sucking on that phallic object.
Well, these like tiny little men are playing make believe like they're big boys, and it's possible to get distracted from what Jeremy Boring is saying, but he is saying our institution seems to be failing, that there's problems here, and you could stop that conversation there, and we could have had that conversation. The real question becomes, okay, if we accept that premise, and there's some reasons to accept that premise on some level, what is the failure about? Like, what is it, and how do you address it? It would be more democracy. Right? Like when we talk about when we talk about concentrate power even more.
Aristocracy, baby, bring it back.
And exist anymore, that we can't find any solution to our cultural and political problems through the political system, and that perhaps it's time to look to older systems, strongman, monarchy, even dictator. I mean, when you have major voices in the sort of conservative intelligentsia,
name them,
openly discussing the idea of whether a dictator will be required to save this country, or an emperor would be required to save this country, or a king would be required to save this country. I think that that's something that merits actual conversation.
Okay, so let's be clear here. The Claremont Institute, all those guys at the Claremont Institute, let's
actual conversation. So I thought, rather than talk,
they're talking about like it merits a real discussion whether or not we should have a dictator. What the fuck? Is Fortnite overrated? Guys grew up and now they're like, hey, this election stuff, this democracy stuff's kind of whack. We should just have a god king. It's great.
Talking about the latest stupid thing Joe Biden said, or the most salacious details from the Trump trial, although they are fun to talk about. Let's talk about something that we can only talk about when we're together. Let's get to the deep stuff.
So, Michael, you're a monarchist.
Yeah, well, they tie in. He pins it on the Catholic, that we're all crypto-monarchists. We all think Trump is Caesar.
I didn't say crypto.
Yeah. And by the way, we don't think that Donald Trump ought to be Caesar. We think that Baron Trump ought to be Caesar. Okay, those are very different things.
Ew.
Good stuff. The problem is this. I am not calling for the overthrow of the American regime. The problem is that the American regime has been overthrown.
Pause it just real quickly. These are like failed Hollywood people sitting around like they're at the Constitutional Congress.
It's unbelievable. It really is sort of astonishing.
the overthrow of the American regime. The problem is that the American regime has been overthrown. And it has been overthrown by the 17th Amendment, which fundamentally orders the relationship of the states to the federal government. It's been overthrown by Congress giving away all of its power to the executive agencies. It's been overthrown by any number of things that have taken place, not over the last 10 years.
Can you just pause it really briefly? You don't even need to take it off the screen. But when he talks about the 17th Amendment there, that is literally an anti-democracy argument, because that allowed for, if I'm not mistaken, the democratic election of senators, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So this is him saying,
too much democracy
the Senate is too democratic. The filibuster Senate is too democratic for Michael Knowles.
Yeah.
Show this to your armed, friendly, libertarian neighbor. Brother, what are you talking about? If they're armed and libertarian, they probably agree with Michael Knowles. You think libertarians don't become monarchists like that? What are we talking about?
Over the past 150 and 200 years. And even that is not necessarily to be lamented. It just happens. You can't rewind the...
I like that they start off the conversation by talking about like a bunch of freaks in right-wing discourse that, muddy the waters and like ruin the cause or whatever. And they're literally the freaks. Like they themselves are like, oh, those other guys like, ew, gross, QAnon. It's like, bro, you're sitting in the room with a bunch of people that are not even one step removed from QAnon. And you are barely one step removed from QAnon. Fuck do you mean?
The tape, you can't go back in time. But the argument to look towards certain classical thinkers, notably Polybius, is that there are different kinds of government. Our founding fathers and framers wrote about this a lot, and I think they were channeling Aristotle and Polybius. Polybius's idea of the cycle of regimes is that you got three acceptable forms of regime, and then you've got their kind of evil twins. So you've got monarchy, which can be good. Monarchy, when it's good, is governing for the common good. When it goes bad, it's a tyranny, and it's just like a dictator for his own self-aggrandizement. Aristocracy can be good. There have been good aristocracies. Aristocracy means good, or governing for the good. The bad version of that is oligarchy. We see those all around the world. Democracy can be...
Not in America, though.
...be good. A republic can be a really good thing, but it turns into mob rule when it goes bad.
Democracy
and you ignore the common good.
No, that's just what it is. Democracy is mob rule. It's just a negative way to say democracy bad. This is straight up idealism analysis. Yes, this man in many respects is a perfect liberal, okay? Because the perfect liberal is an idealist, and the perfect liberal, as long as you are protecting some kind of private property rights or whatever, is going to inevitably say only a king can protect private property better than anyone else can. It's pure idealism, zero materialism, pure idealism. He maxed it out. It's like, what if we had kings, but they were good? The fuck do you mean, what if we had kings, but they were good? What are you saying right now? Also, considering that they're fucking capitalists, the current system isn't bad for them. They like the current system. It's just that there's too many chirpers. Like, even their anger towards the current structures that we exist under is simply because there's people telling him that they're wrong and lame. And in the case of Michael Knowles, possibly gay. That's it. That's the only thing. Like, they just want to eliminate that aspect of it too. Like, what's wrong about the way that society's designed right now? That like sometimes you got to get vaccinated when you don't want to. That's it. Like,
good, and you govern for yourself. And our framers and founding fathers wrote about that ad nauseum.
No, pause it. But what they wrote about also was the fact that the monarchy was something where you couldn't have actual representation of the people. He's avoiding that entire premise that the founders were explicitly anti-monarchy. Maybe like if you were to poll Americans and ask what the founding fathers' opinions on politics were, just the number.
I agree with MR's takes, except the lesser two evils vote over voting your conscience. Do you think you could talk to Uncle Sam about this? No, because I don't care. Like, I don't care to change his perspective on it at all. I don't care to change anyone's perspective on that front at all.
One thing people would say would be they didn't want to have a king anymore.
Especially the regular people. Like, Thomas Paine was more popular with everyday people than most of the founding fathers were because he spoke to them with, like, common sense and that sort of stuff.
But here's the bottom line. They are anti-democratic. I mean, this is just the bottom line. They are anti-democratic. They are basically...
Some of the founding fathers did want kings, though. Oh, okay. Well, let's have a dogmatic belief system where American capitalism is the religion and the founding fathers are our original prophets, then like so many Americans, especially Reddit atheist Americans, think that they have like escaped dogmatic thinking only to restructure the entire energy and direct it towards American capitalism as the Constitution being its fucking Bible and the founding fathers being the unshakable prophets. Okay, so what? They also had slaves, man. I don't think that they had slaves. George Washington had literally teeth from slaves that he put in his mouth. Like, that's pretty fucked up, I think. I don't look to all of those guys to be like, well, they had a lot of things, you know, figured out.
Saying that, look, sometimes this form of government, sometimes that form of government works, sometimes this form of government works better. And of course, what better means is a function of like where you stand. And
to be honest, Washington publicly denounced the slave trade. He just, in parentheses, he just participated in it. Yeah, he was also a rule breaker. He would literally send his slaves over to other states every 6 months so that he could maintain his slaves, like so he could keep them. Because there was a rule in the books at the time that he couldn't have, no one could have slaves over a 6-month period. Can you source that information? Liberals are communists, conservatives are fascists? Oh, Google it. I don't know. I just Google it. Just Google it. Google it. Come and own me when you find information conflicting it. Okay. I'm not going to source it again and again and again every single day. Like, I'm not fucking Google. At a certain point, I have to be like, listen, if you don't trust me, and you should Google the things that I say anyway, it'll be good for you. It's good practice.
Incidentally. But fundamentally,
see, chat Googled it for you.
We do not like democracy. And certainly, you need checks and balances within a democracy. Certainly, there are things that society leans into, or
where are we in that cycle of regimes? Unless you believe that America just paused history, if you really believe we've as Fukuyama, at the very least, is caricatured as having said that we've reached the end of history and it's over and liberal democracy.
I'm sorry,
won,
who said that?
Francis Fukuyama.
Okay.
Having said that we've reached the end of history and it's over and liberal democracy won. And unless you think history is really over, then you do have to entertain the possibility that something will come next.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know who those guys are that you just mentioned.
Yeah, there's some buddies of mine from New York.
Polybius? Okay. Yeah. I'm kind of I agree almost with the diagnosis of the people you're talking about, Jeremy, that I do think that the institutions are fundamentally broken. I don't see any political solution to it, but I also don't think that a dictator is the solution either. So essentially, we're just screwed. Is where I land on it, I guess.
I don't understand why these guys think America is like fucked up. It's doing everything you wanted it to do. You got Democrats advocating to fucking kill immigrants at the border. The fuck more do you want? America is completely aligned on foreign policy. There's just complete bipartisanship when it comes to foreign policy. America's completely aligned on capitalism, complete bipartisanship there. Like, what is the anger that you have? What could be the resentment? Is it that like every 4 years it slows down, like the inevitable decay towards fascism slows down, but just like by one tick, not like dramatically, okay? At least like the federal agencies still get, appointments, the cabinet seats get filled. And like sometimes there's like, sometimes you'll find like one passionate individual in these institutions actually do their fucking job. That's it. Like beyond that, we are still bouldering towards fascism. So what is the gripe? I will never understand what these guys are fucking upset about. They're getting all of their desires represented by both the Democratic Party and the Republican Party as well. And the more they get their desires, like the fucking hungry little elves they are, the more they want. That's what the problem is. The issue is they get everything they want, and then they're like, well, I want more. I don't feel good enough. Like, we just need to also punish the other side. Like, No dissent, please. I don't want to hear dissenting opinions. No matter how little that dissenting opinion has the capacity to move the needle at the legislative level. Like, think about it this way. Black Lives Matter protests erupted all around the country, all around the world, as a matter of fact, but all around the country especially, right? They burned down a police precinct. What came after that? There was a mobilization around a cause to defund the police, to only take some of these massively inflated police budgets and put those budgets to good use, better use. Social workers should be hired, and try to tackle like there was a demand made to try and tackle the material conditions, the inequality, and the socioeconomic conditions which crime is born out of. But what happened at the legislative level? Democrats put the kente cloth on aesthetically, took a symbolic knee, threw up the fucking fist, paraded the NAACP adjacent Congressional Black Caucus, you know, civil rights heroes and whatnot, to be like, see, they did the Democratic version of look at my African American over there. Okay, they did the Democratic version of it. And then they spent every fucking waking moment literally shitting on the very same people that were like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? Stop killing us. And also, please, for the love of Christ, take some of the goddamn budgets that are massive and put it back to like social safety nets. But the Democrats had more smoke for those people making honest and righteous demands than the Republican Party. Democratic Party put its own counter proposal together called 8 Can't Wait that was supposed to come across as aesthetically conciliatory to the demands being made. And then they couldn't even get that passed. All the while, police budgets kept growing and growing, but you would never understand that if you watched local media and listened to fucking dumbasses that just lied about how police was defunded across the board, okay? And how beyond police being defunded, which was an abject lie, right? That defund the police protesters were causing the Democratic Party to lose the election. In some places, the budgets didn't increase by the same percentages that it was slated to increase. They considered that to be defunded. They went along with a massive crime panic, which was also exaggerated, lied about, exaggerated to the point that it was a lie, okay? And then business as usual. Police still crack fucking skulls left and right, okay? The police budgets were increased. All the COVID funding went to the police budgets on top of everything else. They're still using military gear. They're still heavily militarized. So is the problem here that the Democrats were in charge when that change didn't happen? Is that the issue? Because if you're simply looking at like the actual legislative impact of the Democratic Party, you should be so fucking happy. You should be so happy. So all that remains in terms of the difference of opinion or what you want from your representatives that you're not getting is like probably what? Killing, like directly enslaving black people, not like through the criminal justice system and not making it like institutionalized, but just like openly doing it on the virtue of being black or brown. Is that what it is? Like you don't want the additional liberalizing elements there. You just want unconditional slavery for blacks and browns. Is that what the fuck you demand? No gay people in public, I guess. Women have to literally be servile as you know, cows that need to be bred. Is that, I assume, like, because there's not really anything else, that there aren't any wishes that you have that have not been met.
Anybody watching this is sniffing just farts, just straight sniffing farts.
They actually, after this, they actually try and sell it bottled.
The Daily Wire, the air.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
it
my
smells crazy.
I got an email from somebody who was at who.
That's cheap as hell. I'm not gonna lie. 583 grand. That's shocking. Does anyone have the Tim Pool clip responding to this viral TikTok? Not from the MR. I don't want to watch it from the Majority Report. I want to watch the OG one because I don't want to keep skipping. I don't want to keep skipping their analysis.
One would be happier.
He's reacting to a video that kind of went viral by a young woman who basically said it's tough to find people. And, you know, there's a lot of problems with loneliness in the current society. We can get into the reasons for that, but that's what he's reacting to.
You know what you think? Do you, like, would people like this be happier? I think about what society would have been like 100 years ago for this woman. She'd have got...
Because I want to see the original video that he's reacting to as well. Oh, this is for the members. Does anyone have the OG? You should hire your own man who gets right-wing clips together for you. Why would I do that when you're it, chat? There's fucking 20,000 mats in here that literally, even if I don't ask for it, literally scream at me to cover shit all day, every day. Now, it's not even just that. I want to see the OG video. Okay, here's the OG video.
I'm not someone that posts or cries or anything on the internet, so this is a new one for me. I guess I need girls to rally with me and lift me up because I feel so defeated right now. I've been trying to meet someone, just anybody worth my time for years. And dating apps are so awful. I don't need to explain to you how awful the dating apps are. So I've been trying to meet people in public, and they're still trash when I do randomly meet people in public. But tonight takes the cake. Last week I was like, I'm part of an app that you can basically get invited to these events, and there was a comedy thing coming up, and I bought a ticket, thought maybe I'll meet people here, maybe I'll meet a guy, or like just meet people in general that like I could become friends with, and then, you know, who knows what could happen. And let me just tell you how this went. I show up, it's a limited seating, get there first, like it's it was like an open bar, and in my head, I'm a prompt person, so I got there like 20 minutes beforehand, and I happened to be the first person there. Okay, kind of weird, but okay. They tell me, since it's an intimate thing, try to sit in the front row because it's gonna be hard to get people squishing through there, and it's a sold out show. Okay, that's fine. I sit in the front row, and it's about showtime, and I'm realizing like nobody else is in the front row. It's just me. Everybody's like filled in the back, like every row's filled with all the couples, of course, and then it's just me. I guess people, like some people of course, some people are gonna drop out and not show up, but the host of the show comes up to me really quickly and like mouths thank you for like sitting in the front row. And she proceeds to go up onto the stage and pointed out, like, had everyone clap for me for being brave enough to sit in the front row. And, like, that was fine. Like, I get it. Like, you know, people are afraid to sit in the front row. And I was kind of excited for it when I thought there was going to be people there. And it was just ironic that, like, the reason I was there was to meet people, and it was like I was a So she informed the crowd that, like, I was safe from being picked on because I was brave enough to sit there. And I'm like, oh, okay. So, like, the next few comics come up, and they both kind of point out, like, are you waiting on people? Or, like, what's going on here? And I'm, you know, have to admit, like, no, I'm trying to meet people. And, you know, again, they're nice. They're not being mean to me about it, but it's mortifying. It's mortifying. And then another comic comes up, and, again, it's just, like, you're pretty, but, like, you know, and it's just, yeah. So by the end of the show, the lady comes up and says that they normally do a raffle to win this prize because it was kind of at like a boutique type thing, but instead of the raffle, she's going to give this thing filled with stuff to the brave young woman who came first and sat alone in the front row. And then she had me introduce myself. What's your name? Anya. And like everybody's as if like brave fucking me.
Where is this going?
And she tells me to make sure to give my email to so-and-so to get like some gift card or something. And like, this is all in front of everybody. And I just like, I know nobody's sitting there like, oh my God, look at this girl. But like, it's just, it feels like such a slap in the face. And I'm not even mad at the comics. I'm not even mad at the lady. Like, I would probably think the same thing. But like,
I don't understand it. Like, is she just like sad that people were treating her, I guess, like with additional care and consideration, like she's a Make-A-Wish kid because she was alone at the comedy club? It's like a nightmarish social situation. Yeah, I guess, yeah. She got set up to be humiliated / make the comics look good for giving her stuff. You don't have social anxiety, my friend? I mean, I would not Bro, that's patronizing as fuck. I'm just asking. Okay, chat, this is probably the best. This is probably the best group of motherfuckers to ask this question, okay? This is like role reversal. This is like when I'm talking about like normal social stuff and chat doesn't understand it, and then I have to be very careful and explain to them what jokes are and things like that. Okay? Now I'm understanding. Because I fully can't comprehend it. I thought like they were dunking on her or something. I didn't realize they were just like, you know, you're so brave for being here in the front row. Like, for me, I would be like, oh shit, free stuff. Like, that's awesome. You know what I mean? I would literally be like, that's great. Thank you for giving me gifts for fucking coming to a... For me, I'd be like, okay, I got to see some mid-comedy and I got free shit and I got noticed. Like, so I'm trying to understand what the problem is. Like, I'm not making fun of her at all. I literally needed someone to offer me additional context as to why this is like very bad. I feel for her. It's a rough situation. Yeah, no, because like in that moment, I would be like, okay, like they're people are, you know, they're talking about me. That's cool. Like, and then I would try to use that to my advantage to like make friends at the event. You know what I mean? I'd be like, yeah, I'm the guy. I was the lonely guy. She's literally bawling her eyes out. No, dude, I'm not saying she's faking it. You're misunderstanding me. No, okay. I'm not saying that at all. I just needed additional context as to why like this would be a really bad situation that's like worthy of it's just not how I am. That's why. That's it.
Like, just for this point in my life, like, it just feels like, Jesus. Like, I don't want to go out again. I'm tired of it. I'm over it. I'm sick of it. When I try, like, shit like this happens, and dating app stuck, and then I get into an Uber on the way home because I can't go home.
You think saying, yeah, I was a single girl is going to be endearing as a woman? No, I don't think you understand. I'm not a woman, okay? And my question to the chat specifically was about not just her being a woman, but also, like, social anxiety. I'm gonna be real. You ain't convincing this chat of your viewpoint. This would be their 9/11. I'm not even like making fun of her. I just wanted to understand. Jesus
I haven't
Christ.
drank like I wanted to because I have this giant fucking bag full of shit to carry around. And I get in this Uber and it's this 75-year-old woman with her dogs. And she wants to talk about her dogs and like how she got an oil change and what'd you do tonight? Was the comedy show good? And like I'm being nice and polite, but all I can think about is like this is gonna be me. Like, and I know that's the worst case scenario. And it's not even like that's a terrible thing.
Damn, you don't know if that lady was fucking... Yo, why is she dunking on a lady now? What the fuck? She's just a chill ass lady, like trying to make extra cash on the side. What the fuck?
To be single all your life, but like I just
This
can't
is
help
like 9/11 for social anxiety. Yeah, I
but
guess.
feel like I'm gonna turn into this because I'm never gonna meet someone. And for everybody who's gonna tell me it'll come along when you least expect it, I've been hearing that for like 7 years. Okay? For everybody who's gonna tell me it'll come along when you least expect it, I've been hearing that for like 7 years. Okay, I'm so sick of hearing that. There's such a thing as people that just don't find their person and don't get married. So like I'm a
This is not a thing. That she's not right. No, that's not a thing, dude. No. That like I'm not Mr. Natural. Like I'm not gonna be like it's in our nature, but it kind of is. This is like one of the few things that is. And for the record, it's also not that bad to be alone either. You know, you just have to be. The point is being comfortable in your own skin, which clearly she is not. That's what she needs to work on. Oh, he's getting biological. Oh, no. No, I just mean like we're a social animal. I think that this is just a very emotional moment for her. Paired up with her social anxiety. She had like a traumatic experience. But ultimately, number one, being alone is not that bad. Okay. It's about being comfortable being alone and learning to find comfort in being alone. Okay. And secondly, there are so many people on this planet. Statistically speaking, it is virtually impossible, like fundamentally, to be this defeatist about like ever finding a person that you can enjoy the company of that will also reciprocate those feelings is literally insane. Okay? Sorry. You're out of your freaking mind, dude. There are so many people. There are so many people out there. That's crazy. Like, I'm not discounting her personal experiences here at all. But I think that Hasan is hot. He doesn't get it, chat. First of all, I wasn't always. And secondly, it doesn't matter. That's neither here nor there. Who's doing biological predeterminism now, chat? This is the first step to incel behavior, by the way. What you are doing is you're taking the first step on the fucking long and treacherous and very dangerous pathway towards becoming a fucking incel. When you start talking about like, oh, dude, well, I'm not hot, so, you know, therefore I'm destined to be alone. What do you think? Where do you think those people come from? Where do you think those incels fucking derive from, dude? That's the starting point. There is no such concept. That's not real. The idea that you're like too ugly and therefore you will never find another person is ridiculous. Also, she's not ugly, so it doesn't even fucking work for her. It's just you're wallowing in your own self-pity and engaging in self-loathing. That's all you're doing. And it can be a very comforting feeling to feel sad for yourself. And it's even more comforting when you find other people who are just as sad, who will tell you, no, you're right, actually. Fuck this guy, Hasan. He's a piece of shit. He's hot. He doesn't get it. And then all of a sudden, before you know it, you know, they're fucking blackpilling you. It's very toxic. That's why I don't spend any fucking time, any moment on that kind of bullshit. Okay? It's bullshit. That's why I always say everyone could be a 7. Attraction is subjective. Yes. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Everyone could be a fucking 7, which, you know, I'm not using like the 0 to 10, the 0 to 10 concept here. I'm just simply saying that like everyone has the capacity to become the best version of themselves. And once you do achieve that, or even when you're on that journey to achieve that, you are going to develop something called confidence. Okay? It's very important. I think that we have a crisis of confidence. Many people are understandably, as a consequence of like, whether it be social media, whether it be mass media consumption, consistently being beamed about perfect bodies and perfect visuals and perfect lifestyles that breeds a shit ton of hostility, resentment, pushes us further into isolation, and makes us deeply fucking insecure. Live your life, set goals for yourself, work to achieve them, and you will slowly but surely, I promise you, slowly but surely begin to be a more confident, self-reliant person. And in that process, the more confident you become, the more self-reliant you are, the more comfortable you are in your own skin, the better people will treat you. That's it.
Realist. And the realist in me is starting to think like that's gonna be me. And I'm depressed now over it. As pathetic as that sounds. And yeah,
She just doesn't want to be lonely. I think it just comes down to that. It's very relatable, so she made the video. Yeah, no, I understand that. I totally understand that. The only part that I took issue with was when she said, the only part I took issue with was when she basically fucking said like, oh, I'm destined to be alone. I've always heard from people that like, you'll find your person. Fuck those people. When is it going to happen? And it's like, yeah, the major reason why it's not happening for you is not because there isn't a person out there for you. It's because you haven't readied yourself for that at all. You're not getting it at all. She has the confidence, but that doesn't substitute for a partner. OMG, you have such a male take on the situation. It actually hurts to hear. Wait, what? I don't think so. I don't think so. That level of social anxiety and that like going into that experience and having it be this traumatic. And I know this is going to hurt the feelings of a lot of chatters who probably see themselves in her shoes right now. Will most likely not want to recognize that there is still some unresolved stuff going on. She's not saying she's being single is bad. She's fine with being alone, but society isn't. It's just reflective of how single women are treated after a certain point in life. Like they're pitiful and their existence is miserable, is a miserable one everyone should fear. But she fears it. She literally fucking pointed to a 75-year-old Uber driver woman with dogs that she fucking acts like is already single. She made inferences that woman was alone, not knowing anything about her fucking perspective or her life. and then said that that was something that she fears becoming. So you're wrong. You're trying to fucking wokeify this and trying to fucking have a radfem take in this situation. She said that. So obviously that paired up with the fact that she's going on these like dating event apps and shit means that like she is looking for someone because she is genuinely terrified of being alone. The part that doesn't really make a lot of sense is that she sat in the fucking front row with someone with a tremendous amount of social anxiety, which she didn't really say she has. I think that was a chat inference. That was just chat projecting, maybe. The point is not for me to make you feel bad, by the way, chatters. The point is for me to make you feel good and be more hopeful, okay? I hate defeatist attitudes like this. I think it's fucking, it's cancer. You're not understanding the point I'm trying to make at all, because you look to me as someone who's already, I guess, overcome some of these things. And then immediately you think, much like many others, that at the top of the hour, there's not going to be a 3-minute ad break, but there will be. Okay. And you need to overcome the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour by subscribing. Yes. I'm done with these fucking bitch ass 2-parters, bro. We're back. We're fucking back. Not a single bait in the chat. Woo. Overcome it by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Can we move past it because it's making me self-conscious and depressed, please and thank you? No, I'm gonna tell you some shit in a second after this ad break or during this ad break, but you won't see the ad break, so don't worry about it. Corner TV, thank you for the 5 community gift of subs. This is a byproduct of the fact that there aren't enough Chad Vice episodes happening in this goddamn community for me to solve your problems, I think. Okay, here's the 3-minute ad break now. Okay. You have to admit that the current social system of social capitalism is broken? Yes, of course. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't fucking just like, guys, the same principle exists for leaving a better future for the next generation, putting your best foot forward. The same principle of improvement exists within self-improvement, consistently progressing towards a goal where you better yourself. So it's the exact same concept. You don't do things, you don't do advocacy because, you know, people are going to like you and people are going to say, hey, good job, thank you. You do it because it's right. You do it because society prospers when old men plant seeds for trees they'll never sit in the shade of. And the same principle stands for self-improvement, okay? You don't engage in the act of self-improvement because you're immediately going to see results. You do it because you will inevitably become a better person as a consequence of that. And you will. There is no, like, that's a guarantee, okay? That is a fucking guarantee, 100%. I don't think I have survivor bias in this situation because it's something that you can do alone, okay? It's very important for you to internalize what I'm saying here. It's very important for you to definitely never stop trying to better yourself, whether it be learning a new language, whether it be reading more, whether it be working out, okay? In any case, the parallels also exist for social progress, systematic progress, right? What do I always tell you? You go out to fucking protest, not like tomorrow we're going to dismantle the Zionist entity or whatever, but you do it regardless because it's the right thing to do, and you never know when this system will collapse under its own weight, under its own contradictions. So you just keep pushing in the right direction. And the same goes for self-improvement. You're not going to get immediate results, of course not. But even the process of working in that direction will inevitably yield positive outcomes for you. Okay? That's why I always say set goals, long-term goals, midterm goals that will arrive, that will set up checkpoints for you to get to long-term goals, and short-term goals that will help you arrive at your midterm goals. Every single time you set a goal for yourself and that you consistently try to tackle over and over again, like it's a goddamn video game, you feel better when you start seeing results. And that doesn't happen immediately. Okay? It doesn't happen overnight. It certainly will not happen, maybe even for months. Self-help is on. Resident sleeper, suck my dick, dude. Okay? Fuck you. This is important. Seriously. I think this community and just like Twitch streaming in general is a very important place to have this conversation. You are not allowed to have moments of weakness or take emotional videos or post them online. Nope, not allowed. You will never understand the societal expectations that are placed on women. You are framing this from your perspective, ignoring hers. Oh my God. Oh, 41 month subscriber. Please tell me you're fucking baiting. You didn't realize that I just did a 3-minute average debate already. Please, 41 month subscriber. Bro, I literally said setting up goals for yourself and seeking to achieve them will literally, fuck no, I'm not baiting. This chat is going bonkers. No, don't turn this around to chat. Turn it to me. You're addressing me and me only. You're listening to what I have to say and you're chirping about it. So don't do that Weasley shit and be like, nah. No, you are saying that I am not listening to what her problems are and simply talking about a broad thing that anyone can engage with that will unironically help people improve themselves. You are also, in a different way, engaging in self-defeatist attitudes. All right, give me your follow-up. Nothing I said, regardless of addressing her, is wrong. Literally nothing I said. What I love about your streams is that you give people what grifters like Jordan Peterson give people in basic life advice, but from a left perspective, which I honestly don't see any of the leftist figureheads doing. Yeah, but then the reason why they don't do it is because there's always constant fucking defeatist chirpers in the chat who are like, no, self-improvement is reactionary. You're individualist. There's nothing more important than independence and freedom. I finished The Sympathizer recently. Nothing. I literally said, set long-term goals for yourself and you will become more confident as you are on your own personal journey in accomplishing those goals, which is like literally fucking foundational basis for therapy, for just self-improvement, like all those hacks that people fucking talk about. It's just like super basic shit. And people are like, no. It's like, it's reminiscent of that time, the last time I had an anarchist stun lock, where I said, you should take a shower. And there were people unironically being like, you're being fucking ableist. I literally have a unique type of cancer that says I can't take showers. Like, how dare you say this? Sometimes women just want to be listened to without trying to hear ways to fix their problems. I feel some women will relate and act like this is one of those moments. They'll feel attacked or annoyed and will lash out at you. Yeah, but like, you know, I'm not giving her this advice. I'm giving my community this advice. All right, where's her follow-up? Someone send me your fucking follow-up or what? Is this the follow-up?
So no hate at all towards this creator.
What? Where's the follow-up? Bitch-ass chatters. Your advice helped me lose from 222 pounds down to 165 pounds. Do I feel a lot better now than I did back then? Hell yeah. But that has changed my outcome material for getting a partner. What? And no. And I think that's the point people are trying to make. Bro, it's not going to fucking happen overnight, dude. Keep chipping away. What do you mean? I didn't say like you're going to go to the gym and automatically, magically, you're going to lose weight and then fucking boom, the next day you're going to find a fucking partner. Jesus Christ. Just keep moving the goalposts. It's okay. So what about people self-improving that still can't find connections? This is just streamer knows all. I mean, dude, I've been on this earth for 32 fucking years, about to be 33, okay? And yeah, I have some fucking accomplishments that I can speak on, whether it be self-improvement or, you know, everything else. So yeah, I think I do have a little bit of fucking personal experience in this regard. I'm speaking from personal experience without survivorship bias as well, by the way. I'm not like eliminating the material constructs that get in the way of self-improvement either. There are no goalposts being moved. Why the fuck are you debating me on self-improvement? What the fuck is wrong with half of you? Oh my God. This is precisely the reason why. No, not like Tate. I mean actual accomplishments, not fucking fake bullshit like rented Bugattis and lies and preying on fucking the vulnerable and their insecurities and presenting himself as like this beacon of machismo while wearing the gayest slippers that anyone has ever seen and skin tight suit pants. Okay? It's crazy. The very people, I want everyone to engage in self-reflection here. If you immediately have this super negative reaction to what I have to say about this, okay, in terms of self-improvement, if your immediate response is like, fuck you, dude, you should take a brief pause and think about that. Why do I have such a strong response to something like this? Is it because I've tried and failed in the past? It could be that. You don't think sex trafficking is an achievement? No, that's the other aspect of it too. Sometimes the annoyance comes from the lack of acknowledgement that our thing is more about internalized misogyny and the social expectation to find a partner. When you mix together the advice for male incels who hate women, I do understand why they're a little mad, but ultimately it shouldn't matter. Self-important for all of whatever. Amato normativity has y'all in a chokehold. Single women are statistically more likely to be happier later in life than married women. Patriarchy has conditioned us to believe that the only way to find a genuine, fulfilling, intimate relationship is through amorous connections. But we must, bro, you wrote like a Disco Elysium Radfem take in here, but respect regardless. Holy shit. Women going their own way. Let's go, baby. I mean, sure, I didn't discount that either, for the record. Originally, I did say you can be a very happy person and single. The idea that you have to have a partner is ridiculous. We are not debating you on self-improvement. We are saying it's not just self-improvement. I never said it's just self-improvement. I said the fundamental problem here, like the biggest problem here, not the fundamental problem, but the biggest problem here is that a lot of people lack self-confidence, okay? And I think self-improvement, even the journey of self-improvement, will unironically help you develop more confidence. It is the very act of setting goals for yourself and achieving said goals over a long, extended period of time that will cause you to trust yourself. I was literally this woman 5 years ago. I used to post just like this woman. I literally did an actual 12-step program due to feeling exactly like this woman 5 years ago. I'm married now. I am the chatter to dial in for this discussion. Accomplishments are not a solution to isolation. No, you are misunderstanding the words that are coming out of my mouth, and I assume it has to be deliberate at this point. It is not a solution to isolation. It is a solution to gain confidence. Confidence in your own body also can mean confidence in being alone. Okay? I apologize for believing in every chatter in here. I should not have done that. I recognize now. You just want me to tell you things fucking suck and they will never get better. However, the issue here is if I believe that, then, you know, if I believe that people can't self-improve, why the fuck am I doing any of this shit? Like 90% of my commentary revolves around rehabilitation and self-improvement, tackling issues that are born out of the oppressive structures that we exist under and the underlying material conditions that dictate the culture that we take for granted, that we think is just, you know, the way things are, whether it be white supremacist constructs, whether it be white supremacist constructs, whether it be misogyny born out of patriarchal constructs, both internalized white supremacy and also white supremacy in general, transphobia, homophobia, every single thing that I talk about is literally trying to convince people that there is an alternative way of thinking, and that we might have been perhaps a little too comfortable living inside of this reactionary bubble. Okay? If I didn't believe that you had the capacity to change, and many of you have over the course of watching me for an extended period of time, then I wouldn't be doing this. Now that I have described my position over and over again, chat is unwinding into different talking points. Do you think dating apps have made all this worse? Or just social media in general? I think it's both. It's a consequence of both. A lot of people personally think materialism is literally the inoculation against this woman's fears. Anyway, now that you guys disagreed with me so vehemently, okay, fixed postures. To be honest, I kind of get the self-defeatism when it comes to dating. As someone that has lost weight, 460 to 255 now, has followed your advice when it comes to being a 7. I still can't seem to date, but also accept this because I'm scared and still have self-image issues and overall still consider myself ugly. So you're right. It's a lot of it is self-confidence. Exactly. A lot of people have unresolved trauma born out of like their experiences. And instead of fucking trying to like dig deep and try to tackle it head on, they just fucking go, nah, fuck you, dude. Fuck you for telling me self-improvement is the way. Self-improvement doesn't just mean going to the gym, dude. Not responding to that one chatter. I'm just saying in general. Anyway, like I said, now that you guys have disagreed with me vehemently, perhaps you can find some truth in what Tim Pool has to say about this lady who was crying about, societal expectations placed upon women, paired up with the fact that she feels like she is unable to find a partner and how that terrifies her as a future prospect. Let's see if you guys agree with Tim Pool more.
Got married at probably 18 or 19. She would, I mean, even in the 50s, she'd have a family and a house. But here's the funny thing. I wonder, would she be happier then? Maybe. As the saying goes, you don't know what you got till it's gone. You know, they paved paradise to put up a parking lot. But humans live in a state of relative happiness. That means that even today, as incredible as everything is, people are going to be upset. And don't get me wrong, coming from the highs of the Trump economy to the lows now, it's kind of like, I get it. Your cheeseburgers cost $5. I'm looking at the inflation charts for the average prices of
the fucking stocks for Beanie Boys have gone up unimaginable. Everyone was like, Hasan, you fucking suck dog shit, okay? Your advice was awful. I'm a Tim Pool head now. I'm a Beanie Baby.
McDonald's food. And you got these people being like...
You're right. The 50s, she would have been so much happier when she fucking inevitably dies from constantly trying to manage an abusive relationship that she's trapped inside of with no fucking way out and with no like career prospects or no autonomy, no independence whatsoever. So she just tries to self-medicate by going to a fucking doctor who's like, yeah, you're a woman. Here's some Adderall and also whatever fucking prescription heroin we can give you. And then she speedballs and kills herself. That would be a significantly better, albeit short-lived life for her, in between getting fucking beaten up by her husband. Adderall to lose weight, Quaaludes to fucking, maintain the happy medium. That seems like a far better future for her, or a far better past. Right? Beanie Babies in the chat.
You will stop comparing the highest, most expensive markets to the lowest. And it's like, dude, there's a chart showing the average price of all McDonald's. And it's gone from like $1 for a cheeseburger to $4. I said $5, but I'm being hyperbolic. It's $3.89 or something. With taxes, you're spending like $4.20. So yeah, I mean, I understand why people are getting upset, but I'd just be willing to bet that a lot of people like this, if it was the 50s, they'd be like, I'm so unhappy because my husband does this and does that. And they don't know what you got till it's gone. I'd be willing to bet. You ask this lady, would you be willing to be...
Do you think self-improvement is even possible in an alienated society and community? What self can even be defined as to further then improve it? And also, what trajectory is that improvement heading? What? Yes, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? Read a book, dude. Read a book. Literally any book. Maybe not like one of those bad books, though. Like not fucking some racist Nazi shit. Keep yourself busy. You don't know what you got till it's gone. It's so funny. Yeah, dude. She would definitely...
be a stay-at-home wife. No career. Your husband's in charge of the finances outside the home. You're in charge of things inside the home. Would that be acceptable to you? You'll have kids. You'll have family. You'll have community. I'd imagine at this point she'd say yes. Community? I think a lot of women would say yes. And I think you've got in this modern society, this is, women being told, you want to have a career, you have to be responsible for yourself. And there are a lot of, and this is, it's not unique to women, or I should say it's not only the fault of women.
Oh, good.
But it's also I'd say weak men. Our society in general.
Unlike Tim, a strong man and not a weak one. Yes, Tim Pool, the CEO of Knowing What Women Want. Yeah. Here, let me show you just a little clip, just a little quick one.
But I do think it's crazy that I'm about to be 34 and I have no family. Because my dad had 2 kids by the time he was 27.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, you know what the problem is, though? It's definitely not me.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's everybody else.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I should have never shown this clip to the chatters. Oh no, we got extra Beanie Boys now. We got literally more Beanie Babies. Oh no. Chat be like, damn, this guy Tim is cooking. No. Bro is the opposite of self-defeatist chatters. It's your fault, Hasan, for telling women in the chat and men in the chat, not just women, and the MBs, the thempers as well, to be confident in themselves and not feel like they have to find someone instead of cooking like Tim. I know, my bad. Tim Pool is confident by your own logic. How does he not have a partner? First of all, what led you to believe that Mr. Beanie Indoors at all points is confident? What literally led you to believe that a man who doesn't just wear a beanie all the time, but also quite literally with a suit at a wedding standing next to Roger Stone is a confident man. You are mistaking Dunning-Kruger for confidence. Does this guy strike you as a confident person? If he was a confident person, do you think he would be that misogynistic? Do you think it's confident men that have this level of misogynistic attitude permeate through every orifice, even those you cannot see because they are hidden under the beanie? Or do you think it is a direct marker of insecurity? This is why I always say people like Andrew Tate that portray themselves as alpha dogs, not just Andrew Tate, but like all the clones, all the people that constantly are presenting themselves as these like macho figures that consistently talk about how women ain't shit, how it's actually gay to fuck women, to be in a relationship with them, like unironic, without a shred of, without a shred of irony. You think those guys are actually confident if you consider that level of aesthetic posturing as people who are anything but greatly overcompensating losers, overcompensating for their own very deep insecurities. You might also not be able to fucking recognize the insecurities that you might have. Anyway, Fresh and Fit is another great example of this, showcasing once again that simply going to the gym is not going to make you a better person, nor a more confident one. All right, let's wrap this up with the last message that he has for men too.
A lot of, because my husband does. Would you be willing to be at stay at of the finances outside the home? You'll have community. I'd imagine at this point in this career, unique to women, or I should say, it's not only the fault of women.
Oh, good.
But it's also I'd say weak men.
Bro, I don't care, bro. I don't care. I don't care. Fucking take a week off, dude. Jesus Christ.
Our society in general is aflame right now. There are guys out there. These guys are average looking, and they are incels, involuntary celibate. For a while, we saw online, and hikikomori, Japan calls them. There was this one interview that came up like 10 years ago, and it was a guy saying that he was like an incel. And everyone's like, he's an average looking dude. He's like, there's nothing wrong with him. He's just like normal looking dude. But he was like, I can't get a relationship, blah, blah, blah. You know, I think the challenge for this woman is feminism in every facet.
Oh, no way.
Telling guys to not be masculine, telling women to be girl bosses. And I'll tell you what the end result is.
I mean, in many respects, Tim Pool is basically doing what Chat did too, which is like put a lot of extra baggage on her. She never said none of those things. Why are you making this shit up? You don't know what her fucking perspective is. You have no idea what her framework is. Maybe she's right wing. You don't know that.
I'm not saying feminism in general is wrong or anything like that. I'm saying that
it's sort of
the end result in large numbers results in things like this. So what do you
pause
get?
it for 1 second? I just I mean, like, there's so much. It's amazing.
Is there more? I want to hear more. Come on.
To human beings, and that's really the barrier that Tim is dealing with.
Is
as
there
a still
more to the
single
clip?
person who's older than me, right? And then it's really gross.
Exactly, because every time.
And liberals, because they are not as about your personality, bro. That's really it.
And can we all? It is increased in.
Let's figure out the.
And say, I love Tim's so cool. He rides a skateboard.
Feminism,
whatever it is,
to be girl boss.
Just absurd. Go ahead.
Not be masculine, telling women to be girl bosses. And I'll tell you what the end result is. I'm not saying feminism in general is wrong or anything like that.
That's sort of what you're saying.
I'm saying that
It's
the end
wrong
result in large
in
numbers
particular.
results
In large
in things
numbers.
like this. So what do you get? Women who prioritize career over family, and now at 33 are like, why can't I find a relationship? Well, you were 26 when you started looking. What happened? 26? Wow. I mean, you go.
Wow. 26. Just such an abnormal age, I guess, for Tim to look for a partner. It's very interesting that he did start the conversation by saying 18 is a good age to get married. What age would you start looking for a valuable partner if 18 is a good age to get married as a woman and settle down? I guess 14, 13, 12. Okay, Jerry Seinfeld.
Back in time, all of human history. And you've got 18-year-olds getting married, having families in their early 20s, grandparents in their 40s.
Oh, he repeated it again. Luckily, that we didn't have to go back to the fucking beginning. When did Tim get married? Oh, great question. Wait, let me see. What age did Tim get married? That was like 2 years ago, by the way.
But I do think it's crazy that I'm about to be 34 and I have no family. Because my dad had 2 kids by the time he was 27.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, you know what the problem is, though? It's definitely not me.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's everybody else.
Yeah.
That's definitely a healthy attitude to have.
And now, at 26, you're like, I want to be with someone.
Can you pause?
Hold on, wait, I want to go see where you're looking for.
Okay. Oh.
They're supposed to challenge you are like,
time.
Go ahead. He really likes that number.
At 26, you are like, I want to, be with someone. I suppose the challenge is for any guy who's got money, has succeeded, is strong, they're targeting 22-year-olds. That's what the data shows.
Targeting?
I'm not saying I agree with it.
Targeting. Like the fucking Terminator, bro. What is this?
Not gonna want to hear.
Where does one get this data? Little St. James? Yeah. On that island, they have they have diligent research.
I'm not saying it's right. I know feminists that get all angry when I say, but that's what the data shows. The data shows that guys are choosing 22-year-olds.
What guys?
How
old?
What data? The principal number. It really is. You take a look at guys right now, and I want to rag on guys too, because I got to tell you, I don't know much about this lady. I do want to say where there's smoke, there's fire, and if, as the saying goes, if you smell crap everywhere, check your boot. We see this video of this lady, and she's crying, being like, "Why can't I find a relationship?" For all we know, like, she smells horrible, and as soon as the camera turns off, she just starts farting a whole bunch. Who knows, right? I'm not saying she does.
This is a perv.
But I'm not going to just sit here and say that she's perfect either. She's 33 and single, and she's a woman. Like, there's got to be some reason for that.
And she's a woman. She's 33 and single, and she's a woman. I love that he's like making inferences about whether she farts a lot. And I don't know, maybe he's like trying to reach a new horizon here. He's trying to reach new demographics. The girls have cooties demographics, you know what I mean? Only to, of course, bring them to a skate park and then perhaps maybe pick up their classmates at the skate park. He's like, hey guys, you guys have any friends? You should bring your girlfriends around. They can also learn how to skate. It's better if they don't have a license.
That makes her less desirable for most guys. Oh my God. But she also says guys are trash. So imagine some incel guy, socially awkward, untrained, pale skin, and imagine an average guy. Do you know the average weight right now is 200 pounds for a guy and 5'8"? That's nuts.
Can we just pause for...
Where the fuck is he coming from with these stats, bro? One of the funniest things that we talk about in the gym is the concept among, meatheads called victim weight. I don't know if you guys know this, but apparently if you're under 200 pounds in the gym community, it's called victim weight. Wait, they just skipped the rest of it. Fuck! Have you seen this insane hot mic? Fuck, no, I can't. Victim of crimes shattered, too weak to defend yourself. Yeah, how do you not understand? Like being beat up, dude. Not everything has to be like some weird shit. The fuck is wrong with you? Also, it's a joke. The fuck? Oh my God, dude. I fucking hate this goddamn community sometimes. Holy shit. What do you mean by that? Your mind doesn't have to rush to the worst possible outcome and then just move on and make assertions off of whatever you fucking imagined so that you can be offended. Okay? Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Y'all suck so much ass, dude. I think they want you to say the R word. I thought you meant I don't know which R word you're talking about. Jokes are inherently reactionary, and laughter weakens class consciousness and makes privileged people feel inappropriately comfortable. Exactly. Chat has one speed. It does sound real yuck. You also have to remember 1/3 of women have been essayed. Yeah, obviously this is not about fucking women, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? It's like male meatheads. I don't think they're contemplating women being under 200 pounds. It's a joke. Fuck.
Yeah.
I love that you literally did the thing right after I mentioned it. I said, hey, perhaps it's best practice not to immediately rush to whatever your imagined worst case outcome is when I mention a joke and then make assertions beyond it and just start fucking arguing as though that is what this conversation was about. And you just turned around and said, well, you know, here's why it actually could be that. For so many people, I think, like, honestly, being a leftist is just about just not having any fun. Yeah. Every single day, I feel like I have to deal with 30,000 people being like, you cheated on me in my dream, and therefore it is your fault.
Are you guys in the context of, you know, obviously there's genetic differences, there's IQ differences between individuals on a general curve, and to say right off the bat that you're going to put a...
Chad, if you think male meatheads are thinking about women in any circumstance, you are sorely mistaken, especially not at the gym, which is like when a male meathead is at his gayest. It's also funny to think that male meatheads at a fucking gym are thinking about women being over 200 pounds as though that would be virtuous from their perspective. Like, what are we doing? Like, I said 200 pounds. Like, you should have literally fucking understood what I meant at that point immediately. So what is... I don't want to watch this.
Ashkenazi Jew, a white, an Asian, and a black next to each other and automatically assume they're the same. I think that that's wrong. I think that's wrong because there's averages and you know.
Right, exactly. Yeah, well, I mean, all right. So my joke about that is everybody talks about how black dicks are big.
What's bigger?
Black dicks.
Black dicks, okay.
So,
and Asian dicks are small, right?
Small, right? You know what the average? You know what the difference is on the average?
What?
Half an inch.
Stereotypes are earned; they're not given. Right. So all of these things that we have as jokes.
Bro, they're talking about dicks. They're doing dick eugenics, dude. What the hell? What the damn hell, dude? Delegates of the Libertarian Party National Convention get caught on a hot mic talking about egalitarianism and agreeing that people aren't equal because blacks have bigger dicks than Asians. The party then quickly cuts the mic.
It means and whatnot. They got to where they are because people just kind of agreed on them, maybe subconsciously. So, you know, even though it's half an inch, blacks still have bigger penises. You know?
Right, exactly. But that's on average. But you take a random black man and put it next to it may not be there.
Look, and that's one of the issues with a multicultural society is that you can't do individualism on a scale of 330 million, right? You have to.
Yeah, because there's 330 million different dicks, dude. You can't do it, man. You can't have a multicultural society where the average dick size for blacks is much larger than the average dick size for me. What is this conversation, bro? Yo, go. I never thought I would say this, but why can't racists go back to skull phrenology, dude? I didn't realize there was a layer beyond that in terms of race science. They're doing dick phrenology. They're doing dick science instead of skull science, man. That's crazy. I never thought I would say that, like, it's honestly probably better if you just stick to measuring skulls.
To categorize, you have to do averages. It's just not efficient. It's not possible to do it on an individual scale. And that's why you hear politicians talk about the black community and the Hispanic community, right?
Microphone one. Madam Chair, I believe that the microphones are picking up private conversation. They might need to be cut. Microphone one.
Oh, yeah? What?
Oh my God. He went, oh yeah.
To be cut. Microphone one.
Oh, yeah?
That's awesome. Ah, we talked about dicks too much. You might want to unlock more reacts. That's funny. Okay, dude. Who's the guy talking? Was that Tim? No, that wasn't Timothy. That was some other libertarian. Timothy's a liberal, remember? Anyway, I hope that brief sidestep where we talked about, personal development and a journey that we're all on was helpful, productive for some chatters. Maybe not for all of you. I suspect for many it was a frustrating experience, one that you will not recover from. Maybe you're on, instead of your own journey of self-improvement, you're on your journey of fuck Hasan for even bringing up self-improvement. How dare he? I got much love for you regardless. Hasan's new pharmacist, thank you for the 521 gift of subs. What is this? Are you a liberal yourself? I missed it.
This is the Radical Caucus. We believe not only in the right to keep and bear arms, but the right to keep and bear nukes.
Nuclear weapons?
Of course.
We are here outside the Washington, D.C. Hilton at the Libertarian National Convention. Now, DeVron, we don't know a lot about the Libertarian Party, do we?
No, we don't. We're excited to go in there, talk to some people, figure out what they believe. It should be probably pretty boring.
Yeah, it's
standard
a convention.
kind of convention.
It's just a civil discussion of who they want to nominate as their candidate for president.
Right.
Obviously, the big thing with the Libertarian Party is they don't want the government in their life. And I think everyone kind of agrees on that. So there really shouldn't be that much disagreement here at the Libertarian National Convention. Should be just kind of a standard boring thing. Can I just grab your name really fast?
Starchild.
Starchild?
Uh-huh.
Okay. I need to get right in front of this right now. Explain the outfit.
Well, Javier Milei, who's the first libertarian head of state in the world, as far as I know,
it's his dog.
Talks about people being lions, not lambs. You know, he wanted to wake up the lions, so that's why.
So this is your lion outfit.
This is my lion outfit. Afuera.
All right, and is your legal name Starchild?
It is.
And why are you?
That's actually not what's important, because people should be able to be known however they want instead of having government say, oh, well, this is your legal name, and so that's who you are. No, people should choose for themselves.
You know you can change it, right? Like, I'm just saying, you can change your name if you want to.
So what does it mean to you to be a libertarian?
So we believe in less government on every issue, all the time. We believe in consistently shrinking the state any way we can, any way from lowering your taxes by $1 to opening the borders completely. We believe in no particular orderism. Whatever is politically...
You believe in opening the borders completely?
Completely.
How would that look if that happened?
Well, there's currently an open border between Wisconsin and Michigan, and I would expect the border between Texas and Mexico to look very similarly. There's different laws on both sides of the border, and people should come and go as they please.
Why don't you read the sign to us?
So it is No Joe with the lovely X out. Almost everything is wrong. And I hesitate to say almost because I'm not sure I need that qualifier. Time to resist, nojoebiden.us is the website. And I ran with this sign in New Hampshire and Vermont. New Hampshire did not go well, 11th place.
It should be something everybody here can agree on, whether it's you believe in re-legalizing cocaine, or if you just kind of laissez-faire and like the Statue of Liberty.
We're here at the Libertarian National Convention here, the biggest gathering of beards in the country. It's basically a beard convention. A lot of people with beards are here. There's one with somebody with a beard now, kind of looks like Santa Claus.
I think facial hair is just, it's a joy of being male. It's a privilege we have. We should rejoice in it and take advantage of it. And, libertarianism is all about expressing yourself, and I think expressing yourself through facial hair is a legitimate way to do that. And pretty much everyone in my organization who has the capability of growing facial hair has some.
I see probably about 90% of the men here have pretty long beards.
Yeah.
Why is that?
I think libertarians just like to be a little bit different. They like to go against the grain of society. And for such a long time, it was just like the mandatory uniform is that you were clean shaven every day. Right. And so doing something, it's like getting a tattoo or it's like dyeing your hair a crazy color. It's just a way of being an individual and standing out from the crowd.
Libertarians are kind of famous for their belief in gun rights. Do you subscribe to that? Do you feel that way, that people should be allowed to have their ownership of their firearms?
So this is the Radical Caucus. We believe not only in the right to keep and bear arms, but the right to keep and bear nukes.
Nuclear weapons?
Of course. Things will probably get worse before they get better, but they will be worse for a much shorter amount of time if you empower individuals.
Well, if everyone gets blown up by nuclear weapons really quickly, then that's a very short amount of time.
Well, in that case, I love Jesus, and I hope you do too. Well, we're all meeting the afterlife.
Yeah.
I respect that chatter. I respect that man for who might be a chatter because that is the HasanAbi doctrine. I'm just saying, if you want to be a state, you have to have a nuke. That's a chatter, dude. That's a HasanAbi head, bro. Straight up.
There is a full bar. Look right here. There's a full bar. What would you say? I would say like 40% of the people here have had a drink in their hand. Is that a screwdriver?
It's a fuzzy navel.
What's a fuzzy navel?
Vodka and orange juice.
I thought that was a screwdriver.
Well, I'm not sure, but it's good.
It's good?
Yes.
How many have you had today?
This is the first and only.
Is there peach in there? Peach schnapps or juice? Can I smell it? It smells like just like orange juice and vodka.
It is.
That's a screwdriver. Drinking a mimosa?
Oh, yeah.
How many have you had today?
One.
Goes right to your head though, right?
Yep, perfect.
We can be in compliance with our bylaws. No. We won't have people challenging our presidential and vice presidential nominees.
Bro, if the government wants to fucking generate some revenue, they should literally put a DUI checkpoint right outside the Libertarian Convention parking lot, okay? These men love drunk driving. They love drunk driving and talking about the penis sizes of different races, apparently, on top of trying to abolish age of consent laws.
We are here at the Libertarian Convention now. They have labeled this convention the Ungovernable Convention. Here behind me, of course, they debate how to pick their leader, how to govern.
There's an ambiguity in our bylaws, like what the definition of what the National Convention means. A simple majority vote can solve that problem.
What's everybody arguing about right now?
Whether it's an issue as to certain delegates, whether they should be seated or not.
There's been a motion made to challenge Wisconsin and Oklahoma's alternate delegates.
What are you guys talking about right now?
So right now, what we're trying to do is figure out how. I'm from Washington State. Washington State and Oklahoma have not been able to get our delegation seated. We've been fighting for this. We already voted for it.
I can already tell this smells worse than a fucking smash meetup, dude. Like, you know, we joke around a lot about FGC meetups, but god damn, that shit looks stanky as hell.
For it. And right now, we're trying to make the argument that there is a way to solve this. We already voted on this. There's a way to solve this other than to amend the bylaws and then vote on everything again. We already voted on this as a body.
So how close is the Libertarian Party to picking the presidential candidate here at the convention?
You know, I wish we were doing it right now.
It seems like for a group of libertarians that debating these like bylaws, it feels like a very rules-driven conversation here. It's just a surprising thing.
It is a surprising thing, right? It's supposed to.
Libertarians love rules, though. That's the thing that people misunderstand about libertarians. They fucking love rules. They love thinking that there's a magic set of rules that they understand that no one else understands, that they can just like say, and then it'll be like a magic spell, and and the spell will and the spell will magically cause the cop to go, "Oh, I'm sorry, sir."
To be the party of love and individualism and all this, and Robert's Rules of Order is a cancer.
Become ungovernable.
I mean, that's what we do here. Yeah.
Will there definitely be a nominee by the end of this? Yeah.
I hope it's Chase Oliver.
Please tell me your name and why you're here.
I'm Chase Oliver. I'm a libertarian candidate for president seeking to fight for a world set free in our lifetime.
All right. So how are things looking for you right now?
We're really confident going into the convention that we have a well-run campaign structure. We have the delegate math, I believe, on our side, and we look forward to winning this nomination so we can be a real contrast to Trump, Biden, and even RFK.
And if you had to bet on it, what do you think the odds are that you become president of the United States?
Well, you know, the truth is that it's a tough road to climb when you're challenging the two-party system, but there are other victories you can have outside of that outright.
Didn't this guy win? Like, isn't he the nominee? And they were very mad because he's like in front of like a gay sign and wearing a mask or something. There's like a photo of him, or is that someone else? I saw that like whoever is the libertarian nominee, I didn't even like look into it at all. I just saw that people were very upset. I will never forgive you. I will never forgive you for not only getting me so good, but also simultaneously getting me good in a way where I have to stare at Tim Pool's bald head, beanie-less head. You have absolutely gone and destroyed me. What confidence I had in my craft that remains is now gone. Thank you. Why'd you click it? Because I thought that was a productive, helpful chatter. See, that's the worst aspect of this. You can't bait me in a contentious manner because I'm used to that. But when you actually bait me in a helpful manner, that's where the sacred bond of trust between HasanAbi, the streamer, and the good chatters falls apart. It perishes. Okay? Hasan, aren't you essentially a liberal? You've gained a wealth from donations by presenting as a socialist, yet live in $1 million house. Most of your income comes from the top of the hour ad breaks. Oh, you missed it. You missed your opportunity. Still posting. You'll get me one time, chatter. Bait like that is why Stalin had to purge everyone. Yeah, here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Win, you can change the, you can push the Overton window towards liberty. You can win ballot access and major party status in states all over the country. And what I say is we're going to build the party foundation up so that we can start tearing the state down.
In 2 sentences, what is your platform?
My platform is this. If you're living your life without force, fraud, coercion, theft, or violence, your life is your life, your body is your body, your business is your business, your property is your property. It's not mine and it's not the government's.
If you had to pick a Democrat or a Republican, a Joe Biden or Donald Trump, gun to your head, who would you vote for?
The gun would go off.
Yeah, my goat.
Something that's kind of interesting, RFK Jr. Is scheduled to speak.
Yeah. We are here for an RFK event, and you can schedule to start, I guess it was scheduled to start 2 minutes ago, but you just look at the crowd. It's a huge packed house here. Not a seat empty.
They even have a bunch of areas for people to kind of lay down, where there's a bunch of empty chairs so people can kind of lay down and spread out. So the excitement is thick.
Very, very, very happy to be here today. I'm going to speak about the United States Constitution.
There's nothing funnier than the RFK Jr. conference drawing the biggest crowd at the Libertarian Convention, considering that he's just a regular Democrat, okay? On virtually every aspect of both foreign policy and even most domestic policy, he's just a boring-ass liberal Democrat. Having said that, however, the one area where he is not the regular run-of-the-mill Democrat is vaccines. Not even just anti-vaccines, anti-medication, I think, which is, I guess, for many of these libertarians, the major problem that they have with modern American governance. My goat.
And a constitution that only enumerated government powers, but nowhere limited them. And so that's that George Mason, the Bill of Rights was enshrined, or felt that.
Donald Trump scheduled to speak. Now, those are not libertarians.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Probably everyone has agreed that that's okay and won't have an issue.
Would you not take him over the other two? Fuck no. Why would I? My gripes with Joe Biden aren't, I want his identical policy paper, except for I'm also an anti-vaxxer who thinks that Ashkenazi Jews and the Chinese made COVID to kill white people. Because that's just RFK Jr. That's crazy. I want RFK Jr. I want Joe Biden on TRT, an anti-vaxxer with even more brain worms. Like, what are we doing? I'm swapping the dementia with brain worms. Literally brain worms, like physical worms. What the fuck?
With that,
I mean, they invited them here. I'd assume everyone in the party would want them.
RFK is fundamentally the most anti-capitalist nominee, though. No, he's not. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, that was a joke. Okay.
Them to be here. So, well, what are your thoughts on Donald Trump speaking here tomorrow?
I can't repeat what I'm thinking.
It sounds like it's not a good thing, though.
It was ridiculous. He has his own platforms. He doesn't need ours. We pay for our own mics. We pay for our own dais. We pay for our own conventions. He has his.
Damn. Seems like libertarian hates free speech.
Own.
How do you feel about Donald Trump speaking at the Libertarian National Convention?
If he was coming here to debate our candidates, and this is true for Joe Biden or anybody else, I would welcome that. But he's not coming here to debate us. He wouldn't even debate his fellow Republicans all primary season. He ducked the debates. You know, they were calling him Donald Duck, which I thought was very fitting.
If you could give a message to Donald Trump, what would it be?
Go away.
Why didn't they let you speak there?
Because she says it's because she didn't see me and she saw him.
Well, you've been here for at least
almost
an hour, right?
They know Correct. What they're here to do. They just don't want it done. Now my motion's going to become a question of privilege, because because RFK is speaking at 3:40. My motion pertains. Oh no, yes it does, because this time is going to RFK instead of our presidential candidates, and I'm trying to get that time back. And these people are running the clock, and that is unfair to us as a party.
And make a comment about the.
There's nothing funnier than being this like upset. Taking it this seriously, that's awesome. This guy's great, man. For our libertarians, all just Reddit mods, that room is basically r/neoliberal. Yes. Every libertarian is at least 100K plus karma.
Trump bullshit. Excuse my language.
No, you say whatever you want.
Yeah. Many of us are angry that he's being featured.
And why are you angry that Trump's going to be featured here?
It's insulting that, one of our opponents, especially from the duopoly, is taking up our convention space.
Yeah. And what are you planning on saying?
You'll wait and see.
All right. A little suspense there.
Damn.
There's going to be a literal elephant in the room tomorrow with Donald Trump speaking here. What are your thoughts on Donald Trump, a Republican, coming to speak here at the Libertarian National Convention?
Well, it's probably the first time we've ever had an actual war criminal speak on our stage, so I'm not very happy about that. I think it's ridiculous. He's going to say lots of things that we want to hear, but just remember that he said a lot of things we wanted to hear in 2016 and 2020.
My
and he
man.
didn't follow through on those things. He's a grifter. He's a liar.
All right, I guess I'm voting for this fucking guy.
And I don't trust him as far as I can throw him.
How far do you think you could throw him?
Not very far. He's a pretty fat dude.
So what are you going to say right now?
Oh, I've got a motion to claw back the floor time from RFK and Trump and give it to our candidates.
And are you up next?
I'm privileged. I hope questions of privilege matter.
Well, is this on? Can you say, I have a privileged question? Yeah, I might say it right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a matter of privilege.
Microphone number 3, question of privilege. Madam Chair, delegate from Connecticut, Dan Reel, I have a time-sensitive motion that pertains to RFK and Donald Trump's speaking time, and the motion was submitted hours in advance in writing, and we have filibustered our way out of avoiding a motion co-sponsored by 43 delegates that everyone wants to hear and debate.
That's so awesome. They're like, we don't want to hear RFK. We want our fucking candidates to talk about selling heroin to children and how that should be legal, or driver's licenses and how they should be illegal. And if you think I'm joking about those two things that I brought up, I am not. Those are very real points of contention that have been brought up time and time again at the Libertarian Convention, and definitely the last time around. Exactly what I'm saying was a major point of contention where I believe Gary Johnson was booed at for saying that, yes, you should have to demonstrate competency in order to be able to drive. They booed him. Also, they cheered on a libertarian candidate who unfortunately didn't win, for saying you should be able to sell heroin to children. I believe it was 5-year-olds purchasing heroin.
Mr. Dosbach.
Oh my God.
Well, it sounds
Point of order.
She just ignored it?
Your point of order is not a point of order.
Yes, it
It's
is.
not a point of order, and I'm going to continue.
You're going to alienate 43 co-sponsoring delegates. The media sees you doing it right now.
Mr. Dosbach.
Are you talking about me?
No.
Yes.
Awesome, thank you. Cool.
I'd like to propose that we go tell Donald Trump to go fuck himself.
Hear, hear.
Yes!
That was his fucking secret. He had that shit in the chamber, dog. Yo, that's what I'm talking about. He was like, yeah, just wait for me. Wait, I got something cooking.
Ovation for that.
We are a libertarian convention looking to nominate libertarians. We do not need to give that time to non-libertarians.
This is not a GOP cuckolding convention.
I move to vacate the chair.
Wow. Why do you want to vacate the chair? We'll tell you to the microphone. Why do you want to vacate the chair?
Because the chair's created a problem she cannot solve.
It's so funny. They're just like toying with them. But they're so serious. They're so serious about it. They can't even comprehend that like someone would be making fun of them directly to their fucking faces. It's like child brains, dude.
Well, there you have it from the Libertarian National Convention. The ungovernable is trying to prove to the American people why they should be the governing party. Best of luck to the Libertarian Party in 2024. Hey, maybe this is your year. And this starts.
Low key, it could be. Historically unpopular candidates going against one another. Who knows, man?
Is it a character that you embody here, or is this you?
Star Child is me. The character, to the extent of character, is just the Argentinian lion. You know, the people waking up and demanding our rights and freedom.
Well, Star Child, thank you for talking with us. Appreciate it.
Libertad carajo.
What does that mean?
Viva Libertad carajo. It's a long live liberty, damn it. And it's Javier Milei's.
I appreciate you talking with us.
Thank you.
Star Child, my goat. Or my lion, I guess. Not my goat. My lion. My giraffe. I don't fucking know. Libertad carajo. That was awesome. People still stand Javier. What the fuck? What do you mean? This is the Libertarian Convention. Of course they stand Javier. That's like one of the few times where an out and about libertarian anarcho-capitalist is like actually seized power and wasn't like planted as a US-backed dictator who turns into a fucking fascist. Javier is libertarians, Bernie Sanders. Yeah, man. Can we talk about real shit yet? Free Palestine. Wait, what? Bro, have you been here? This is the 7th hour of the broadcast. Which candidate do you support? Potentially the libertarian one. RFK Jr., baby, let's go. Let's go. But I thought you gave Gaza 9 hours. That's what you said last time. Yeah.
Get him out! Get him out!
I mean, this is literally the libertarian utopia that they believe should happen. Private security at a private event handling dissenting opinions. That is literally permissible. And there is no court structure that will unironically defend you. So what do you do now?
Right to try.
Oh, that's Star Child?
They are so thousands and thousands of people are now living because of right to try. Trump nominated some 300 constitutionalist federal judges, a record, including a seldom seen 3 Supreme Court justices in one presidential term. Trump canceled and defunded federal diversity, equity, and inclusion programs and other state-funded racism. The VA Fishing Act, which Trump signed, lets military veterans receive federally funded medical care in the private sector. If delays prevent their treatment in VA hospitals, another word.
But yes, they do, actually. And that is the future that you want. It's not even the Secret Service kicking him out. It's literally private security. What do? It's private property. It's a private convention. Even though he's a part of the fucking delegates, it don't matter. What do, Star Child? This is your entire worldview crumbling in front of your eyes. Stop debate lording, bro. I'm not.
If they're delayed, they can go out and get a private doctor. We pay the bill. They go out, they get a private doctor, they get better. People were waiting online for 2 months, 3 months.
Bro, this is don't California, my Virginia.
He got NATO countries to pay hundreds of billions of dollars.
I don't get it. I thought they would all be armed. Is there no Second Amendment right? Where are the armed libertarian defenders? Like his NAP is being violated, bro. His non-aggression principle, the non-aggression principle is not being maintained here.
We want Trump.
You might have already said it, but it must smell fucking crazy in there. Oh, you know it, dude. You fucking know it. All right, chat. I'm doing a half day today. I've decided. I'm tired. I don't know why I'm so tired, but I am. 7-hour broadcast. Tomorrow, when I start the broadcast, I'm going to be at a studio alongside the Try Guys and many other content creators. Watch Netflix dog on LA Dance Cult, TikTok Cult. The noodles took you out? No, I pooped the noodles out. 7M Management is nuts. Curious if you know any of them? Oh, I fucking have no idea. Tomorrow we are going to do a Palestine charity stream with all the creators that are involved in the Creators for Palestine. Yes, you have my consent to start a fan page for my shoulders if you would like. And it's going to start, I believe, at 12. It's going to be streamed on my stream and on the Try Guys stream on YouTube. Try Guys channel on YouTube and my Twitch stream on Twitch. And it's from 1 to 5 p.m. What else? No, it's not YouTube 1 to 5 p.m. It's fucking Twitch stream. This stream, I'm going to fucking stream it on my stream as well. Strong, please pose biceps before. There you go. There you go. Some biceps. That's it. That's all for today. What are you looking at? Did you hear me say that's all for today? What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Okay. Come. She's like, I'm gonna bring my toy with me too. Anyway, love you guys. Peace. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There is again her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There is again her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. Review in the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sat in Discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A